Hey, Mary Ann. We'll give it one more minute. Now we can start the meeting as we have to be on time, but I'll give it one more minute.
Tom, you have your speaker on. It's echoing.
Here we go. Yeah. Okay, great. Let's see. Any luck? Do you see him logging in, Abby, at all, or no? No. All right. Why don't we go ahead and start, and then hopefully he'll. I'm not aware of that he's going to be absent, but hopefully he'll be joining us. Is he?
He's having some health issues, but I think he's going to try and get on.
Okay. Our city manager just said that he wasn't feeling that well for the past few days, so he might join, he might not. So let's go ahead with the start, Abby. Am I okay to start? Eric, am I good?
You're good on my end. Everybody is in, recording is going, and we are streaming.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. I'd like to call the Birmingham City Commission Long Range Planning Meeting of January 23rd to order. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag,
of the United States
United States of
of
America,
the republic,
and the
for
republic
which
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible.
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and
liberty
justice.
and justice for all.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Buchos,
Here, in Birmingham, Michigan.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Baller,
Here in Birmingham,
Commissioner Hoff,
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Host,
Here in Birmingham.
Commissioner Nikita,
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
and Commissioner Sherman is absent.
Thank you, Abby. With that, our first item on the agenda is public comment. If we do have a public, please keep your comment limited, as we have a long agenda today, and keep it consistent with what we are discussing today on the long-range planning agenda. And you will have the opportunity also to comment on items as we go forward. Do we have any public comment?
Mr. Bloom has his hand raised.
Mr. Bloom, go ahead. Thank you, Eric, for helping us. There's too many people on the screen as I cannot see everybody's hand. Go ahead, Mr. Bloom. Good morning with your comment.
Good morning, David Bloom, Birmingham. Happy Saturday morning, everybody. I hope we have a great day together. I'm really excited about Mr. Marcus rejoining the helm and what we can accomplish together. This is one of the most, I tell people, this is one of the two most important meetings that the commission has every year. This and the budget hearing in March. And it's a wonderful idea, and we can accomplish a lot together. At the same time, it's a serious misnomer to call this meeting long range, except for the first section of the 5-year budget forecast. And there's certainly not much planning at all going on in this meeting. And I just want to say it's too late to change that for this meeting, but I hope going forward we can actually get back to a real true range planning meeting. And I've got some bullet points of some priorities and challenges that I think that the city really needs to work on this year. I will briefly go through them. The first is we need a new city attorney firm that we can trust and rely on for integrity and good advice. I know that's not Mr. Marcus's number one priority. That would probably be my number one priority. We cannot rely on the advice that we've been getting from our current firm. And everyone knows the history of why that is. We need to fill the department head positions with qualified and responsive people as soon as possible. I understand Mr. Marcus is working on that. We need an immediate reset on the master plan. It really feels like it's being railroaded through without taking into account input from the residents, which is strongly against some of the key components of this plan. We need to work on creative and out-of-the-box planning to help keep seniors in their homes. That's one of the items that came out in the last I think it's really being ignored. It's being glossed over, and we're trying to develop a master plan that addresses it, but really doesn't. There are like pneumatic elevators that we could be trying to help seniors put in their homes, even maybe relax some of the zoning requirements so it can be attached outside of their homes. We could turn to, so instead of having to need ranch houses or more ranch houses, we could, by adding elevators to the homes and figuring out how to finance that, we could help keep seniors in their homes. We really need to look at doing more for our seniors. We need immediate triage on our pension management. You're going to see numbers today saying we need $2.5 million or so added out of taxpayer funds to bolster our pension. Getting a 1 or 2% return on our investment, it's abysmal, and it's a huge in our boat, and we need to get it fixed. We also need to get a handle on the neighborhood versus downtown expenditures, because there's been a very long-standing debate on how we've been spending our money, and without good data, we can't have a good discussion and figure out what to do. And we need to have a better dialogue on the parking system, how we're running it, and our strategy going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom, for your comment. Wonderful Saturday morning. We start our first discussion item with finance. I hope everybody had their coffee already, or 3/4 of the way. We're starting with numbers, and I do believe we have our Mr. Gerber with us, our finance director.
Good morning.
We're all awake for you, Mr. Gerber. The floor is yours.
Let's see. I'm gonna start my video here. Here we go.
All right.
Here am I. And do we have Timothy St. Andrew and or Douglas Bohr from Plate Moran here?
Good morning, Mark. Tim's here.
Yep, Tim's here. Okay. And is Doug joining us this morning or no?
Doug is not.
Okay. All right, Eric, I am going to share my screen, in which will have a presentation from Plate Moran.
All right, you should be set.
Okay, Tim, can you see the slide?
I can see the slide.
Okay. Opening comments, I guess, before Tim gets started. This is a process we do every year to identify areas of potential concern or opportunity. Just as a reminder, this is not a budget at all. You know, the budget goes through a detailed review process with the city manager and with the commission. This is just taking our current budget data that we have, updating some of the things that we do know about, and applying some assumptions which are included in the forecast. And going forward, the budget will look different than this based on input from department heads and adjustments that we have to make, priorities from the city commission, and other things like the taxable value. So this is just a planning tool to use to identify, like I said, areas of concern or opportunity that may exist. with that, I'm going to have Tim kind of walk you through some of these slides, and then we'll open it up for questions after.
Great, thank you, Mark. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. I'm happy to be here to help Mark kick off the finance portion of the long-range planning meeting. So as Mark discussed, we do have this brief presentation here. It does cover some of the financial highlights, but I will be brief with it. I know you guys have a long agenda here today. With the 5-year forecast, this really is a best practice to go through this exercise. What we find is that communities that do go through this process tend to manage things better. So whether it's a recession, which they tend to come out of in better shape, or in good times where they're able to take advantage of opportunities, it's not a coincidence either, because with the forecast, you are able to see an estimated snapshot of the future, and it isn't perfect. As Mark said, it is based on a whole lot of estimates and assumptions, but it is a snapshot. It does allow you to plan things out, identify threats, identify opportunities, and really work to prioritize and work to accomplish the goals of the City Commission. Again, as Mark mentioned, these are just estimates, so it's important to keep that in mind. It is based on the best available information that is known right now. So they aren't perfect, and it is important to keep the sensitivity of those estimates in mind, because even the estimates that we feel may be fairly accurate, they could still be a few percentage points off from what actually happens. So I would encourage you, as you're going through the forecast, before each forecast, you'll find the key assumptions, the key estimates. I would encourage you to read through that, understand those, just to give you a sense for how those estimates and how those assumptions were calculated. The forecast certainly can be used for a variety of reasons. One, though, as Mark mentioned, is to determine what the long-term impact is of various financial scenarios. And really, it's meant to assist you, the City Commission, in making those future decisions. So whether those decisions are capital related, legacy cost related, or any other purpose. Next slide, Mark. Thank you. So given the fact that nearly 70% of the general fund revenue is in the form of property taxes, we did think this was the right place to start. And on this slide here, we have the state equalized value compared to taxable value dating back to 2002. Just a couple reminders here. The state equalized value, there is no limit on the growth of state equalized value, but there's also no limit on the decline. So that's going to go up and down with the market. Taxable value, on the other hand, there is no limit on the decline. And so we saw a lot of that in 2008, 9, 10, 11 during the last recession. We had communities that the taxable values fell 30, 40, 50% because of the fact that there is no limit on the decline. On the way up, though, there is a limit on existing properties, and that's due to Proposal A. And that limit is that the taxable value on existing properties can only grow by the lesser of 5% or inflation. And as far as the forecast here goes, the city is, for 2021, for state equalized value, is assuming growth of 5.5%, and then 5% per year through 2025. On the taxable value, the growth in 2021 will be just over 5%, down to 4% in 2025. Now that 4% taxable value growth does exceed the assumed inflation rate for each of the forecasted years, but that's because of the new development that's forecasted as part of this as well. So typically when we see state equalized value growth of 5.5%, 5%, we would expect that gap between the state equalized value and taxable value to grow. But as you can see here, it does grow a little bit, but not much. And that's because the taxable value is actually doing a pretty good job of keeping up with the state equalized value growth. And that's pretty remarkable. And a lot of that has to do with the new development going on within the city. Okay, Mark, next slide, please. Okay, here we have the Headley limit compared to the actual operating millage and the forecasted operating millage for the city. This dates back to 2002 as well. And this here is really the consequence of having that continued strong taxable value growth. And this is what we call the Headley rollback. So as you can see, if you look back to 2002, the Headley max was just over 14 mils. And then over the course of time, that's been reduced. And in 2020, the max was actually 11.5 mils. So in 18 years, the max dropped about 2.5 mils. Now to date, that hasn't had a huge impact on the city because the actual millages levied have been less than the max. You've always had that cushion. But as the taxable values continue to grow, that millage capacity will continue to be reduced, as you can see here on the slide. And by 2025, based on these projections, the Headley max will be about 10.7 mils. And just to put it in perspective, the city levied 11.1 mils in 2020. So as you look out in time, assuming these estimates are close to being accurate, you'll be levying less mills in the future than you are today. Now, the issue with that is that if we have another recession like we had back 10, 12 years ago, you're going to see taxable values fall. So you're going to lose that taxable value, but you've also lost your millage capacity because this rollback is permanent. And that's where the danger is that when you've lost your millage capacity and then you start losing taxable values, it really handcuffs you from a property tax revenue standpoint. So certainly something to keep an eye on looking out into the future. Okay, next slide, we have the forecasted fund balances for the general fund, the major streets fund, and the local streets fund. So for the general fund, which is the top one there, the neon green, there is a dip in 2021. So the city is projected to use about $3 million of fund balance in 2021. Now, much of this is capital related. So contributions to the major streets fund, the local streets fund, capital projects fund, certainly a big piece of that is sidewalk work that's budgeted to occur in 21. Then it is expected to gradually climb throughout the rest of the forecasted period. And that's largely due to what we just talked about, that continued taxable value growth that is driving that growth in your property tax revenue. The major streets fund, you can see that it is really up and down throughout the forecast. And that is largely dependent on the scope and timing of projects. A similar story with the local street fund. While it's not up and down, it is dependent on the scope and timing of the projects. In the case of the local streets, so it is projected to gradually increase throughout the forecasted period. And much of that is due to the fact that in the later years of the forecast, the specific projects haven't been identified and captured yet within this forecast. One item to note that you will see in the forecast as well, though, the forecast does assume that the general fund will continue to support these funds with contributions each year to help cover the cost of those projects. Here we have the general fund projected unassigned fund balance compared to targeted levels. And just a reminder that the city's policy is to maintain unassigned fund balance between 17 and 40% of general fund operating expenditures. Now, for much of the forecast, you can see that the city is right in that range. In 2025, though, the city is forecasted to be above that targeted range. And again, this isn't a bad thing. Again, this is just based on estimates and assumptions. And as we started off, this is a good opportunity to identify threats, identify opportunities. So certainly this could be viewed as an opportunity. And again, it's really meant to help City Commission prioritize and figure out how to future goal setting and prioritizing those city initiatives. Moving on to the water and sewer funds. Here we have the water and sewer rate forecast. And based on the assumptions, which does include water units sold, includes costs of services for both water and sewer, you can see that the water and sewer rates are expected to grow with just inflationary increases. Too often what we see, though, is that communities don't look at it like you're looking at it here, where you're looking out 5 years, you're looking at the capital needs, any debt needs, cost increases, and many communities look at these rates 1 year at a time. And so often what we see is, I'll say the roller coaster effect, where the rates jump significantly in 1 year, followed by maybe a small increase or no increase, and then they jump again. And it's hard to budget that way. So I think if you have this smoothing effect like you see here, it's easier on the city, easier to budget, easier to project forward, and then certainly easier on the customers. Next slide, Mark. And the last slide we have here is the projected water and sewer unrestricted net position. Now, the unrestricted net position is essentially your equity in the system that is not capital related and that is not restricted by an outside source. The unrestricted net position is heavily influenced by the levels of capital spending. And you'll notice that the water fund, the unrestricted net position does increase a bit from 2022 to 23, and then it's flat throughout the rest of the forecast period. And that's because there is a consistent level of capital spending projected throughout those years. Sewer, on the other hand, is really the inverse, where it's flat early on, and then we see the increase in 23 to 25, and that's because if you were to look at the forecast, the later years of the forecast, the capital spend is actually lower than the early years and lower than even your current 4-year average. And so we'll see that capital or that unrestricted net position grow. That's all I had with this presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioners, any question for Mr. St. Andrew? Let me see if I see any hands or faces.
Commissioner Hoff has a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
I have a couple of specific questions regarding not as much the graphs as the text. And I don't know if, Tim, you can answer them or if Mark would be better. What I was looking at is I was comparing to our last 5-year forecast. And one of the things that I noticed is there is no reference to, wait until I think of it, community development block grant funds. In the revenue section, we list all of the sources of revenue. And I didn't see community development block grant funds. Are we expecting them?
Yes. Yes. The CDBG funds are relatively small, so they're aggregated with other smaller grants to come up with the federal amount. We only get about $35,000 in CDBG grant funds, so it's just aggregated in other federal grants.
Okay, and how about state shared revenue? That also I did not see.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to receive state shared revenue in terms of constitutional sales tax, which is sales tax that is dedicated by the Michigan Constitution to be distributed to local municipalities. And there is the statutory, which is dependent on the state government allocating funds to the municipalities based on meeting certain objectives regarding transparency. But yes, those are going to continue. I don't think we put anything in there narrative-wise because there isn't going to be a huge change from year to year on that.
Oh, okay. You expect about the same as in the past, or will it be decreased this year because of COVID?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last piece? I'm working off of my computer speaker, so it's hard to hear a little bit.
My question is, do you expect it to be the same as in the past, or do you anticipate that it will be less, the state shared revenues, because of COVID?
Yeah, so everything that's coming from the states regarding the sales tax that's being collected is actually good news for the state. It is keeping relatively stable even through COVID. People are still spending, which is good, and we are still collecting approximately the same amount of sales tax. It may come out in the end being just slightly under what we are budgeting, but pretty much it's still on track. The last revenue consensus from the state is still looking pretty stable.
Okay, another question in regard to capital outlay. This is on page 14. For the 2021 year, Grant Street from East Lincoln to Humphrey is listed at an anticipated cost of $350,000. That's in our current packet. Yet I see previously that was estimated at $200,000. What increased it that much?
From last year's,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so some of it is, making sure that we have enough funds for it. Construction costs have really kind of skyrocketed over the last few years. So I believe that is just an adjustment for the anticipated increase in the cost of doing the roads, and engineering costs and so forth to do it.
And
So
Mark, do you have any idea why that was scheduled in the 2019-20 budget and now it's been moved to the 2021? So I'm assuming it was not completed.
Correct. Yeah, I think they just couldn't get that one in the schedule, or that one could have been, actually that one, I believe, we did think that we were going to do that project in that year. And then as we went through the budget process, we could not afford to do that one in that year. So we had to kick it out another year.
Okay, and I have one more question regarding to the overview of projected infrastructure costs. That's on page 4. What I notice is some figures that are either significantly higher or lower. And what I am thinking is in major streets for 22-23, where you get 5.3 million, I'm assuming that's the South Old Woodward project.
Correct. A majority of it is, yes.
Okay. Then in 23-24, under local streets, why is that so much higher, 2.1 million? What, do you know what that's anticipated?
Hang on one second. You said in
23-24, under local streets, 2.1 million.
Yeah. That is, we have Windermere and Pembroke and some cape sealing that's going to happen in that year. So 625,000 for Windermere, 325 for Pembroke, and approximately 275,000 for cape sealing. And then we have money set aside for unimproved streets. We have about 500,000 set aside for that. We don't know which roads or anything like that yet.
Okay.
We're anticipating that, once commission makes a decision on unimproved roads, that we want to make sure we are including some money at least for that in the future.
Did you include any in the 21-22 or 22-23 budget for unimproved streets?
Yes, there's $500,000 in each of those years.
Okay. Right.
For unimproved streets.
Okay. Very good. That's the extent of my questions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Hoff, if I could point out, the first question you had asked about the state shared revenue.
Yes.
So I just wanted, it's a big number, so maybe it's helpful to point it out on page 10. So if you look at the third bolded heading, it's intergovernmental.
Yes.
And then the third row down, there's a state heading. It's the first line before that, the shared revenue.
Yes.
That would be the constitutional and then the CVT funding from the state. And you can see that it's
yes.
just about $2 million.
I do see it. I did not see it in the copy part, and that's where I noticed, because it had been included previously and it was quite extensive, the description, and it was not included this year, so I just wasn't certain.
Commissioner Host has his hand up.
All right, go ahead.
The chart back to the chart on page 4, either for Tim or Mark, can you explain why the sewer fund goes down substantially toward the end of this projection? Why? The capital spending. Why is it projected so low as opposed to increase?
Mostly it's because as you go further out, we don't have as dialed in projects scheduled for those out years. So my anticipation is when we get to that point eventually, we will be spending more money on capital. It's just we don't have anything really identified in those out years yet. And with the transition in the engineering department, Jim is just trying to get his feet wet and trying to figure things out. And so that's one of the things we're going to work on for before the budget is to get a more defined project list going out in those years for him.
Okay, great. Before I give you the floor, Commissioner Baller, I'd just like to acknowledge and welcome Commissioner Sherman has joined us. Good morning, Commissioner Sherman, and hope you're feeling better. Go ahead, Commissioner Baller, with your question.
Yeah, Mr. Gerber, does your last answer also explain why there's an increase, projected increase, dramatic increase in the unrestricted net position of the sewer fund on page 7? Yes. And so an untrained eye would look at this and say, we're banking a lot of money, but we're also increasing rates. And I can understand banking some money. How much money do we have to bank, and is it really necessary to increase rates?
Yeah, I would personally, I wouldn't mind having about 5 million in each of those funds, because things come up and projects come up. If you do any kind of water or sewer project, you're talking about at least $1 million to do something that comes up unexpectedly. So, I think we're probably, at least like on the water fund side, I think we're a bit on the low side compared to other municipalities. The sewer is probably fine where it is, and like I said, once we identify more projects in those outer years, that fund balance will drop down. When we talk about the out years and not really having a lot of projects scheduled, although we tried to put some estimates in for that, you can see in the major and local street funds, there's also an increase tailing up towards the end. That's the same reason. We just don't have a good solid project list going out in those years. So there is opportunity to do road improvement projects in those years based on this forecast. So those are some of the opportunities, risks that we're trying to deal with or trying to look at when we plan out our projects going out there. So once we get out there, we say, okay, well, we had kind of 2 million out there. We could probably do 3 million in that year, and that still maintain the fund balances the way that we want.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Gerber. Just like to stay on time, as this is an item as we exceeded already the time, but any further clarification or questions for our finance people from our commissioners, from the public? Seeing none, we move to item 2, public service, and we have our Director of Public Service, Ms. Laura Wood.
Mr. Bloom does have his hand raised in this section. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloom, quickly, please, with your comment.
Thank you.
Oh, you're muted again, Mr. Bloom. Give it a second.
Thank you. Good morning again. It looks to me like there's another hole in our budget here for the building department for permit fees and for inspections. It looks to me like we're subsidizing, the city is subsidizing inspections by the tune of anywhere over to $300,000 to $600,000 a year. Anecdotally, it looks to me like a lot of the work that's going on in Birmingham are developers and tear downs. And I would like to suggest that we take a look at a two-tiered system, that if you have a homestead, maybe it's okay to subsidize residential building permits and inspection costs. But if it's a developer and it's a business, then they should be paying full freight. And I think we ought to look at going to, if it's legal, a two-tier system. So if you have a homestead on the property, maybe you get help or subsidized. But if you're a developer, and particularly if you're tearing down a house as opposed to renovating a house, the fees ought to be higher to cover our costs, because we shouldn't be shelling out money to developers and losing money on the deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we move to item 2, public service. Ms. Lauren Wood, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. How's everyone this morning?
Wonderful.
Great, thank you. Just presenting today for the Department of Public Services, in addition to myself, will be Carrie Laird, our Parks and Recreation Manager, and Robert Stempion is also online with us today. He's the Senior Vice President of Plant Marie and Cressa. So right now, Carrie Laird will lead off to go over the Parks and Recreation bond timeline.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, good morning. Ms. Laird, go ahead.
Thank you. It's exciting to be here with the City Commission this morning. And I'm here to present, as Lauren mentioned, the Parks and Recreation bond timeline. And I'm going to share my screen here with you because I have a presentation ready here. All right. Can we see my screen?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Laird.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, we're going to start off with our the list, if you will. It's the Parks and Recreation Bond Priority List. And a little bit of background on how this list originated. Back in 2018, the City Commission asked the Parks and Recreation Board to prepare a priority list of projects should funding become available. And really, it was great timing because we had just wrapped up our planning process for the 2018 Parks and Recreation Master Plan, a 5-year plan. And we had our capital projects subcommittee working through the board as part of that process. They were already active. And so we had a lot of great information already at our fingertips with all the public input that was gathered during that planning process for the master plan. There were surveys that were put out. We attended the farmers market and had a booth. We had open house and we met with stakeholders. So a lot of great information. But in addition to that, the subcommittee did have other considerations when putting together this list, including where are some of our critical needs within our park system and where are we lacking? Some of the projects that have been in the queue for a while or are part of like a phased project. Also, where are the projects located in comparison to other recently completed projects or planned for projects? And then lastly, project readiness and the time of completion. So I'm sure you've noticed that this list is just divided into 2 separate schedules. The first schedule with the projects totaling $4,750,000. The second schedule totals $6,500,000 for the total bond amount of $11,250,000, and that's what was voted on in November and approved. And so the schedules are correlating with the bond issues. So these projects in Schedule 1, with a total of the $4,750,000, will be, we're targeting a May 2021 bond issue for these projects. And the recommendation is to be able to complete all of these projects within 3 to 5 years. And we do believe this is very doable. It's a realistic goal. And we have begun planning and budgeting currently. So look for some of these capital projects appearing in the upcoming budget sessions. And then when we're completed with our first scheduled projects, then we'll go ahead and issue the second bond issue in the amount of $6,500,000. And again, the recommendation is to get these projects done within 3 to 5 years. So next, I'll be walking through our projects that are listed on Schedule 1. And we're going to start with the ice arena. Now, this project is a great example of a critical need for the park system, and a program where programs are deficient right now. And in fact, so much that we went ahead and budgeted $2 million in our normal budgeting process to accomplish the replacement of the refrigeration system, or the ice plant, if you will, in this fiscal year. So it's a $2 million in 2021 for that alone. And with the passing of the Parks and Recreation bond, we are now able to accomplish some of the building improvements that we've been hoping to accomplish and are considered to be a critical need, definitely for some groups. Our locker rooms are just way too small. Our hockey programs we're not providing the need that they have for their teams. There's just not enough room. The kids are changing in areas other than the locker rooms, and so we're not meeting the program needs at this facility. So building improvements also include larger locker rooms, women's locker room, a dedicated team locker room, and then a meeting room to be located near the studio rink that could be used to rent out for birthday parties or conferences or things like that. So what we've done so far is we brought on Plant Moran Cressa to be our consultant and our owner's rep to help us through and be part of our team for all things related to the ice arena. And since then, we've also brought on an architect for the architectural and engineering design services that was just awarded at the January 11th City Commission meeting. From there, we've already had a kickoff meeting. We've performed some site visits and progress meetings with the Andrus team, and future dates that are upcoming quickly would be to have our bid documents ready for construction in March. I'm sorry, not construction in March, but to award the project for construction to begin in April through September of this year. And we do realize that there are a couple more steps that we're going to work in there as well, with design review with the Architectural Review Committee and more public engagement along the way. All right, Adams Park is also on Schedule 1, and it is a great example of a project that's been in the queue for quite some time. The folks over that live near Adams Park have been waiting for some improvements to take place at this park. In fact, we had a concept plan put together back in 2016 by Michael J. Dool and Associates. And some of the features of that plan would include a new playground, and it'd be relocated within the park, gardens and seating area. And then we had planned on keeping some of the elements that Roper School had requested, which would include the basketball courts and shot put. However, it has been quite some time, so we do plan on re-engaging all the stakeholders for that park. We'd like to bring Michael Dool and Associates back to continue the process of park development and prepare a development plan for us and start meeting with the neighborhood groups. So that will occur fairly quickly here in the next few months. Ultimately, we would like to be ready to bid out this project in the fall for construction to begin in spring of next year. Next, we have Booth Park. This park is a great example of a phased project. So 2 of the 3 phases have been completed at Booth Park. This is the 3rd and final phase, and it includes, you can see at the bottom of the screen, a concept of an entry plaza. It's the corner feature, which will include some landscaping improvements and seating, potentially a restroom. And so with this project, it was also designed by Michael Dool and Associates. And so we'd like to engage them later on in 2021 and use next year, 2022, to meet with stakeholders, neighborhood groups, and then ultimately bid it out for construction in fall of 22 for construction to begin in spring of 2023. We have pickleball on Schedule 1 as well. And this is something that we think that we can accomplish fairly quickly. Staff is currently exploring different options for locations, and we'll be presenting them through our subcommittee and Parks and Recreation Board so that we can finalize a location hopefully by the end of the summer, with us going out to bid in the fall for a spring 22 construction for pickleball courts. And lastly on the schedule are some Rouge River Trail corridor improvements. And we've identified some locations where we would like to have some trail entry, some like trailheads, if you will, with maybe a plaza or so. We did have a concept plan done back for the trail system back in 2006. So it has been quite some time for that, but came out as part of the public engagement process that we'd like to see some improvements to our trail system, and it is also citywide use. So our first order of business will be to re-engage or start engaging our trail subcommittee. And also I'd like to back up here too. When we're talking about subcommittees, our capital project subcommittee will be working with staff along the way with all of these projects, so that we're able to report back to the Parks and Rec Board on progress, status of projects, and to ensure that we're vetting things appropriately and timing and coordination and all that good stuff. So that being said, we'll, for trails, we'll activate the trail subcommittee. We want to confirm locations that we've thought about for access points and trailhead locations. We want to bring on a trail consultant for planning and proceed with public engagement. Ultimately, we'll start construction on some of the trail system improvements, probably towards 2023, 2024. All right, during this process of Schedule 1 planning and development for the items listed under Schedule 1, we only have one playground improvement occurring at Adams Park, and all of the other playground improvements are in Schedule 2. So it's very important that we begin that design process of meeting with the neighborhood groups and getting some of these playgrounds designed so that when we're ready to issue the second bond amount, we can get started right away with some of these playgrounds. It's a very need. It's from staff, from residents. We've heard that this is definitely a priority, and we want to make that happen sooner than later. So we plan on bringing in at least 2 different playground vendors to start meeting and designing playgrounds so that we can get moving forward. We'd also like to determine potential locations for a splash pad. Splash pad is in Schedule 2. We also will be continuing our trail improvement planning as we go, because there are trail dollars dedicated in the Schedule 2 list, and you see in the lower left hand corner there we have the museum property with the park property directly next to it. So there'll be some collaboration with the museum on their project. The improvements here call for an ADA pathway with viewing areas and some improvements to the stairway in the area between Willits and Maple. Other considerations as we're in our planning process for park development: maintenance. With the exception of the new equipment for the ice plant, where we're hoping to save on maintenance costs, we will have higher maintenance costs as we're adding beautification efforts and aesthetically pleasing areas, new landscaping, could be more irrigation in certain parks. So we're going to have to plan for labor costs to go up accordingly, material costs, and potentially other contractual services as well. So we'll have to budget for that as we proceed. Also, there could be unanticipated new projects that are come to the forefront that we weren't expecting. And a great example of that, we had some residents in the Corton Lake area come forward with great ideas to improve the open space area next to the Station 2, or some of you know as Chesterfield Fire Station. So that's just something that we'll have to vet through our subcommittee, working through the Parks and Recreation Board, and ultimately City Commission for approval. I did mention that we'll be budgeting annually for all of these projects. Just because with the bond dollars were approved doesn't mean that they're available. And so it is very important that we continue with our normal budgeting procedures. Public engagement, of course, is very important along the way for all of these projects. We want to also make sure that we're hiring the right consultants for the various projects that we have, including trails and playgrounds. And we want to leverage bond dollars as best possible with grants, donations, and public-private partnerships. Also, in the design portion of these projects, we have, these are just a few items that we'll be keeping in mind as we do designs, with accessibility being so important now, even with our playgrounds, and being inclusive to all ages and abilities. We want to be good stewards of the environment, and so park features could include things such as native gardens and stormwater filtration areas. Parking is always a hot topic, and I'm sure will come up as we're developing these park plans. And then also making sure that we are consistent and standard with design features and elements of our parks, so that including lighting and decorative fencing that has come up recently. So with that, I can, well, one last thing, our website, please keep updated on park development projects at bhamgov.org/parksbond. And I have finished my presentation. We can open it up for questions at this time. I'm not sure how we're doing on time.
You went a little over, but it's a wonderful presentation. Thank you for your effort as a staff from the city, and also Plant Moran, Mr. Stampion and his team. Wonderful planning. I do have some questions myself, but I'll leave it to the commission first. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Lurd or Ms. Wood or Mr. Stampion?
Commissioner Baller has his hand up.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baller.
Quick question about pickleball. Is that going to be an all-new court or a converted tennis court?
We budgeted for a brand new court.
Okay. I would be in favor of having something constructed, whether it's temporary or permanent, whether it's new or conversion, this spring, rather than making all the many people who have been calling for relatively inexpensive improvement pickleball courts, rather than making them wait another year. If there was anything, of course, I'm only one voice, but I think I'm representing a bunch of people who like pickleball and want to see those courts and aren't really thrilled with the idea of waiting another year for them.
Great, that's great feedback. And as long as we can finalize a location, maybe that is something that we can bump ahead. We do have a lot to accomplish, but it's definitely something to consider.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Well, I have some concerns about the priority list. Several of these projects have been in the works for years and years, and yet they're moved down on the list. We have seen concept plans have been developed for Kenning Park, for, as you said, 2006, the Rouge River Trail, and yet that's at the bottom of each list, and that was in 2006. The Poppleton Park was another one that there was a lot of community input, both in Poppleton and Kenning Park, and these are way down on the list. I don't know how this list was developed, because projects that the commission has spent a lot of time on, and the community have been moved down on the list, whereas projects that haven't gotten as much attention have been moved up. As far as the Parks and Rec Board, I have a lot of confidence in them, but the current Parks and Rec Board is relatively new. Most of the people on the Parks and Rec Board were not on and may not be totally, I don't know if they're familiar or not, with the concept plans that were developed. Commissioner Long headed the Parks and Rec Board for many years, so she is familiar with it. But the people who are on the Parks and Rec Board are getting acclimated to these projects. So I have a concern about the order. Why the Rouge River Trail, which was the concept plan in 2006, is the last item on both Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. And I think that's something that we should look at. This, to my knowledge, never came before the commission to determine a priority list. So I'm very concerned about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your comment. Thank you, Commissioner Hoff.
Yeah, I actually concur with the comments about the trail. I think the trail has been discussed and studied and planned for quite a while now, and it's a priority to many citizens, including me, that seems to get passed up oftentimes. And I think a number of the enhancements that have been in the master plan for quite a long time have been really not directly addressed. I mean, we've done a number of maintenance issues, and we've invested money in the trail over the years in maintenance and other things that needed to be done. But the physical attributes and the concepts that have been discussed and specifically put into the master plan and have been there for a long time have really not been addressed head on. So I would say a priority of that, prioritizing that to some degree is really just goes along with the idea of planning and implementing and keeping in mind the different things that we plan for and start to incorporate them. If they keep dropping and not really getting done, then we're not doing what we typically do when it comes to planning and implementing. That said, I'm pleased to see that the Booth Park Corner, which is in my mind part of the trail, because it's a trail head, it's the beginning of the north part of the trail there going south, that it's on the list and part of the initial Schedule 1. But I just was asking the follow-up, going to the idea that of what we've done in the past carry forward, that there was a committee actually that I was on with Michael Duell and a number of other citizens many years ago, Booth Park subcommittee that we had, and we studied what we call Booth Park Phase 2, which is, I think, this is really what this is, which is addressing that whole corner in the beginning of the trail. I'm just making sure, I would like to make sure that the ideas and the development and the study and the time that went into that study, and Michael Duell knows this because he was part of it, I would assume, and I'm assuming, but I would just like to reiterate the importance of incorporating the thinking and the ideas of that study into this plan, and hopefully that will be incorporated going forward as we develop this plan further. So I just wanted to bring that up just to make sure that that was included in the process, if you will.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none. Public or questions? Mr.
Bloom has his hand up.
Mr. Bloom, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello. A few comments. First of all, on the ice arena, I'd like to ask the city to take a look at putting curling in. I don't know how feasible that is, but I think that would allow for more use of the ice rink and would make it more accessible to other residents. I think there's the Detroit Curling Club has a place in Ferndale or something, but it might be a unique addition to the things that we have at Birmingham to offer our residents and others that would be unique to Metro Detroit or relatively unique, and bring in other people and allow more access. Also, the new financial report on the ice arena and how it would do as a year-round facility. The numbers do look better. However, one thing that is missing from that report is an amortization of the investments costs that are being put in, and I think that needs to be taken into account so we all understand and have a better picture of the numbers, because investing in that money in the facility, it's going to have to be replaced and maintained at some point. Also, in terms of Booth Park, it's in phase 1. I think we've already spent a lot of money on Booth Park. I think there are other priorities in the city, and I would suggest that at a minimum that Booth Park $300,000 be moved to phase 2 and or scaled back to allow us to do other things. I think it's spending too much money there where we've neglected other areas, and I'd like to see that money go to trails or other things, as Commissioners Nikita and Hoff has suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I think before we move to the next item, I actually concur with Commissioner Baller's comment. That was my question to you, Ms. Laird and Ms. Wood, as I've had personal experience with a lot of residents. Actually, they approached me personally to show an interest in the pickleball. To be honest with you, I was very surprised the demand and people very interested in it, and they ask and inquire about what Birmingham is doing for that. I really believe we're going in the right stop. I'm not sure if you guys also considering, I know there's no location in place right now as we're in a preliminary phase, but I do believe taking this to the next step in a timing fashion mean as quick as possible, because really there is demand. And I'm not sure if there's any partnership we can do with Birmingham tennis racket. I don't know if for all season also that we could create some indoor all year round, because there is really a huge demand for pickleball. That's just my comment. And I appreciate the effort that you guys put into this. And I will relate to the residents, as I knew it was on the agenda today, that the city is moving forward, but with no promise so far on timing. And I hope we can get to a time soon where we can deliver that product to our residents. We appreciate you and your time.
Thank you.
That will conclude our public service. Are we discussing at all the lead water line testing with any other person? Ms. Wood, go ahead.
Oh, well, we have the ice arena presentation next, Mayor, by Robert Stempian.
So there is, okay, go ahead, Mr. Stempian, as we're running out of time on that item, but go ahead with your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Birmingham commissioners and guests visiting today. I've got a brief presentation on revenues and expenses related to the ice arena project. Clamoran Cressa was tasked with looking at forecasted revenue and expenses that are impacted by, number 1, the rink renovation project, and number 2, the extended ice season. So if I could share my screen.
Be all set.
Okay. Thank you. Set this up. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So looking at forecasted revenue changes that are going to occur with the renovation project, we're looking at an additional ice rental opportunities for the extended season. This would be basically from April to an August timeframe. We expect to have more spring hockey leagues, summer camps, and also BU hockey has expressed some interest as well for ice rental during these 4 months. There's also opportunity to reduce the utility costs with the new ice plant equipment that will be installed, which I'll get into a little bit later. The team locker room lease for the BU hockey program. One thing that we found out from our ice plant engineer that the new equipment being proposed would eliminate your yearly compressor maintenance, which is running about $8,000 a year. Also, there's opportunity with the new meeting room, observation room off of the studio ring for birthday skating parties and also community meetings. So what I did was I looked back at your historical data on your budgets and your revenues and expenses out of your budget report for the past 9 years and averaged those out. And basically, you're running at a $25,000 a year deficit. A lot of, these municipal rinks try to strive to be cost neutral, but I just want to kind of go over these numbers to let you know where you're sitting as far as your historical data that was presented in your budgets. One big impact is your utility costs. You're running off of older equipment, so of course your utility costs are not going to be as good as a new ice plant facility. And your biggest consumption is in your electrical costs. So your yearly average is about 171,000, 172,000 a year for utilities. And we expect with the new equipment that you would have a savings of at least 20% on that equipment towards the utilities, which would be a savings of 34,000. Also, there's the locker room lease for the team locker. This is an average of other area ice rinks that have dedicated locker rooms for teams. Another $8,000 that you normally would spend on your compressor for maintenance. This is like oil changes and whatnot that are associated with those compressors. This would be eliminated with the new equipment. And then we have the meeting room rental for skating birthday parties and also for other functions, community meetings or whatever you could use this this meeting room for, based on market rate of other rec centers that have these amenities associated with their buildings. If you look at the extended season for ice rental, what I did was I took your monthly rental of ice for both the main rink and studio rink, which averages out about $65,000 a month. I discounted that down 25% because it is the off season, just to get a better accurate picture, I guess, of the forecast. Your expenses would be about 120,000. That would be for your utilities or your electric, gas, water, operating supplies, concessions, and instructors involved with that extended season. And then also we have to accommodate additional staffing costs. Some of your staffing costs would be, I guess, impacted with that in the realm of the Zamboni driver, the maintenance of the rink, perhaps concessions. So I was averaging about 20,000 a month for that extended season. So you're netting out at 20,000. So with all the additional revenue capture for this renovation project, the extended ice season, I figured that we're forecasting about $88,000 in additional revenue. Your average historical revenue loss, I guess, for the year is about 25,000. So you're netting out at about 62,000. Keep in mind, these are approximate numbers based on historical data, but we feel positive that we'll have a net return by a slight amount for this ice arena. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
So as I'm looking at this, it appears most of the savings are from the original $2 million that we were looking at for the capital improvements, and not the $3.5 or $3.1 million from the bond issuance. Is that right?
Part of that 3.1 million is for renovating the existing rink, which would include the meeting room and also the team locker room. So that would be also revenue generating areas of the building.
I'm talking about the expense reductions.
The expense reductions would be attributed also to the utilities from the equipment installs.
Yes, which is part of the original $2 million that we had approved as part of our last budget.
Correct.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the bond money.
Correct.
Okay, so the question still comes back in my mind as to the residents versus non-resident usage of this facility and whether the needs of our community warrant the improvements to the ice arena. Knowing that There are a number of other communities that have closed their ice arenas. The communities find these to be extremely expensive to run and not used extensively by the residents. So I think that it's still something we need to have a further discussion on before we do this. The original amount that we allocated will see the cost savings which will make this revenue positive. The additional $3 million is not accomplishing a whole lot. It might make the facility look better, but that's the revenue increases are really not extensive.
If I may, I just have a comment. Yes, the improvements with the $2 million would address the ice plant equipment. Also, keep in mind, in order to meet ADA requirements, we have to shift the existing ice arena away from the locker room wall to create a clearer pathway. We also are looking at making the benches ADA compliant, which they are not right now. And also, in order to shift the rink, we would have to modify the bleachers to accommodate the shift. So it's not just the 2 million, the other dollars spent are interlaced with the 2 million in order to achieve ADA compliance. So I don't want to mislead people that, hey, it's just a $2 million renovation and that's it. There's other components that are impacted that would increase that $2 million cost to accommodate ADA requirements.
But Mr. Stempian, that wasn't that really kind of sidesteps the question. And that question is, or the comment was basically that the improvements that we were looking at as part of the budget accomplish the cost reductions that you're indicating here. The rest of this relates to something else. And while we have the $3.1 million allocated in the bond, as we heard in the previous discussions, there are other projects that are utilized by the residents more frequently than this is. And the dollars that our residents are going to be spending to repay these bonds should go towards projects that the residents are going to use, the taxpayers are going to use.
Yeah, Commissioner Sherman, thank you for your comment. I mean, as we know, this is the planning meeting. You can suggest, we don't want to go into a long dialogue, but if you don't mind, did your question been answered? Has your question been answered?
I'm fine. I'm good. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nikita?
Yeah, just in terms of the presentation, thanks, Robert, on this. This is helpful, and it is helpful to get a clearer, I think, from our past conversation and presentation. There was some clarity issues as to what the revenues and the expenses were and where we actually are. The real bottom line question is how much are we as taxpayers in the city, how much are we paying for the ice arena? I mean, that's kind of, I think, where this all comes from as a general point and question. And the comments I've heard from a number of residents that I've spoken to are, how much money are we putting toward this facility and justifiability and what have you. I would only ask in the presentation that you include that in some way, and maybe there's a way that you typically do this, but, and I mentioned this in our last conversation, and I was hoping to see it as part of this presentation as well. When we look at the cost of this facility to the residents, I would like to see the actual full cost. And the issue here is this just simply talks about the revenue and the expenses on a monthly, yearly basis, and how we will save once we've invested the money to fix the problems that are costing us, obviously, inefficiencies and things like that. But in the presentation, I think there should be some recognition of the $5 million that it costs to get us here and how that gets factored into the costs of the facility over time. So maybe you look at amortization. I don't know how you typically would do that on a project, but I know when I work on development projects, I look at the overall cost, and whether it's a renovation or an adaptive reuse or a brand new building, as an architect, I'm looking at the overall costs to, the developer, whoever, or the city, whoever's building it, and that cost in terms of the return on investment over time. And when I look at this, if I'm just sort of a resident looking at this as a presentation, I'm just seeing revenue and expenses as if we're, that's the only costs involved. And I think we have to factor in a significant amount of money, which is $5 million, somehow into this dialogue. So even if it's a note of the overall cost to define how that cost is part of the process and part of the system, or if you look at it over 20 years or whatever the life cycle you see as, I think it needs to be presented so it's very clear as to how much this project is costing us for our benefit. And it's just a clarity and an informational thing that I think would be very helpful for us and surely for residents looking at this going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Mr. Stampian, it's pretty obvious. It's a clear directions. I think Commissioner Sherman, Commissioner Nikita speaking in the same point of interest here. Any clarification from your end, or are you all good?
Yeah, I'll work with Lauren on this to look at the information in the request by the commissioners.
Awesome. Any other commissioner comment on that? Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a reminder that the commission voted to move forward with a workshop on this. And I believe it's on setting that workshop or discussing that workshop further is on our Monday night agenda. So that's the appropriate time to discuss this.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Commissioner Baller. And yes, it is true. So with that, any other commissioner comments on that? Commissioner Host?
No.
Is that you? Oh,
No. I was just...
Public comment? Mr. Bloom, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I think it would be really nice to be able to have a successful ice rink project. So I'm not opposed to it. I do think some better planning would help. Commissioner Sherman referenced that other communities are closing their ice rinks. That makes ours more valuable and more of a scarce resource. So I think we ought to look at trying to charge more for it, and even for the locker rooms, especially if it's a dedicated locker room. I think I mentioned earlier we could try, maybe, I don't know what's involved with that, Mr. Stempian, but having curling would make this more accessible to adults. They don't need skates. They can do this later in the evening on weekends. The other thing I think we could do, and I don't know what the legality of this is, but actually put a bistro in there, either city operated or lease it out. You could spend some extra money on the project. You could have glass that overlooks the ice rink, and you could be serving alcoholic beverages in there, and we could be making some money back. And that might be a nice entertainment option for people in our community, and it would generate some revenue. But I would like to see the ice rink go forward. I'd just like to see better numbers on it. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Mr. Bloom. With that, Ms. Wood, do you have a comment?
Oh, Mayor, I just want to keep on track for you. I could do my lead water testing program real quick if you'd let me.
I'm about to say, you go ahead. The floor is yours, Ms. Wood.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go through this very quickly. Does everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to bring us all up to speed with regard to the program that we started in 2019. You recall that we did an inventory of all of our lead lines, and the preliminary number showed that we had about 731 by doing all of the research with the city records and visual inspections and knowledge of inventory. And we went through that as a deadline to the state in December of 2019. So that was submitted by us. And then we, in conjunction with that, we established a city website, lead testing a line or webpage, I should say, that is still online. It's still active and allows residents to go put in their address and check what kind of material they have for their piping. Which still works. I've still been doing it myself just to make sure it's still accurate. So we have that available to the public. And the website was prompted as a result of the Community Water Forum that many of the commissioners and the public had participated in, if you recall, at Seaholm back in 2019. That was a public education process that included the state, the county, and city officials. And that was to go over the lead testing requirements and also to make resources available to our community, to our public, and steps to reduce the risk of lead exposure with those that we identified originally. At that time too, you may recall, we did a very aggressive program with making available water faucet filters to those residents that had the lead service line. And that was noticed to them by letter and various forms of communication. And then here's the site that we do keep promoting, bhamgov.org/lead testing. And you remember we hired HydroCorp to do this program for us. They started in the beginning of 2020, and they were going to go through and sample all of the lead service lines. But it came to a screeching halt because of COVID. So March, they got so many done and they had to sit tight for a while. Because of COVID, all the businesses were closed. At that time, we only had to do 60 required tests or samplings to accommodate the EAGLE program. But as you know, the city wanted to be more aggressive in order to establish a list to replace the lead lines. So we initiated full bore testing. So as soon as they could get back in the homes to drop off the sample kits for the residents to test, they did that. So there was a first part was in the beginning of between January and June of last year, and then the second phase was July to December, where we have reporting requirements with EAGLE, which we submitted those. We were we accommodated everything through that. And then the good news is, during this process, we found that we were able to update the sampling program, or the counts, if you will, the original inventory of 731. It fluctuated during this this testing program for several reasons noted on the slide. We did add and subtract depending on vacant homes, homes under construction, demo locations, and then there's quite a few houses that had whole house water filter systems. So, excuse me, with that, we couldn't test the water appropriately. So those would be accommodated for the lead testing or lead replacement program and be placed on that list. So this evolved quite a bit. All the results were sent to the lab. The results from the lab went directly to us, the city, and to SACWA. So we covered all the check marks, if you will, to make sure that we were legit in testing, providing results. All the residents receive what's called a consumer notice of the lead and copper results. So a lot of those, when those results got mailed out to our residents, they would call and want to talk about the results. What does that mean? And how can they be put in the queue for lead line replacements? So with that, we've been working, DPS and engineering have been working very closely, providing those addresses, coordinating the lead line replacement program, of which Mike and Jim are going to go over right after I'm done. So the customers that contact us, they want to confirm the results and then talk about those next steps. So the removals, okay, so the Jim and Mike are going to go through this, so I'll skip this portion of it. And then just in summary, I think we've done a lot in 2020. We did it in 3 phases because of the glitch and the shutdown for a couple months. Total, we've tested 554 locations, and that's about 79%. We got our number down to about 701. That's going to fluctuate, I'm sure, as we find more discrepancies with the addresses due to a variety of reasons that I previously mentioned. HydroCorp will continue to send letters out this year to get those remaining people invited basically to be part of that testing program. So Birmingham has been out in the front with this and taking great steps to keep this program running fast and furious. So that's just an update on this, and I'm sure we could segue right into engineering whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes. Lauren, how many lead lines have been replaced?
Well, this is a little segue. I don't want to give away the good news for Jim and Mike, but they're going to talk about that next. We did a lot of lead line replacement as part of the Maple Road project, and they've tackled the high lead counts. But I think, Mayor, we might just want to turn it over to them unless there's more questions for me.
Yes, I have another question, and maybe they're going to address it. What about the cost, and where is that shown in the budget?
I think they're going to address that as well.
Okay.
I don't want to take their script.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Commissioner Hoff, why don't we do go to engineering and let the Mr. McDonald and Mr. Surhai go through their lead water line replacement program, and then probably open it to question. Mr. Bloom, I see your hand. Is it something related to what we're gonna do next? And should you wait?
No, my question is for Lauren, if I may ask, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, so one of the things I actually noted, because I was looking at another property in Birmingham, is that there are homes in Birmingham that on the city map that you have a link to in your presentation, which still have undefined water service. So I guess, can you tell us what percentage or how many homes in Birmingham are still undefined as to the type of water service that we have? And then what are the plans to get that to get that information complete on the map? Thank you.
Ms. Wood, did you get the question?
I did, and that's probably a couple twofold. It could be a data resource, because what you look up is only as good as what material and information is available. So I think that's something, Mr. Bloom, that we could check on if there's some deficiencies with that, because I think either by visual inspection or on our records, we are pretty certain of what the material is, and our engineering department's having the contractor check that as well. So I think you'll learn a lot more at the next presentation as well, Mr. Bloom.
Yeah, and I see.
I was looking at Wallace Street last night, and I noticed that there were several properties that did not have information there.
Yeah, Mr. Bloom, thank you for your question. Ms. Wood, I think we're going to leave the floor right now for Mr. McDonald and Mr. Surhai. You don't have to answer this now. Go with your presentation, and I think it's going to answer a lot of questions. So with that, we welcome you both. And let's start with the engineering. First item is the lead water line replacement program. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Boutros. Appreciate the introduction. Just a quick answer to Mr. Bloom, though, regarding the inventory. I mean, that's something that we're constantly updating as we gather more information. And yeah, there are a number of homes that have unknown record, or the record was incomplete. But some of the factors we also evaluated was, what some of the neighboring properties and materials they used when the home was constructed. And those kind of lead towards a feeling that it's likely not lead versus that likely might be lead if it's unknown. So part of the process we're going through is a constant update on that, and that's definitely something we can, along the way, provide reports to the commission to give you a summary of those items. So I have Mike McDonald here with me this morning to help present on the lead water service line replacement. He's with Hubble, Roth & Clark, and he's been the project manager to lead this effort for the city. And so I'll just hand it over to Mike if you want to share your screen, and you can run with that.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. Let's see. I'll share pull up my PowerPoint presentation. Has that worked with share my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, so okay, sorry about that. Okay.
Yep, it's coming up. You go ahead. It's on.
All right, perfect. Success. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Again, I'm Mike McDonald with Hubble, Roth & Clark, and Lauren, thank you for setting that up on a tee for me. So hopefully I answer some of the things that you mentioned I would. So the thank you for giving us this opportunity to present today. This has been a pretty exciting project to be involved in, and it's been great to talk with so many of your great residents and the various folks at the city. And it's a pretty big effort, and Lauren and her team of her and Sean have been very instrumental in this, as has Bruce and Heather in the building department and their plumbing inspectors, and Jim at engineering, and Scott Zielinski and Brian Hardy and Chris Morton are instrumental in it, as well as our Becca Yankee from our office, one of our young engineers. She's been pretty involved in it and meeting with residents and the contractor and things. And then, of course, our contractor's doing a great job. A company named D'Angelo Brothers that actually completes the replacements. They are a great company and are ingenious in how they do this, and we're lucky to have them complete the work for us. So this photo in our initial screen is one of a typical installation, and shows some of the different things that we need to avoid and not disturb. Some beautiful landscaping and entryways and sculptures there leading into the home, and thankfully we don't need to disrupt any of those during the replacement. The work really and outside the home is in about a 4x4 area where their stop box is along the back of their sidewalk. And they have a hole that's about 4 or 5 feet deep down to the depth of the water service. So thankfully we don't need to disrupt this. And we'll actually see some photos of the interior of this home at the end of the slide to show some of the other things that were encountered inside that needed to be worked around. So, okay. So as Lauren mentioned, there's 731 services that are known. We're working under a couple of different mandates, one from the state, which requires 5% of the services to be replaced beginning this year, and then a slightly more stringent requirement of 7% that the feds require due to some testing results in September of 30. The 7% equates to 52 services that need to be replaced every year by the 30th of September. So our first requirement was this past September, which we did meet. Okay, why is this not advancing? All right. Okay. So here's a map of the city, which shows in green with green dots all of the various properties scattered throughout the city that have known lead service lines. This was a map that was generated using the city's GIS system, which was a fantastic resource to utilize and is a great time saver. All of our data and records that we're generating as part of the program are housed in the GIS. It's a completely paperless process. The one form of paper that is generated, the access agreements, that is saved immediately into the GIS. So everything will be housed in that fashion. Here again, it is some of the noting this how aggressive the city is in attacking these replacements. As Lauren had noted, from a testing standpoint, that's also being done from a replacement standpoint. The city had decided in the end of 19 that we don't want to just provide the minimum replacements. We want to do more. So a budget amount of $800,000 was allocated for the current fiscal year through June 30th of 21, and then the next 2 years, $900,000 has been allocated to those replacements. And we get credit for these replacements at the state and the feds from a couple different methods. As Lauren mentioned, a couple of the capital projects this past year that replacements were done were the Maple Road project, and then there was the Lakeview Water Main project. Each of those, I think in total, had about 20 replacements that were completed as part of that we counted. And then also homeowners periodically replace them. I don't think there were any last year, but in the past they have, and if there are any in the future, we would count those and reduce the list. More common are when home reconstructions are completed. Those are required to be, the services are required to be replaced if they're found to be lead. And that process, we work closely with Emily from our office, who works with building and and the engineering department to complete the residential site reviews. That's one of the first things she looks at, is to see if what type of service they have. And if it's lead, she gets in contact with us so we can update our list, and that can be replaced by the homeowner and the contractor. And then obviously the lead service line replacement program that we're talking about today.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do we have any further, Mr. Surha, you want to continue, or you want me to open it to question? If you have, I suggest you continue before I open it to questions. I can't see you guys, but let me see. Mr. Surha, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mayor Boutros, yeah, we can open it to question, I think, particular to the lead service lines. You know, some of the other topics are related, but not related to this.
Sure. My question, did that conclude your presentation for the lead water line replacement?
No, we had a bit more to cover. If you'd like, I can wrap it up with just to give us some highlights of what has been done to date, to maybe answer a couple of other questions, if that's what you'd like.
I'd like you to finish the presentation completely. That might answer some questions instead of taking the questions beforehand, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, the replacements were done in a partnership with your water supplier, which was the Southeastern Oakland County Water Authority, SACWA, and they retained a contractor through a pretty extensive bid process, which we assisted them on. I think 5 bidders submitted quotes for it. We reviewed pretty thoroughly 2 of the lowest priced bidders that had the most experience as well. A primary contractor was retained, but he had the least expensive price for the work, as well as the best qualifications. So that's the contractor that we're using, a firm named D'Angelo Brothers, as I had mentioned earlier. So they're the ones completing all the work. It's each community's responsibility to administer their own programs, sign people up for it, get the agreements, and work with the contractor directly to schedule it with the homeowner's schedule. So we work with the city to complete that. So some of the few of the many things that we need to do, and this is where it was fun interacting with all the homeowners. They surprisingly, I wasn't sure how they might receive us trying to arrange these replacements, but nearly everybody I've talked to, over 125 people, I think at this point, they are super receptive to it, and it's been very easy to get them to participate. So we have a meeting with them ahead of time to look at where their service enters their home, where their water meter is, if there's any limitations to the work that need to be addressed before the contractor arrives and completes the replacement. We thoroughly go through how the replacement will occur, get them to sign the temporary access agreement that the city attorney's office had prepared. We usually have days when the contractor is available to complete the work at the time of the pre-inspection, and we select a time for that to occur. The contractor is able to do 2 or 3, actually 3 of these a day. It usually takes 2 to 3 hours. So we're able to get that arranged. And then we either complete the inspection of the replacement or work with the city staff to have that completed, fully document all of the construction that occurs during the replacement, get that saved into the city's GIS system for future record, fully review the contractor's pay request for the work completed, and work with SACWA to get that paid, and then they seek reimbursement from the city. So to the current status, so 52 were completed as required by September 30th. So that was reported to the state and the feds by the city, so that the initial years were completed. And then to carry on and meet the city's more aggressive replacement schedule, they resumed their work in about mid-November, and they've been working a number of days a week throughout. Even yesterday, they completed some replacements. So they are doing a great job. The residents are very happy to have this done for the most part, and their work continues. So to date, we have taken 731, and we've reduced that down to 601 remaining known services. That includes 116 that have actually been replaced from those various methods that I mentioned. And then we've also found 14 of the previously thought to be lead service lines that were actually already copper. So those are included in the 130. So this summarizes the 116 that were actually replaced, the 14 that were found to be copper, giving us 601 remaining. And through the SACWA contract, we found that about the average cost is about $5,000 per replacement. And then this will address a question by Mr. Bloom about the other services that are out there as well. And there is a verification process that's going to be required by the state. They haven't finalized their guidance on it, but we should get that here soon. And there is some of that that's required for locations that are listed as unknown. So a verification, which will probably include visiting the home, could include exposing it at the curb stop box to see what the material is, but there will be that will be required as well in the coming years. And the city has submitted a grant application for that, and we're hopeful that funding is received for that from the state. Here is a few photos of the construction that occurs on the outside in their front yard. So that you can see in the middle photo is that 4x4 or thereabouts hole. That piece of equipment is what they use to pull the cable through the line. It actually removes the existing service when that cable comes through it, and then right behind the removal of the existing service, it pulls through the existing copper service. And here are a couple of photos of what occurs on the inside of the home. The photo on the left is a typical install where the line comes through the wall. They chip out a small opening around the pipe so that the existing pipe can be pulled through and the new pipe can be pulled in. They then patch that hole up in the wall around the new pipe penetration. The photo in the lower left and the middle is an installation where they go through the floor. And then you can see on the right is how they bring the copper piping into the basement, and then they pull that through a small opening in the wall. Here is a before and after. It's a pretty typical pre-existing photo, piping coming through the wall, and then the new piping as they complete their work. Here we've got a couple of atypical locations. This was a pretty strange one. The homeowner had added what they call the bonus room next to their original basement. This was underneath like an addition. So they exposed the service, and we didn't want to get involved in any of that. So they ended up directionally drilling from the front yard into the utility room that was behind this bonus room, and they didn't have to mess with any of that. And the homeowner is now going to fill that bonus room in so that doesn't need to be cared for anymore. Here's another interesting location that had in the photo in the middle is the upper middle is how it existed beforehand. It was in pretty tight confines next to their water meter or water heater, and in a small closet. The pipe actually was run through the foundation of the home and then popped out just before the meter. So to avoid disrupting any of that, the contractor actually excavated on the exterior of the home there back behind the car in the photo to the left. And then the gentleman standing in the hole he's out near the driveway where their stop box was. They pulled the line through between those two holes there under the driveway, and then they cored through the foundation of the home there on the photo to the right, and were able to connect up to the water meter there, and they avoided disrupting any of that encased water service. And then this is the home that was shown in the initial slide. They actually had their service and their line running to their water meter were behind some finished spaces of the home. So we had to meet with the contractor and the homeowner a couple of times to come up with a solution for this. So they had their water service enters the home underneath this wet bar there in the photo to the left in the floor. And it's shown here in the photo in the upper right-hand corner, came up through the floor and then went to the right behind the closet and enclosure in the photo to the middle and came out into the utility room behind their water softeners. And we didn't want to disrupt any of that, obviously. So the contractor was able to directionally drill on an angle from their stop box out near the sidewalk over into a new opening in the floor in their utility room and connect in that fashion and not disrupt any of those things. So that was a great way to avoid disrupting all that for the homeowner. And with that, I'd be open to any questions you might have or any topics I didn't cover that you'd like to address, or if you have any questions afterwards, my contact information's here and you can reach me at any time.
I appreciate you, the presentation, Mr. McDonald. If you don't mind, we don't need your screen so I can see everybody else unless you still need it.
I do not.
All right, thank you. So I can see here we go. Now I see commissioners. Commissioner Host, go ahead.
All I want to say is to DPS and engineering and Mr. McDonald, thank you so much for being proactively handling this. And I think that it's made everyone calmer in our town, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Good. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead. And yes, you had a couple of questions. I hope, go ahead, proceed with your comment. And if the questions were unanswered also, go ahead.
My question perhaps is for Mark Gerber. Where this $900,000 that is budgeted for this important program, where is that allocated in our budget? Does that come out of engineering? Does it come out of capital projects? Where is the 900,000? Because up until 2 years ago, we didn't have this project underway. So where did the money come from?
Gerber?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So the cost associated with the lead service line abatement is in the water fund. Because it's not the city's assets that we're replacing, it's an individual's asset, is not in the capital outlay. It's in operations and maintenance costs.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Any other, Commissioner Baller, go ahead. We need to unmute Commissioner Baller.
Sorry, yeah, excellent presentation, Mr. McDonald. Thank you.
Welcome.
2 quick questions. Average time it takes to do one of these, and then I'm thinking 1 or 2 days. And then you gave us an average of the cost of about $5,000, but I can imagine that some of these cost a lot more and some a lot less. Is that fair to say? And confirm for me, we're required to pay for it no matter how wacky the repair is. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Baller. Yes, the state, that's a state requirement. So the state is put that all on the communities to replace it from the water main to the water meter. And that is not a federal requirement. I just said it on a webinar the other day through AWWA, and they were trying to grasp that as well. And it's not required anywhere else. The municipality in other locations is required from the stop box to the water main, but Michigan's taken it a step further. So yes, that it does need to be borne by the cities for that. And then I think your first question was, how long does it take? And it's actually like a 2 to 3 hour process. If I didn't mention that, I'm sorry, but yeah, they're able to do 3 per day. So it's quite remarkable how quick they move. And then I think you were asking about the cost. Yeah, so there's a couple different components that affect the cost. It's the size of the service. The larger the service is, the more expensive the copper piping is, and it takes them a little longer. And then do they have to do between the city water main all the way to the meter, or is it just from the the stop box into the home. So you've got some long sides and short sides, but so yeah, there is a variance in cost and how many feet it is from those various points in. But some are obviously less and some are more. Do you have a patch in the street to replace, or is it just some lawn area? So, but in long and the short is that 5,000 was about what we're seeing is the average cost for the ones that have been completed today.
Can you give me a low and a high?
Yeah, I could. I think probably 3,500 is probably the low, and maybe 6,500 is the high, I would think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Awesome. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your comment, please.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on the budget. Now that we've had some of these in place and we've gone through the process and we now have a pretty good sense of the cost, do you feel confident that the projected overall budget and the cost to the city is going to be relatively accurate when we get to the end of all this? Or do you feel that we're going one way or the other? I mean, or is it too early to tell, I guess?
Mr. Turhai, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I'll answer. Yeah, I think it's a little too early to tell. I think that the amount that's allocated is very sufficient to complete the the goal that the city has of replacing about 100 of them a year, to get ahead of the minimum requirement that the state put on us. That's part of our, now that we're doing some of these, you're exactly correct. We're going to look in more detail what they're costing and then be able to more accurately project into years, because it's not going to be over in 3 years. There's going to be, all 600 remaining need to be replaced according to the state law. So this will be continuing further, and those future budget numbers will, be refined to reflect the costs as they're incurred.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. With that, we go to our next item. Or Mr. Bloom, you have a question, comment?
Yes, good morning. I have a comment. So I just heard that we could do that 3 homes a day could be done, and the average cost is about $5,000. So that's $15,000 a day for a crew and some equipment. And I don't know what the cost of that is, but just thinking about the numbers, this is a pretty lucrative business to be in. And if the revenue is that much, couldn't the city be having our own people either find another contractor at less cost, or couldn't the city be using our own people and save some money? I mean, if you think about it, 3 houses a day for 10 days, that's $150,000. I mean, that's a lot of money, and we shouldn't be leaving it on the table if we don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Bloom. All right. With that, I believe I want to thank you guys. Thanks to staff. This been a great journey for our anxious residents, especially very important subject here, lead water and all what's happening in our state. We don't want to go back then. Kudos to our staff, to Mr. McDonald and to Mr. Surhai also. This is amazing how the process has been going, and I hope that we can also keep the speed going as the comfort in the homes is there already, and that's very important to our residents. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yep. With that, we go to our item C under engineering major streets, and I do believe we have Mr. Scott Zelinski on that.
And I'll be presenting the remainder of the items.
Go ahead, Mr. Surhai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Open this up and share screen. Okay. Looks like that's working, so.
We didn't do that.
Okay. So yeah, I'm assuming you can see the screen. So I'll get started. I'll try to catch up on some time. So I'll go through these maybe rather quickly. So I'm not trying to skip anything, but we'll try to hit the important highlights. You know, as you see, there's a few related sections where we talk about some of the major. Oops, I'm always back.
Mr. Surhai, you're discussing item B, right? Just for the record, I'm sorry, I missed that. You're doing the backyard sewer lining program?
Yes, but hang on, I gotta go back to the first slide. Apologize about that. Hope I didn't make anyone
Yes, go ahead.
be sick here, so sorry.
No.
So, yeah,
We
we're
don't want to
covering
skip
the,
it.
yep,
Go ahead.
sorry, sewer and the water, update. I'll get through it as quick as we can here and then leave some time for questions. So as you know, the city's been on a program to update the backyard, to address the issues with utilities that are in the rear yards of homes, which includes some sewers and water mains in certain neighborhoods. In 2011, a master plan was approved by the city commission that provided for, a way forward to address these. In general, the water mains in the backyards were to be abandoned over a period of time, and that the sewers were going to be rehabilitated and maintained going into the future. This is a map from 2018 or through the end of 2018 showing some of the projects that have been completed through that time period. As you see, the neighborhoods are highlighted where these rear yard utilities were located. So at this point, all of the, for all the streets or all the homes that have water mains in the backyards, new water mains have been installed in the streets, and a new service and stop box was provided for each of those homes from the street sewer. They were given an order to disconnect and a 10-year period to complete that disconnection. And we're in the process now in the next couple of years of confirming that everyone's been disconnected at this time and then start to abandon those lines. And then the sewer lining has occurred, and you see in the Corton Lake area in the northwest part of the city. Those lines were completed in 2018 in those areas. This map is kind of zoomed in on the Corton Lake area. The kind of pastel lighter colors are highlighting the sewer lines that have already been relined, and then the lines that are in red are going to be relined as part of a project that is already underway in that neighborhood. For that, we hired a contractor, Granite Inliner, to do the cleaning of the sewer lines in this neighborhood, prepare them for the sewer lining, and then to complete the sewer lining work. Upon completion of this project, as you see here, kind of just south of Oak and in the neighborhood, west of Pilgrim, there'll be 3 remaining blocks in this neighborhood that need to be lined. And then also in the East Maple Gardens area, there's a rear yard sewer that still remains to be lined. This map here is showing, the parcels in the Corton Lake neighborhood. And as part of the process in 2011, due to some variabilities in what easements were provided when these subdivisions were platted, the city decided to obtain new easements, updated easements for these sewer lines that are in the backyards that are going to be maintained, and make sure they get recorded at the county, and that so that future maintenance will be able to occur. The areas, the parcels that are shaded in blue, we have the easements in hand, and on a lot of those neighborhoods or streets, the lining work has been done. The orange parcels are the homes where we do not have an easement in hand yet. I've circled a couple or 4 of these in red because these are easements that are in the current project area that are still needed, and we're in the process of trying to meet with those homeowners one more effort to get that easement before the sewer lining is done. If we don't have them in time, then that portion of the lining or this contract will be excluded until a future year. And then the East Maple Gardens area, so that's north of Maple and east of Eaton. There's a rear yard sewer that goes through there, also a water main, but here we're addressing the sewer. There still are some easements which are highlighted in red that are needed before we can complete that project. So our future actions, like I mentioned, the current action is we have a project underway that we're hoping to get quite a bit of these sewers lined and rehabilitated, so they'll be better utility going forward for a number of years. This year we'll be updating our list of where these easements are needed and making another effort to obtain them. Like I said already, the 3 blocks will remain in Court and Lake neighborhood after the sewer lining is complete this year, and 1 block in East Maple Gardens. And like I said, we'll be working to verify the water main disconnections have been complete and start abandoning those lines. So if there's any questions on this portion of the presentation, I'd be open to take those.
Commissioner Ballard, go ahead with your question or comment.
Yeah, question for our attorneys. Is there any alternative to getting an easement? This keeps coming up, and
the alternative to getting easements is to go to a condemnation proceeding, which would be somewhat expensive. We've been somewhat successful, but it's taking a longer period of time than we wanted it to take to secure the easements necessary. You may recall, Commissioner Ballard, that when the ad hoc committee met to discuss the alternatives to fixing these sewers, the decision was to line them. The city engaged Phil Seaver Title Company to examine some sample properties to determine the nature and quality of the easements and who they belong to. About a third of the properties didn't have any easements. About a third of the properties had easements that didn't describe that they were private easements, which is usually interpreted as being a public easement, that were of sufficient size that they were okay. And about a third of the properties had easements, but they were so small, like only 5 foot, you couldn't get anything back there to work on the sewers to pull the lines through. So that's why we decided to refresh all the easements to get them uniform, so this would be an easier task for the sewer lining company that's coming through. But the other alternative is to go to condemnation.
and you said that's expensive for us?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ballard?
That's expensive for us?
Yeah, because we have to, the problem that's going to occur is that with the condemnation, you were taking the property, and you have to pay the property owner for it. Plus, you have to start a litigation process to get there. So if you have to take 50 properties and sue 50 different people, you can increase your costs significantly plus paying the property. Now, we did research briefly, can you assess those costs back to the neighborhood as part of being part of an assessment for the sewer lining, which we didn't think was a good idea either, because it just creates more animosity from the neighborhood towards the city for doing that. So we're trying to find the most customer-friendly way of doing this.
So did we have to get easements from 100% of these property owners, or only some portion of them? Because
actually,
we only had sufficient easements.
We needed about 2/3 of the property owners to give us new easements, but they figured it was easier just to cover everybody because it didn't cost us that much more.
So we've had pretty good response. We've gotten most of the easements we needed.
That's correct. Particularly the one section on the north side, we've gotten a very good response. There's only like 2 or 3 holdouts now.
So if we condemned, would we be condemning the entire property, or just the portion?
Condemning for the easement.
Only the portion that we need for the easement?
Right. But the easement is not only the area for the lining, but you want an ingress and egress easement so you can get back there to maintain it. So if there's a sewer break, we're allowed to cross the property to get equipment back there to work on it. And if you look at Google Maps or any of those sort of things and get an aerial view, the back of these yards, there's a lot of problems where people have had substantial shrubbery. They've got pool houses, they got fences. I mean, they've really created an issue that made it very difficult for us to do anything other than to line the sewer.
So do we have a plan?
Yes.
If these people remain intransigent?
We're going to try to get the rest of the ones on the south side done, and then we'll find out how many left we have to deal with. And then we'll consult with the city commission as to which way they want to go. Because in the past, the city commission has always been reluctant to go for condemnation against its own residents.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Public? None. Okay, we move on to major streets.
Yeah, let me,
Is that you, Mr. Sarhai, too?
yep, let
Awesome, go
me
ahead.
get back to sharing my screen, hopefully. And advance. Okay. Yeah, so this section will go over the upcoming street projects that are in the planning stages. Currently, just to kind of a recap, to show what was done in 2020. We have highlighted here in orange. The biggest project there was the Maple Road project, as everyone I'm sure had to suffer through, but it's done now, so that's great that that project is behind us. There was a project on 14 Mile in partnership that with Royal Oak. It's a shared ownership road with our neighbor to the south, and that project was completed. And then Lakeview Avenue was completed as a special assessment district for the paving, but also with new sewer and water. Because of the Maple Road project and other things, there's a lot of shuffling. I think some of the commissioners noted in the budget review that the projects are out of sequence. So we're making an effort this year to try to get things, some of these projects that were passed on for various reasons back into the list or into construction and get those completed. So for 2021, we're focusing on a number of projects that will get us caught back up on our capital planning. One project here to note is Cranbrook Road. That roadway is the Road Commission for Oakland County's jurisdiction. So this summer they will be resurfacing that road where Birmingham will pay a share of that. So and also with Bloomfield Township and the Road Commission. And one thing just to note on that project, there will be the portion of the road between Lincoln and Maple is currently a 4-lane road. When the Road Commission is done, it's been decided to stripe that as a 3-lane road. So it'll be one northbound, one southbound, and then a center left turn lane in that stretch. And they hope that'll help alleviate some of the traffic issues that, with the frequent areas where left turns need to be made. Other projects we have planned coming up are Grant Street between Lincoln and Humphrey, and then also a small piece between Bird and 14 Mile. That project will include sewer and water improvements, including a piece of relief sewer across the park that will fulfill a past relief project to help out the sewers along Benneville and other parts of that neighborhood. We're showing here, even though it's not a major street, but just kind of more highlighted potential construction is the Pierce Alley. That's the alley that popped up in the middle. It runs between Pierce Street and Merrill. That project's nearly ready to go out for bids. It was bid previously, and but the project was not awarded at that time. So we're going to put it out for bids again and then go from there. Then Peabody between Brown and Maple is looking to be reconstructed. That's a road we're proposing to do with asphalt with the public parking structure there. There's a lot of traffic comes up and down that road and uses that. So with the asphalt road, there's a ability to minimize the time that the road is blocked for construction and blocking traffic. And then there's a stretch of Townsend between Chester and Southfield. That's on the plans for this year. And then Pierce from Lincoln to Bird. Now in 2022, again, our focus going forward is going to be to really look at all these projects again and like Mark mentioned, make sure our costs that we're budgeting for are reflective of the current bidding environment and that make sure we're adequately planning. Also to coordinate with the upcoming Southwold Woodward project, which will be a costly project. So we're talking for 2022, Reading, which these will pop in, Oakland Avenue between Old Woodward and Woodward, Adams Road towards the northern city limits to Ribbon or to Madison, and then Edgewood south of Lincoln to South Lawn. Those projects are in their earlier development stages, so we'll be evaluating pavement materials that we'd be proposing, and then also coordinating with the multimodal transportation board for other enhancements or improvements that might be needed related to multimodal issues. And then also, Mark mentioned earlier in his report that also in the budget for 2022 are some undetermined projects as of yet that we just have some place marks in that budget, for local roads. Right now they're labeled as unimproved road project, but like I said, we're trying to plan ahead and know that some of those projects would also be inserted in here as they get prioritized. And then on that same note, in 2023, we're really only showing South Old Woodward, but there are other projects that are in the budget, or there's money in the budget for other projects. And as part of our planning this year, we'll be filling those in and coming to some determination of where those are at. So this map's just showing everything all together, so it's in your packet. I could take questions on this part of the presentation, or if you'd like, I would suggest that if I just finish the other two sections, because they might all have related questions, and just to save time in case something gets answered in the presentation, and it might save us some time.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Surha. Please continue your presentation.
So our section on unimproved streets planning, as you know, right at the end of 2020, the ad hoc unimproved street committee concluded its charge, presented a final report to the city commission, which was accepted by the commission. And so the purpose of this presentation isn't to rehash all that, but one, just to, I think, reinforce kind of what they call the key areas that were presented in that report, and then some discussion of how that might be implemented if those if those recommendations were to be accepted. So the number one item was initiation of the petition process. Our current system, it's a fully homeowner-led effort. The homeowner has to collect the petition, get the signatures, and then it gets turned into engineering department. And then at that point, if there's enough support, we go through the special assessment process. The recommendation of the committee was, the ad hoc committee, was to allow for that process to be a city-led effort, where through our normal capital improvement planning, we deemed the project was important to be included for road condition, for sewer condition, for water condition, that the city could initiate that petition process and create the special assessment district. With that recommendation, that homeowner-led process would also still be an option if the residents on a particular street wanted to advance their project forward, in the schedule, then that option would still be available for consideration. Another item there was selection of a road surface. The ad hoc committee made a recommendation that concrete pavement with curb and gutter would be the preferred road surface, but it would also be up to a case-by-case evaluation to determine if an asphalt road was more appropriate. And that would occur during the design process, and then that would be presented to the commissioners, through the normal way that we would handle projects at this time. And then identification of funding sources. The ad hoc committee recommended a quote-unquote pay-as-you-go approach, which is similar to how projects go now, where there's a general fund transfer and then a special assessment assigned to the property owners. And just to point out here again that, all, up to date and going forward, the city would be contributing 15% of the paving costs, and only 85% of those costs would be part of the special assessment. And then the city would be exploring potential bond sales to supplement the sewer and water funds if that is needed. I think in the packet I included, I call it a supplemental note just to present my opinion. I think, the city of Birmingham has done a great job, especially over the last 20 years of being aggressively, improving the infrastructure, which I think is an essential thing to do. And I'm not just saying that because that's what I do for a living, but there's more work to do, even through everything we've done. The water system still has a number of 4-inch lines and long, like 900 or 1,000-foot long 6-inch lines, which severely limit the fire flows that are available at the hydrants that are on those lines. And within the sewer system, there still are capacity improvements that are recommended to handle the drainage, the surface drainage that gets into the combined sewers, and as well as certain areas of the city are being set up to allow for some storm drainage improvements and to help divert some of this storm flow out of the combined sewer system and into the Rouge River or Wharton Lake, and thereby also reducing long-term costs to the city for sewage treatment of that storm water. And so along those lines, having where these improvements are needed on unimproved roads, that has sometimes been a hurdle when these projects were being planned for. And and I think it's really important for the city going forward to bring that back where we're not pushing the conditions on the unimproved streets off to the side. We're treating them different than the improved streets, because coordinating these projects saves money. If we have to do a sewer water main improvement, the city has done that on unimproved streets and then just restored the pavement as best as possible. But then, even with the current system, if within a year or two the residents decide they want their full pavement replaced, there's just that those costs are, to have two separate projects are more to the taxpayers overall, and coordinating them will save money. This next section is on infrastructure scoring program update. The city's been using a system since the mid 2000s to help plan for capital projects by looking at the public infrastructure. I call here the easily visible ones, our roads and bridges. Those are the things we see that we feel when we drive and their impacts. But there's also that part of the infrastructure that's easily forgotten, and that's our water and sewer pipes. The current system, uses ways to rate each of those three components: the road condition, the sewer condition, and the water main condition. The scores are combined and then sorted by street, and that gives us a list of priorities of projects that help guide us to plan and use the city's money wisely and to address the needs across the city. Within our road condition rating, it's a visual inspection that gets conducted, a survey, a drive-through of streets. We look at the severity and the extent of the deterioration of the road, and then also the traffic observations or the traffic conditions. So those are all factors in that score. We're generally giving a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being the worst for each block of the street and of improved streets in the city. Now the unimproved street scoring up to this date, that has not been done, and that was part of the ad hoc committee report, was presenting a method to to include unimproved streets in the capital planning projects. The road condition scores, we are looking forward to having those updated this spring after the current freeze-thaw cycle is over, and we will get new scores input into our tables and to assess the road conditions. For our sewer conditions, listing out here some factors that were used in the past, and at this time, or I'll say at this time, but existing infrastructure planning, the sewer conditions were provided for the improved streets so that they could be used with the road condition scoring. Want to point out that the SAW grant program that work was completed in 2019 provided an update to the scoring of all the sewers in the city, regardless of if they're on a sewer block or on an unimproved road or improved road, or if they're in the rear yard or if they're along the river. So we have scores now for all the sewers that will be able to be utilized going forward. Similarly, the water main condition had been used based on a last report for that was 2008 when that was updated. So right now, through the process of our normal reporting that we do on the water system to the state of Michigan, that's what EGLE is. It's the State Department responsible for that. We provided in 2020 some updated reports, and with that, we were able to update the asset management or the asset inventory, and now are in the process of completing an update to the condition scores. And then again, the current program, we're looking at the roads, sewers, water condition on each block. Each category will get a score of 0 to 100 points, and then you add those across for each block. And so, if you have a potential score on a given block of 0 to 300 points, and that list is sorted, it gives us the priorities that we feel are addressing, the overall infrastructure needs of the city. Later this year, after we get the updates for the road in the spring, we'll have all the components up to date with new scores and new information that also takes into account the recent construction or the construction over the past number of years. So those streets will fall down the list, the new streets will rise up, and at that point be able to have a new priority list that we could use for budget planning and going forward. And just to mention that, I keep calling a priority list that we don't want to use this as a to-do list. It's not. There's other factors in planning projects that override it, and you also see in the scoring that you usually don't have one street shows up as, oh, this is much worse than the ones next on the list. It's a little more subtle listing. And we do look to coordinate projects within the city and do projects within different parts of the city. Also extend the life of our assets through maintenance activities, and all those will have an impact on which projects end up on the list. That was the conclusion of my part of the presentation. So I think any questions you may have, I'll be free to answer.
Mr. Hay, if you don't mind taking your slide off.
Oh, yes, sure.
I can see majority. I see Mr. Baller's hand regardless. Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah, with regard to the scoring, I see that road conditions were last updated in 2019, and you plan to evaluate them again this spring. I never saw those, and I went back looking through long-range planning agendas, didn't see them. So my question is, do we report them? And if not, can we report them? And I would report them if it were me in a sort of a spreadsheet or something that compared the scorings. I assume you do streets or segments thereof. And and you would be able to report the current score and then the score, previous scores, maybe going back however many years or however many scoring periods, so that we could, everybody could see how these streets are doing and how they're comparing. I say this because I think that the condition of our roads is one of the most important and visible things to our constituents, and obviously we have some challenges there, and so an objective presentation of the condition they're in now compared with the way they were in the past is something I'd be interested in seeing.
Yes, that is something that we could provide a report to commission on, and we'll plan on doing that if that's the direction after the condition update is complete.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your question, comment.
Yes, I want to go back to to Jim's first presentation on capital improvement plan. First, I want to acknowledge that I'm so happy to see that Cranbrook Road is being improved. Cranbrook, between Lincoln and Maple, is a route that I travel every day, and it has been badly in need of repair for many years. So I'm glad that it will be taken care of this spring and summer. Now, I want to ask about these other projects. For instance, Grant Street, and all of them. Are those special assessment areas to the property owners on those streets or not? And if not, why?
All those projects that are shown on the list are on improved streets, and they are not subject to special assessment.
Okay, they're already improved.
Yes.
And so the city is redoing them, right?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the scoring, the rating, will that be done? You said when it warms up a little, then the infrastructure scoring program is going to be updated. Will that include all of the unimproved streets?
I think that would be determined on how, the direction that we get from the commission and related to the ad hoc committee's report and going forward. So it can be, and it just would traditionally up to this point, we have not reported the infrastructure scoring on unimproved streets, only on the improved streets. So we would want your direction to do that.
Well, I'm going to express my opinion. I think it should be done on the unimproved streets, because in order to determine which ones we're going to work on, the condition of the water and sewer in the main thoroughfare is of primary importance in determining which streets we approach first. So I really think that the infrastructure scoring program should include the unimproved streets as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Hoff, I'd like to give the floor to our city manager, Mr. Marcus, as he has something to add to that, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Mr. Marcus, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Jim, you do score the water and sewer on unimproved streets.
Yes, they're just not they're incorporated into that overall list with the improved road scores. But yeah, we do monitor the condition of the sewer and waters and know where issues are. And I think I very briefly said in the presentation that, that there have been projects and would be projects in the future that would be initiated due to a utility need. And,
yes.
But in the past, if it was on an unimproved street, we would just patch the trench, restore the pavement, just so it's drivable, and not reconstruct the full road.
Yeah, but Jim, I think the question I'm asking is that in determining what unimproved streets priority to improve them beyond the direction or the petition in the past, requesting them, we'd also look at prioritizing that improvement based on the water and sewer needs as well.
Yeah, I think we are looking at those and then would be looking to have those streets included, yes.
Commissioner Hop, continue.
That is exactly my point, that is going to be one of the indicators of which unimproved streets should be approached, is the water and sewer. It's a combination of all three factors. It's not only the surface of the street. Water and sewer, to me, are key elements of which streets will be selected. But as Mr. Marcus asked, and you agreed, you're going to look at that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hop. Commissioner Host, go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you, Jim, for a nice presentation, but to piggyback on what Commissioner Baller said, this is probably the most important thing or series of items on our residents' minds. This is number one, and I assume part of the holdup is you waiting for the commission to give you direction on the ad hoc committee. And as such, I love the confluence of water and sewer, unimproved roads, but it also should include possibility of underground lighting. I mean, you know, we're all overhead in town, and most of the town does not have adequate lighting, which I consider a safety factor. And as such, I'm hoping you will integrate the electrical needs of in the confluence of these important resident items. I'm asking, Jim. I hope you will.
Okay. Other Mayor Pro Tem Long, do you unmute yourself, please?
Here, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Could you ask Mr. Sue Hyde to respond to my suggestion?
I thought you were suggesting, not asking, but go ahead, Mr. Surhai. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think you know, traditionally, you know, especially in the neighborhoods, you know, we haven't, you know, the projects haven't included a lighting evaluation. We have received, you know, your comments, and could talk with the police department, and we can obviously, if there's a serious public safety concern, that would be something we'd want to consider including. But we'll have to look at it case by case as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marcus, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I would just comment, Mr. Host, that looking at street lighting is another issue, but there's another issue that we avoided in this whole conversation, and that's sidewalks as well. And I think the ad hoc committee started to look at the unimproved streets and focused entirely on this street issue along with water and sewer. And I hope you understand that by adding additional elements is probably going to further complicate the commission's decision on how we proceed with unimproved streets and how we prioritize getting those done. So just understand that that's adding a very challenging element to all of these discussions. And if streets is the priority, you have to think about what else you're adding into that mix.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I would appreciate if perhaps the PowerPoints that aren't included in the electronic packet and in the printed packets be provided after the fact for people who wanted to be able to review them. But my main question is looking at the infrastructure scoring system. I'm wondering whether it might be advisable to also include the lead service line replacement data in that scoring system update to help us as we look at opportunities to prioritize the either 52 or 70 homes that we have to do year after year. And include that in the severity priority scoring that we're developing.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that's a great point, and that is part of the asset management update that I spoke of was to bring the lead service line locations into that mix. So that will be one of the factors going forward is the presence of having these lead service lines on a segment of water main.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, I think city manager's comments about sidewalks being included in any infrastructure enhancements for street improvements is fundamental. It goes along with our complete streets mindset, which we've adopted many years ago now and have incorporated in all our infrastructure improvements, where we think of the street as in a complete system for all users, and I think sidewalks and walkability is a critical component of that. So I think we need to factor that in all of our thinking, from planning through to implementation. And so I agree strongly with that point. It needs to be included in the dialogue consistently and should be part of all presentations, I think, as we move forward in this discussion of improving our public realm. But my other comment is relative to streets that are in significant need of repair and that have been on the docket for a while. One of the things that we started to do a few years ago was the implementation of our main streets in the downtown to finish and complete our infrastructure, utilities, and general paving requirements for North Old Woodward many years ago. Obviously, Old Woodward in the center of town just a couple years ago. We just completed Maple, and we had a plan of two-year implementation. And now Old Woodward, which is the only, or South Old Woodward, which is the only piece of that 4 points that it remains to be done, is probably in worse shape than any of the other ones were. It's a significantly battered street right now. I use it consistently, and it's problematic. And we had it on the agenda to be 2 years post the completion of Maple to be implemented. I'm looking at, and I know there's been some discussion, just very loose discussion and minimal discussion. It's from my perspective, or from the city commission, I think, discussion as to where and when that would be implemented. And it was planned 2 years post the end of the Maple project, 2 years after the Maple project, which would put it into 2022 implementation. I'm seeing this proposal as being a 2023 implementation. And I'm just curious on whether, I mean, we really haven't had much discussion about that, and now I see it being planned as a year later. So I guess I wanted to know a little bit more about whether we actually fully thought through that decision and made the decision, or if it's just being proposed right now. But I'm not sure that I'm in the camp of waiting an additional year if at all possible. So just given the condition of the street and the fact that we had planned this all along to be done in a 2 year, and then be done with the whole downtown planning for the rest of all of our lives, frankly, and it'll be, all of our infrastructure will be complete. So I'd like to just make sure that we think that through thoroughly and have good reasoning behind the delay, if you will.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I guess I have a question for the city manager or finance director about state revenue sharing, and I know that I'm sure that if we ever thought it was going to come back to earlier levels, COVID has pretty much wiped out any chance of that happening anytime soon. And have we, I'm sorry, am I still on?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, somehow it disappeared from my screen. I mean, are we dealing with the loss of state revenue sharing? Are we on an even keel with that? Or have, I mean, I think that we'd be in a lot better shape if we had that money. And I feel like maybe, I'm not sure, it can, tell me if I'm wrong, that we're, like we were using that money, counting on that money for a long time, and then it just dried up. And have we sufficiently responded to the loss of that money, or are we just letting our streets go to pot, and doing our best, because there may be some things we can do other than that. I'm not sure what they are, but am I making any sense?
Yeah, let us hear from Commissioner Hoff. You want to add to that? Commissioner Hoff, can you hear me?
Yes, but that I asked that question earlier when we had the Plant Moran presentation of the 5-year forecast, and I asked about state shared revenue, and the response at that time, unless you're talking, Commissioner Ballard, about different dollars, the response at that time is, although it wasn't in the presentation today, it will be very comparable to what we have been receiving in the past.
I think you were referring to community development block grants, and I'm talking about.
No. First, but second, I asked specifically about state shared revenue, and the response at that time was it will be pretty much the same.
Commissioner Hoff, let me have Mr. Marcus add to that. Go ahead, Mr. Marcus.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Hoff is correct in what she heard as a response from Plant Moran. And the default, of course, if your state shared revenue is in decline, is property tax, and that's where that revenue would come from. So I don't think that we've dropped off in terms of improvements to streets, or major or local streets as that goes. So at this point, I don't think it's been a dramatic change, which was, I think, noted as a surprise that it didn't drop off even greater.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Yes, and I want to comment on Commissioner Nikita's points. I see that also in the 5-year forecast that the improvement of South Old Woodward is scheduled in the 22-23 budget year. So 22 begins in June. And in my mind, that means that the project, the South Old Woodward, would be in 2022. Maybe finishing up in 2023, which in my opinion is the 2 years, because Maple was in the 2020. That was done in 2020. So I think South Old Woodward is planned for 2022. At least that's how I read it.
Yes, Commissioner Hoff, I do personally have similar concerns. And the question that hasn't been answered, if Mr. Serhai, from the previous comments, and I'm aligned with that. I'm very concerned why it's been postponed. Do we have a reason for that? Can we answer that so maybe we can understand why it's been pushed? Is there a reason, or can you enlighten us on that?
Yeah, I would not say that it's efforts been made to postpone it. My interpretation of the fiscal years in using the project was, like Commissioner Hoff said, that if it starts in June of 22 and finishes in 23, because of the scale of the project, that wouldn't be a project that we would necessarily start construction on in July or August and then expect to be done in a reasonable time. As we go through the budget process and really get into the detail of these projects, if we want to move that into that time frame, that certainly can be done, and then we could shuffle some other things around. So I wouldn't say that I postponed it by putting it on that list, and I apologize if that's causing some confusion, but those were just proposed, project list the way I see it at this point, and that'll be further refined as we go through the budgeting process.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mr. Wright, for the clarification, as it's really important for us to, as this has been on the plan for years to come, and we have, as the project's been done, and it's this is the last piece of it, and then we really anticipate that it should go from budgeting to planning on time for 2022.
Okay.
But again, go ahead, Commissioner Nikita, if you want to add something.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. We've now done this 2 times in the last few years, obviously for the two other pieces, and the planning would start pretty much now and through the next so many months. And then we would have it set up for budgeting, or I'm sorry, for bidding later in, late summer, early fall, or what have you. I think that's been the process. And then the contracts let and essentially we're ready to go in the spring. So spring, once the weather hits, we hit the ground running. That's been the plan of action over the last couple of years. That's the intent anyway. This year, because of COVID and some other things, that didn't happen quite directly, but the point is that's how it's been done. So I guess my thought is why wouldn't we continue doing that in that same process to stay on course with our 2-year cycle? And that means that we would move, pretty soon into planning.
Yep. All right. Point well clear. Now if I don't see any commissioner comments, I'd like to go to the public. Oh, Commissioner Huff, you have to add something?
I just wanted to comment on that. That was my thinking. My thinking is that the expenditure is in 22, 23, but that the planning may begin before that.
Correct.
So that is what I thought. I didn't think, in my opinion, I didn't think that this project was being delayed.
Correct. And Mr. Surhai, I believe just from what I heard from you, for the sake of clarity here, you're not objecting to any of what we're suggesting here. And as you mentioned, it could be definitely done. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, great. So we're right on point. With that, I'll give it to the public for comment on.
Mr. Mayor, this is captioning, and we need to switch to the next captioner.
Yep, I was just about to mention that as well. If we can hold for 2 minutes while I switch captioners over, then we'll take public comment.
I see your hand, Ms. Pam Graham, and as soon as they're telling me I'm ready, I'll give you the floor, okay? And they will unmute you.
And I've switched over to Katrina. We should be good.
Good. Ms. Graham, go ahead, introduce yourself, and go ahead with your comment. We can't hear you, Ms. Graham. Are you, is your speaker on your computer at all? Why don't you, here we go. All right, I'll give you a few minutes to fix some technology there on your end while we go to Mr. Pullis. Go ahead, Mr. Dominic Pullis, with your comment, please. And Ms. Graham, we'll see if we can come back to you.
Hi, good morning. This is Dominic Police, 824 Wimbledon. First off, I want to say thank you to everybody involved in the unimproved streets topic. It's been many, many years in the making. It's encouraging to see the momentum building and the continued discussion around the topic. I would just advise, as it's been stated, to keep the focus so that we can continue to build that momentum and move from the planning stage to the execution stage. Many residents are highly interested in this topic, and we want to see it come to light. So that brings me to my question. I'm wondering at what point might we see shovel in the ground, so to speak, the fruits of all this hard work and all this labor? When might we see the first city-initiated unimproved street conversion?
Mr. Surhai, are you?
Yeah, no, yeah, we'd have to plan it. It would probably not be, in 2021, but, should we get the direction to start along that process, the earliest I would imagine would be 2022.
Thank you. Mr. Pullis, any additional comment?
Well, it seems non-committal, and many of Mr. Surhai's responses have been pending direction. So what is the next step to provide this direction?
Mr. Marcus would like to answer you on that, Mr. Pullis.
The city commission has not approved the ad hoc committee report, and until they have a discussion establishing what elements of that recommendation are going to be approved by the commission. It is pending. So we need to get this to the commission. It'll probably be a work session by the city commission and hopefully subsequent approval.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Recent media headlines seem to indicate the city has already made a decision to move forward, so that was causing some confusion. Thank you.
You got it. Ms. Graham, can you hear me? Pam? Ms. Pam Graham?
I do hear you. I do hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Pam Graham. I live at 884 Knott Street. First, I'd like to say that my water main was repaired this week, and the work was excellent, and I really appreciate the work and the professionalism of the crew. But to perhaps support something that Mayor Pro Tem Long said, the repair of my water main did leave a big 4-foot, hole in my street that's cold patch. So please consider and I believe that all of my neighbors have the same lead service lines as me. So there will be big holes in our unimproved street. So it will be, I'm hopeful that that would be considered in the unimproved street planning.
Thank you.
Because I can't believe that would be very durable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham, for your comment. Mr. Surhai, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, with regard to the lead service replacements and the disturbance to the road, the cold patch that you see now is not the permanent fix. We will be in the spring coming back and doing a permanent pavement patch at all those locations.
Thank you, Mr. Surhai, for the clarification. Any other public comment? Mr. Bloom, do you have a comment?
Yes, I have a comment. Thank you. I think we've done some really nice work. I think there's an opportunity, I've said this before, to do this project more quickly for the benefit of the residents and maybe even more importantly, at less cost by bundling this up and then possibly doing some bonding for it and then putting special assessments towards the homeowners. And maybe it could be as short as 10 or 15-year bonds. But I think that by bundling up the streets, we could get bigger contracts. We could do longer term contracts with the contractors over 2 or 3 years to bundle areas of the city. We could get this done quicker and hopefully at less cost. Part of this is going to be contingent on Mr. Marcus hiring a really kick-ass city engineer that is not only really good with engineering, but figuring out creative ways to reduce the cost of projects, and someone that's willing to go the extra mile, like maybe Mr. Dennis Denbeck did in the past that Mr. Marcus had hired, to really figure out what we can do, because I do think there's an opportunity to lower cost and get the project done faster. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I guess my last comment on the unimproved streets, I do believe some previous comment already made as the scoring. I believe this is really important as we're heading towards hopefully finalizing the draft of a very long process of a recommendation of the ad hoc committee of improved and unimproved streets. I want to take the time actually to recognize the hard work that this committee have been done, and it happened. I was sitting on that, not that I'm complimenting myself, but it's really a long process for us. And I do believe hopefully Mr. Poulos, a question to answer you, we're almost there. I appreciate the patience of you and any residents, as we're eagerly all wanted to put this to an end, and hopefully we'll have a clear road on timing and how we move forward to fix every unimproved road in the city of Birmingham. With that, I just echo my fellow commissioners on how important to score our unimproved street roads, to prioritize them, because in no time after our workshop session, hopefully we'll get to an agreement with the clear directions on how we're moving forward with this. And in no time, we need to start paving those streets. But thank you. This is my last comment on that. Again, I appreciate the wonderful presentation from all the engineering department, and Mr. McDowell, Mr. Surhai, thank you very much. Hope you enjoy some of the sun out there, and if you don't want to go out, you can still be with us as we are here for another couple hours. Thanks again. With that, we go to our next item on the agenda. It's planning, and we're running a little behind, but I guess we'll go forward unless we have to stop under item B or C on this planning, then we'll break for lunch and come back. But let's see how it goes. I'll give the floor to our director, planning director, Ms. Jenna Ecker, with our 2040 master plan update. Important subject for today. We've all been waiting for. Go ahead, Ms. Ecker, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Eric, my screen says my screen sharing is paused.
We can see it, Jenna, but I'm not sure about the pause. Let Eric answer that.
That is on your side. I believe you paused it when you went to hit screen share. You double clicked, which caused it to pause as well.
So how do I stop that?
On your screen sharing, you should be able to hit the pause and it should unpause you.
Okie doke. Oh, yep, sure enough.
Thank you, Eric.
Oh, that's recording.
Yeah, I'm having trouble getting my screen back. Can you see it now or no?
No.
All right, I apologize. I don't know what's going on. I'll try it again. One more time.
Here we go, Jenna. It's coming.
All right.
All right.
Now let me just get back to the beginning here. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, well, I seem to be having some troubles here, so just bear with me for a minute. And I'll try to see what's going on. It seems like the master plan presentation has collapsed or is not working, so I'm going to have to re-pull it up.
Commissioners, would you suggest we take a 10 to 15 minute for our lunch break right at this time, and then we'll have Jenna and Eric work on the issue?
Well, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry about that. Well, let me know what you'd like me to do, Mayor.
Commissioners, should we go forward?
I would prefer to proceed.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so sorry about that. I don't know, probably too many pictures. Okay, good morning. Yes, I just wanted to go over how we are doing with the Birmingham plan, the 2040 plan. I think everybody knows we've been working on this now for several years. I think we started back in 19. We had a lot of public input, a lot of public comments. We had a charrette, we had a drop-in clinic, we had roundtable discussions with each of the neighborhoods. Just as background, our last master plan was completed in 1980, so we are definitely due for an update. So we have been going through this process. Obviously, it was paused due to the pandemic, but the last time that we talked about it, if you recall, I believe it was in October at the joint meeting, although it may have been June of 2020. The City Commission and the Planning Board together talked about at least looking at all of the underlying themes that the new plan draft centers on. As you know, we're currently in the process of reviewing the first draft of the master plan, and that will be wrapping up here in the next month or two. But I'll just go through, for the purposes of any public that are watching that are new to this, what some of the key themes underlying the first draft of this 2040 plan are. this kind of summarizes everything that's in a 200-page plus plan. So one of the key themes is that we connect the city, that we look at multimodal types of transportation. So not only cars, but bicycles, walkability through the town, bike routes through the town, transit improvements, etc., to connect all of the commercial areas that we have and all the individual neighborhoods that we have in town. So that's obviously one of the key themes, that we embrace managed growth. And what this means is the consultants have clearly identified that there's a strong development pressure on Birmingham, as we all know there has been for quite some time, as one of the very few urban centers in Metro Detroit that actually has a downtown. So it draws a lot of people. A lot of people want to come here. A lot of people want to move here. And there's a lot of pressure for new development, which tends to cause property values to go up. It causes it to be very expensive for people to move into the area. So what we're talking about here is highlighting and driving, I guess, some of this development pressure into our mixed use areas, primarily the Triangle District, Haynes Street area as well, and using those areas to hopefully accommodate some of this pressure that we're on. And then also looking at particular areas along main roads, for instance, where maybe we can accommodate some additional housing units, whether it be cottage courts, duplexes, three unit buildings, etc. One of the third key themes of the plan is retaining neighborhood quality. As most of you know, this was one of the driving forces in terms of doing an update to the plan, is protecting and preserving our neighborhoods. We have very stable and cohesive neighborhoods in town, and we want to keep it that way. Some of the things that we're looking at is making sure that all neighborhoods have an institutional use, for instance, a school or a church, making sure each neighborhood has access to parkland, making sure that we control the type of development to make sure that it fits in with the character and the size of what we already have in those areas, preserving historic homes in the neighborhoods, and then looking at some issues such as excessive lighting that we heard a lot from neighborhoods, excessive lighting and excessive noise from lawn equipment and the like, looking at what we can do to enhance what we already have. Another key theme is investing in civic spaces and programs. Obviously, the plan recognizes that Birmingham is a very strong community. It has a very strong sense of community. And that's not only through our community assets that we have, whether it's City Hall or Shane Park or Barnum Park or Booth Park or the Rouge River system, all of the assets that we have, both natural and built environment. We have a lot of civic spaces that people are really drawn to, that people enjoy. And we also have a lot of civic programs that we run, whether it's through parades or festivals or events in the park that draw a lot of people, and the residents love them. And it makes them feel like it's their hometown. So the plan also recommends continuing to invest in these civic spaces and programs. Also, you can see public art is a key component there as well. The Rouge Trail is one of our hidden assets that people love as well. So preserving all of those and adding on and investing in those spaces and programs and events as well. Another theme is for the city to continue to support our mixed use areas. As I mentioned earlier, this seems to be one of the areas where we feel that some of this development pressure can be accommodated, whether it's in the downtown, the Triangle District, the Rail District, or the Haynes Square, which is one of the new areas that's sort of proposed in the plan to connect the downtown to the Triangle District. In these mixed use areas, that's where we have the opportunity to add some additional housing that's at least a little bit more attainable in terms of maybe not having a $2 million price tag. The drawing you see below is at the bottom here is Woodward, and it's proposing better connections between the downtown and the Triangle District so that we can sort of connect those mixed use districts as well, not only at the north end at Maple and Woodward, but at the lower end in Haynes Square at Haynes and Woodward as well. And then the last and overarching themes of the plan is to advance sustainability practices. One thing we heard loud and clear from residents throughout the whole public engagement process was that Birmingham seems to be a leader in terms of sustainability for the Metro Detroit region, at least. And the residents were committed to not only continuing to be a leader, but also in moving forward, even and getting out in front of everybody, even a little bit further in terms of sustainable practices, whether it's protecting our natural environments, whether it's energy standards and LEED certification to have lower energy use buildings, green roofs, green infrastructure, to look at what we can do around the city to reduce our runoff and so on. So those are the key themes that are underlying the master plan draft. As I mentioned, there is a draft plan that came out in October of 2019, I believe. So it's been out for over a year now. As you know, we started the review process at the planning board early last year. With the pandemic coming, of course, everything kind of ground to a halt for a while. We did start that, so we had paused all of that review process. And we started up again in August, reviewing each of the different sections of the master plans at the planning board level. We've had quite a lot of input. The most recent meeting was on Wednesday, January 13th, as you can see from the schedule. And there we talked about neighborhood and housing policy. And this is one of the more one of the areas that a lot of folks are concerned and tuning into. So we had well over 100 people. I think we had 128 people tune in for that meeting and weigh in and provide comments. So the next event will be on Wednesday, February 10th, where we'll talk about neighborhood plans and shared neighborhood elements. If you recall, one of the comments or one of the recommendations in the plan was to take all of our neighborhoods that we have in town and kind of form them into cohesive units that to make sure, as I said, that they all have access to parks and they all have a neighborhood commercial center and they all have a school or a church within them, etc. So we're going to talk about the neighborhood plans that are proposed and how it's laid out for each of the areas and the individual or the shared neighborhood elements that you'll see, such as parkland, such as multimodal improvements, etc. Then in March at the planning board meeting on March 10th, the planning board will get together and the consultants will put together all of the comments that they've heard over the last almost year on this first draft plan, and they'll synthesize them and get them, because as you can imagine, we've heard a lot of comments for and against on all different topics. So they'll put all those together and they'll get the direction from the planning board in terms of what they feel the direction should be in terms of making changes to that first draft plan. We then envision coming to the city commission potentially in March and presenting all of that, all of the summary of all of the comments, and then the planning board's thoughts on that to get your thoughts. Then we would finalize, or we would see or hope for direction from the city commission at that time to give to the planning consultants so that they could go ahead and work on draft 2 of the master plan. Draft 2 of the master plan, they would probably take a month to 2 months to make all of the changes that we've heard through the ongoing public comment in draft 1. And we may have another engagement activity in there. If you recall, the commission previously, about a year ago, approved potentially some additional engagement activities, whether that's an interactive website, whether it's another survey, etc. So we will talk to you about that in March as well. In the meantime, just so everybody is clear, we do have the birminghamplan.com website is still up and running. You can see all of the information, all of the documents, all of the background on this process, and individual residents can also provide their comments directly online to the consulting team. So that's still up and running. So once we have draft 2, there'll be approximately 4 months or so of reviewing of that second draft, which hopefully will whittle down some of the controversial issues a little bit based on the comments that we heard during the first draft review. And then we would come and have a final draft then that would go to a formal public hearing at the planning board and the city commission. And we would do all of the notice requirements under the Planning Enabling Act. And that we are hoping to wrap up by 2021. So that's kind of a summary of where we're at right now. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Commissioners, question for Ms. Ecker. comments. Go ahead, Commissioner Hop.
Well, I do have a question because I've been hearing lots of feedback on the master plan, and the area that I hear the most controversy over is the planner's suggestion for more affordable housing, which might be multifamily, along major and secondary thoroughfares, adjusting zoning to retain neighborhood scale and intensity, and allowing accessory dwelling units. Those are the areas that I hear the most controversy about. My question is, the planners so far have indicated that according to their planning know-how, they think this is the most effective way to handle housing in Birmingham. Moving forward, how will this be handled? What are the planners going to do if residents express a desire not to move forward with this? How will that move forward?
Well, as I mentioned, we're taking all of the public comment now with each of the meetings that we've reviewed at the planning board with each section. And for sure, the housing section is the number one thing that we've heard comments on as well. So I'm sure I'm hearing all of the same comments that you are. That's the purpose of this first draft of the plan, is to get all of those comments, break it down into sections so that people can understand all of what's being proposed and provide their comments. And then these changes will be made at the planning board and ultimately your direction, the city commission's direction. I do want to clarify a few things though, because there seems to be some idea that, for instance, on the accessory dwelling units, that they're recommended everywhere throughout all the neighborhoods. That's not the case. They are recommended in the plan, the current draft, for the seams area, which are the areas that you mentioned, Commissioner Hoff, that are on the main thoroughfares, sort of on the edges of each individual neighborhood and on a major thoroughfare with additional traffic and noise and so on. So they're limited to that, but we're still getting a lot of feedback on that. Some people are very much opposed to having additional units, you know, on a garage, at the surface level, or a second floor garage, something like that. In those seams areas, that's also where we're getting a lot of feedback. I will say that the planning board at their last meeting, they kind of agreed that, okay, we hear what everybody's saying. We want to try to focus this need for more attainable housing. Keep in mind, it's not going to be affordable housing, not affordable in the sense of the federal guidelines, right? And it doesn't come close to that, but more moderately priced housing, let's say. We talk about moderately priced housing that somebody that has an income of $60,000 to $100,000, for instance, could potentially afford to live in. So that's what we're talking about, not affordable under the federal guidelines. But under those, we heard, in the planning board, I think, has pretty much come to the realization that the consultants have identified too many seams in the first draft of the master plan, that while they might think that it's a good concept and can work in some places, their first priority would be to encourage that type of residential units and development to go to the mixed use areas, and maybe to significantly reduce the number of seams that are provided in the plan, so that maybe it's not on the edge of every neighborhood, but it's mainly on the main streets and so on. And now, as an example, on Lincoln, we heard a lot of feedback at the last meeting. Lincoln was identified as a seam, both the north and south side. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of traffic on Lincoln, but it has slowed down as a result of our traffic calming efforts. And we had a lot of neighbors that said, hey, why are you calling this a seam? We're part of the neighborhood. We're not the edge of the neighborhood. We don't want this type of increased development and density along the seams. And then we heard from several other people that said, yes, we love that. That's exactly why we moved here. I already have a 25-unit apartment building next to me. Now, we're not talking in the plan about 25-unit apartment buildings. We're talking about up to 6 units. So we're talking about smaller scale residential density. But the point is, all of that's being reviewed. We're taking all the comments. We'll come back in March, as I said, to the planning board. They'll synthesize all of these and provide clear direction. My take at this point is the planning board, at least, appears to have achieved some consensus that they want to focus that development pressure into the mixed use areas as much as possible, and then greatly reduce the number of seams. So greatly reduce those areas where that multifamily housing might be permitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna, for thrilled explanation and clarification. Other comments? Commissioner Host, go ahead.
Just a comment.
The screen is, oh, go ahead.
Jana, thank you for your efforts here to explain what happened 11 days ago at the planning board. And I'll give you my simplistic view of it. Okay, there were 120 citizens on that call. Approximately 25 people spoke without repeating themselves, and 2 people said the seams were a good idea. And the seams is not even a word in your treatise here, so I want to say that as a compliment. You haven't brought up the seams. But 2 out of 117 people think this was a good idea. The majority do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Host, for your comment. Other comments, commissioners, or questions? Great, none. Public? Seeing none. Ms. Eckert, you can continue with your presentation.
Mr. Bloom does have his hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was in that meeting. There were actually 3 residents that said that they were okay with the seams, two or three that lived on Lincoln. But the vast majority were against the idea. And I think the planning board took that feedback into account and provided some direction as to what should happen, which is a positive move. In the last planning board meeting, there are a number of items, and it was supposed to be an overarching meeting to talk about the policies over all of the neighborhoods. There were only two items in a multi-item list that were actually discussed. One was the seams, and the other was separate dwellings, non-attached dwellings. And there are a number of other elements of this plan that were not discussed. And I think that it's important that, because one of the things that I saw in the presentation for this meeting from the planning department was a very long list of all the work and all the input that's been done and how long this process has taken to get to where it is, and there's been feedback on everything, but really only 2 of the key issues were discussed in the last meeting. There are other issues that need to be discussed, and I think the best way to do that is in the planning board meeting. So I think we need some extra sessions to suss all of that out. I'm also going to go back to the comment that I made earlier at the beginning of this meeting, and that is I think we need a parallel path and start discussing at the planning board level, at the commission level, what can we do to keep older residents in their homes? What can we do with zoning, with housing design, with possibly helping on the financial side, so that residents don't need to downsize, they don't need to move, they could stay in 2, 3, 4 level homes. We can probably figure out how to get elevators in there so that we don't force people out and we can keep people here longer in the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bloom. I see Ms. Erica Gray, public comment. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, yes, this is Erica Gray, 1778 East Melton. I'm part of Torrey community, and I'm also listening in and very glad to hear Ms. Hoff and others speak, Ms. Jana speak about how the residents are opposed to the additional seam areas and our neighborhood being split in 2. When we come into a community, we buy our homes expecting that the fabric is going to stay the same, that it's not going to be changed for interests. People who own their home have more investment in their home than people who are renting. And we're concerned about home values as such things happen. In addition, traffic on Lincoln, as you've mentioned, is fairly dense already. And to add to the problems of traffic and parking in our neighborhood is not something that we seek. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, with that, Ms. Eckert, I think we're back to you on item B, under planning multimodal initiatives.
Let's hope I have better luck with my screen share this time. All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Sure.
Excellent. Okay. So this is a multimodal transportation board update. As you know, Back in 2013, we adopted the multimodal transportation plan. There was a citywide effort similar to the master plan, to create our first multimodal transportation plan, to look at the city as a whole and what we could do to enhance transportation for all users of all ages and abilities and all types of transit, whether that be buses, whether it be the VIA station or the Amtrak station, or whether it be bicycle facilities, pedestrian enhancements to enhance our walkability, and road improvements, of course. So the multimodal board was created in 2014. It was one of the first recommendations implemented out of this multimodal master plan to create the board. So they've been up and running now for 6 years. We do have a full board now, pretty much. We had some vacancies for a while, but we have had some turnover too. So one of the things we continue to do is to provide training for all of the board members on best practices on the different transportation elements. So I want to start by kind of going through some of the training that the board has received over the past year with regards to multimodal transportation planning, so that they have an idea when they're reviewing the transportation projects for the city, what some of the best practices are that are out there. One of the key training areas we've talked about is best practices for pedestrian crossings. As you know, Birmingham is a walkable city. That's our logo. We pride ourselves on that, and we're always trying to improve that. In the past, we've talked about crosswalk striping. As you know, what type of paint or treatment do we use to put these markings on? What style should they be? How big should they be? How wide should crosswalks be? And so on. So we've talked about best practices for pedestrian crossings, and I'll give you a few examples as we go. The drawing that you see on the bottom here is along Brown Street. One of the things that the multimodal board reviewed in the past year was complaints from folks that live along Brown Street that pedestrians were having a hard time crossing the road, or they'd hear squealing of brakes because cars wouldn't stop, etc. So we talked about what we could do to improve those. In the plan, or the multimodal board did end up recommending several improvements. And so these are examples of things that they have been trained on in the last year. What can you do to enhance pedestrian crossings? You can add curb bump outs to shorten the distance that people have to walk, that they're actually in the street. You can add more definitive markings in terms of the crosswalk, so the cars know what's coming. You can have signage such as this gateway treatment to make it very clear that there's a crosswalk there, and to give everybody that's driving the opportunity to see that. You can change the pavement materials. Now, that's not something that we do a lot of in Birmingham at this time, but that's another option. And of course, you can do mid-block crossings like the ones that we have on Old Woodward and Maple that we've seen in recent years. So we've had a lot of training on that. The board has also undergone a lot of training on best practices for bicycle facilities. As you know, there's been a real push since the multimodal plan was completed in 2013 to enhance bicycle facilities and bicycling in general in the city. That was one area that we hadn't done a lot of previously. There was one bike route, and the only way you'd know it was a bike route was because of the signs, the green signs on the road that came through that linked Royal Oak, Birmingham, and Troy to the north. Since then, this is one area we've made a lot of accomplishments on, and I'll get into a little further detail in a few minutes, but we've added a lot of bike facilities, bike parking, bike facilities on the road. We've gone through this training, what all of the different options are, whether it's a share on the road, hey, share the road with bikes, whether it's a bike lane, whether it's a protected bike lane, whether it's a cycle track with both directions on each side, all the way up to something a little more fancy like this that you see here. That's called a bike box. So that's where bicyclists know that they can stop at all traffic lights. Now, these are, again, best practices that we see in other communities, and we don't have something like that here at this time. But this is the training that the multimodal board receives for understanding what best practices are out there and what other communities are doing. Also, we've had training this year, which this is ongoing. We talk about this every year, of course, traffic calming and what can we do to slow down the traffic a little bit to make it safer for pedestrians. As I mentioned, whether it's along Brown Street, whether it's along Woodward, whether it's along Maple, slow down the traffic so there are slower speeds. It's safer for people. There are less accidents. If there is an accident between a vehicle and a person, then there are far less injuries involved as a result, and make it easier for people to walk, especially around the downtown areas, the neighborhoods, to make it safer for people who are either walking or maybe riding their bikes with their families on the street. And again, you can see all kinds of examples here. It could be adding medians into streets, mid-block crossing islands, which then narrows the street, makes it feel like it's more closed in, makes people slow down. Again, the curb bump outs help. Narrowing and shifting lanes kind of makes people pay attention and slow down. These are all examples of traffic calming measures that the board is always looking at incorporating into their review of transportation plans. Another area that we just recently touched on, the Regional Transit Authority just did a mobility-oriented development study. So I did pass it along to the board, and they had a lot of questions on this. And so we are going to have a training session at their February meeting on mobility-oriented development. We're going to have somebody there from the Regional Transit Authority. We're going to have somebody there from MDOT, and we're going to have somebody there from SMART probably as well. Mobility-oriented development is talking about the smaller types of improvements that you can make to get people to be connected. So it's not transit-oriented development in the sense of making sure that people can get to transit, but it's saying if there's a transit stop, then how do you get people from transit home to their neighborhood? Or how do you get people between neighborhoods to connect with each other? So it's the smaller bicycling, it could be scooters, there's all different options there. But essentially it's the same thing that the multimodal board is already tasked with, making it more pedestrian friendly, more bicycle friendly, making it easier to get around without having to get in your car. So that's an upcoming training that the board will be going through. So as I mentioned, bicycle enhancements in the city was one area that we hadn't done a lot of. So we've made a lot of improvement here because we already were a very walkable community. Well, we're always working on pedestrian enhancements. The bicycle amenities, we've added quite a few. You can see in this chart here, it shows many of the things that were recommended in the plan that we've already implemented. Now I'll show you this drawing here on the left. This is a bicycle repair station. We've installed, I believe, 4 of those throughout the city so that if there's a cyclist that is riding through town or around town, there are several options here. There's a pump, there's basic bicycle tools, etc. So they can repair their bike as they take our trail system or drive through town, around town, etc. We have added for the neighborhood connector route that's listed in the multimodal master plan as connecting all of the neighborhoods in the whole city. Well, not all the neighborhoods, but many of the neighborhoods throughout the city. We have added, in some cases, bike lanes, a cycle track like this where you have 2 lanes so the bike traffic travels in both directions on the same side of the street. This is a protected bike lane. This is on South Eaton, which I'm sure most of you know. This is a trial area over there, so we're going to see how that works out. But we have other areas where we have dedicated bike lanes where they're striped for bikes only in one direction. Other places where we have the sharrows and the share the road signs. And then downtown, one of the things we recently did was the multimodal board approved the dismount zone to make sure that cyclists were not riding on the sidewalks in the downtown area where it's obviously there's a lot more pedestrian traffic and they need to walk their bikes along there. Also, we have had an extensive bicycle parking project that we started several years ago. We've now installed over 200 bike parking racks throughout the city, and you've seen those in many cases. We started with the downtown and then we started expanding to the other mixed use areas, and then over this past year we've also looked at adding these facilities adjacent to parks, adjacent to neighborhoods that have access to larger parks, commercial destinations within neighborhoods. So you will start to see some more bike parking popping up. Where are we going next with regards to bicycle facilities? As was mentioned earlier, we are going to see some enhancements along South Cranbrook Road between 14 and 15 mile. Now this will include pedestrian enhancements because we're talking about adding shared use paths in some locations, sidewalks in some locations, bicycle. When I say shared use paths, that also means incorporating bicycle use within those areas. It also means narrowing the road. We're looking at a road diet to shrink the width of the road, which again is a traffic calming measure to narrow the road. So it essentially subconsciously cues people to slow down. We're talking about pedestrian crossing improvements along Cranbrook, which, as you know, is a very important road in town because our main high school is located on that road. And right now, you know, in the multimodal world, you hear about the Safe Routes to School program. And right now you can't even take a sidewalk and walk all the way to the high school if you wanted. So this is something that's going to have a lot of positive benefits for the area around Seaholm High School and also along Cranbrook as a whole. So that you'll see coming. As you know, we got a grant awarded to the city for a lot of that work, and that'll be coming up in the near future. Also, we'll be looking at policy and ordinance changes to require private developers to provide bike parking. Right now, we do require bike parking only in the Triangle District because that was the area most recently the subject of a master plan, but we will be talking about expanding that throughout. We're also looking at providing some covered bike parking in the parking decks because, of course, we have a couple of areas with open bike racks in parking levels, but what we're looking at is potentially more of a longer term commuting type of closed, locked facility so that people know that their bikes are going to be safe, covered from the weather, and ready for them when they come back, and they're still going to be there. So as you see, we've done a lot with regards to bike parking throughout the town. Now, as the commission mentioned earlier, we also do complete streets. Every transportation project that goes before the multimodal board and all of the ones that Jim mentioned during the engineering presentations on upcoming projects, those will all go to the multimodal board for review prior to coming to the city commission. When the multimodal board reviews each of those, they will look at what does the multimodal master plan say? What does it say with regards to that particular stretch of roadway or intersections or anything connected to that area? And we'll look at incorporating all of these points that I've just discussed, whether it's pedestrian improvements, crosswalk improvements, narrowing of the streets, aesthetic improvements, ramp improvements, etc. All of these things to accommodate all users of all ages and all abilities for all different types of transportation components. Another thing that the planning board, or sorry, the multimodal board has been talking about and tasked with is reviewing all of the residential permit parking requests, which, as you know, we get quite a few of those. Around Seaholm area in particular is one of the areas which, with many of the kids driving to school, there's parking pressure that goes into that neighborhood. As the first few streets come, they run out of parking on the Seaholm parking lot, they go to the next street over, they park there, people come in and complain, they try to get residential permit parking, and then they move to the next street, and so it goes on down the road until it gets, I guess it ends somewhere when it's too far to walk from your parked car to the school. But these are the types of requests that we see a lot at the multimodal board. And just to tie in this whole issue of residential permit parking and parking in neighborhoods, especially when it's spillover traffic for neighborhoods next to commercial or mixed use areas, that's another area that is studied in the master plan draft in terms of how is best to handle that to make sure that the neighborhoods don't get overwhelmed by all of this parking that pushes out. Another thing that the multimodal board has recently done, which I think you all know, is we have added scooter parking in certain dead zones of the areas at the end of the diagonal parking spaces throughout the downtown. We have also reviewed all of the ADA parking improvements that the police department and the engineering department have worked on together to bring handicap parking to downtown. So you can see, as most of you have probably noticed, we've added handicap spots with special meters. The meters are painted blue to notify everybody that this is a handicap spot. Some spaces with loading area for getting in and out, the improvement of ADA ramps, and then even in all neighborhoods. Essentially what we did was we went through and did a downtown plan for adding ADA parking spaces, public parking spaces throughout the city. So lastly, I'd want to talk about one of the things that we're looking at doing. You've heard a lot of talk about making the pedestrian and the bicycle and the transit improvements. One thing that we want to do as a board is look at encouraging more of this mode shift, because we do hear a lot of concern, particularly from residents in areas around the downtown, mainly the downtown, where there's a lot of folks that don't want to pay for parking downtown or can't pay for parking downtown. A lot of service workers in many of our shops and restaurants, for instance, that will go into the neighborhoods, find a place to park where they don't have to pay, and then walk in. So we're looking at potentially coming up with a plan to do a mode shift program to sort of encourage people to ride, to encourage people to walk, or to encourage people to take transit into town, especially if they're working, as I said, in those jobs. So a couple of things that the multimodal board will be looking into moving forward is, how do we enhance those types of uses within the city? How do we incentivize them? Do we potentially offer reduced rate bus passes, for instance, to all service employees within the city working in all of our shops and restaurants downtown, to encourage them to take transit so they don't have to bring their car and leave it all day while they're working? So this is just an example of some of the things that the multimodal board is working on now and coming up in the future. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jenna, if you don't mind, as for timing purposes, if you go ahead through all your items, and then we'll leave the questions till the end, and then we'll break for 10 minutes for lunch.
Okay, the next item is lot combinations, and Brooks Cowan will be doing a presentation on that.
Thank you, Jenna. Mr. Cowan, the floor is yours.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Eric, would you be able to enable my screen sharing capability?
You have that available now.
Screen share. Ah, here we go. All right. Afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting on lot combination policy for Birmingham. I did not have as many photos as Jana. I did not want to be singling out people around the neighborhood. And so for some background on the city policy, I have a picture here of the corner of Frank and Watkins, and I believe it was around 2015 or 16 that the applicant applied to combine 3 parcels. You can see the white dashed lines here, and these properties were 50-foot wide each, and the applicant combined it to make a 150-foot wide lot surrounded in a neighborhood by 50-foot lots all around. And at that time, lot combinations were up to the building official, Bruce Johnson, to approve or deny them. And one of the issues that he was facing is that our zoning ordinance regulates minimum lot areas, but our zoning ordinance does not regulate maximum lot sizes. And so, for instance, the R1 zone single family, you have a minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet. Zone R2, the minimum size is 6,000, and zone R3 is 4,500 square feet. As I mentioned, we don't have a maximum saying you can't go over a certain amount of square footage or lot width either. However, after a number of lot combinations, there had been complaints and issues that were brought up. And so the city created a policy for lot combinations in 2016. And a lot of that was modeled after the lot division policy that the city's had since, I believe, the 50s or 60s or even prior, where it factored in the lot widths of the the areas within 300 feet. It appears that that policy for lot divisions was brought when they were taking old farms and turning them into neighborhoods, and they kept making them smaller and smaller and smaller. So then in 2016, I believe they copied some of the context of the area of 300 feet and then said, well, lot combinations, you're also going to factor in the area within 300 feet. And so we've had a few lot combination applications come in. An interesting point, I believe, is that most of them have been corner lots, which can be different in context to a house located in the middle of a block. And there'd been some discussion on some of the rules that City Commission factors in when considering lot combinations, and how this process should go about. What are the measurements taken in, and what are some of the factors of the area? It seems like some of the issues that have come up are the standards for approval brought up in 2016. Some of them have quantifiable measures. Number one, does it meet the zoning ordinance, which is that chapter 126 provision right here. So, yeah. Number two, the lot width is no more than 2 times the average lot width within 300 feet. And number three, the lot area can be no more than 2 times the average. So if I scroll up again, now, if we rewound 5 or 6 years, this applicant would have to factor in the lot widths 300 feet down this street and down this street and say, okay, the average is 50 feet. The area is, off the top of my head, I can't do that one, but so their width couldn't be more than 100 feet. So they would have to stop here. But then there's some other more, I guess, subjective measurements within the requirements. For instance, consistent with the character of the area and allows for placement that consistent with the existing rhythm and pattern of development within 500 feet. And I think that it seems like those requirements, make sense. You know it when you see it. However, when there's a gray area, there seems to be a little bit of a difficulty to say, no, you don't meet the rhythm of pattern, or you don't meet the character of the area. It's a little more difficult to go in an area to say, we're going to deny you due to rhythm and pattern. And so there are a few requirements that, there are a few exceptions City Commission can make within these 6 rules. And all this is in the municipal code and not the zoning ordinance. So for the instance with the sport court, if an applicant doesn't meet all 6 requirements, say they don't meet the lot area requirement, section 102.4 of the municipal code allows City Commission to waive a requirement if they think causes unnecessary difficulty. And then section 102.84 for lot combinations also allows City Commission to impose certain conditions on the setback or building envelope that are recorded on the deed, which we saw in the case with the one where they wanted to put a sport court on one of the lots. And so, if the applicant doesn't meet all the 6, City Commission can go these routes. And there's been, I remember hearing some discussion about maybe the planning board should be reviewing some of the lot combinations. And our master plan draft, I'll point out, it is in draft form, but the consultant team did make some recommendations regarding how lot combinations are reviewed. And their recommendation is that lot sizes be addressed in the zoning ordinance. Number 8 for neighborhoods, they say at a minimum and maximum lot width. And so that would control kind of the, what I guess you want to say, rhythm and pattern of the neighborhood. And it seems like as a kind of a short-term stopgap, they're recommending this lot combination area throughout the city. This is just one example. And they say, consider these areas on larger streets, while the city is reviewing how to address this via the zoning ordinance. And so the master plan team is recommending that lot combination policy be moved from municipal code and city commission to the zoning ordinance. The ordinance regulates size of lots, and then if there's a hardship, the applicant can then, they would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and try to find a variance and claim a hardship. And so with that, the city commission may wish to discuss or ask questions or comment on changes they would like to see for lot combination policy within the municipal code, or do they like it as is? Another item.
Can you hear him? Or froze?
No, it looks like he froze.
Yes. Yeah. Brooke, you're the only one frozen, I think. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I see you pretty much frozen now. If you can hear us, I believe you probably not, but let's give it a minute. We lost him? Oh, yeah, that's okay, Brooks. You're almost at the end of it, which is awesome.
I think he might be back.
Yeah, here we go. Brooke, Brooks, unmute yourself now. That's all. We can see you, but we lost the screen. Here we go. I can hear you well. Is it the end of your sharing screen pretty much? It
did. Did I freeze out?
Yes.
At the end of saying address to the municipal code or go into the zoning ordinance?
You got it.
That was my conclusion. All good.
Awesome.
Next up is Nick.
Okay, Mr. Dupuy, good morning still, I think. No, good afternoon.
It is the afternoon. I've got the pleasure of having the worst spot, the last one before lunch. So I'll get it done, Mayor Boutros. Share. All right, thanks everybody. So overall, this is a continuation from long range planning in 2020. In other words, what I saw as the next logical step in organizing a sustainability agenda here in Birmingham. So the why environmental planning? What we argue is that Birmingham has actually valued green and open space environmental planning type topics since its inception. And as the city moves into the future, planning for the environment and sustainability has become a responsibility rather than a luxury for all levels of government. But for Birmingham, the Planning Division has identified 6 key sustainability practices that may be planned around as centerpieces to try and help guide the city through this upcoming next generation of planning. Those are green stormwater infrastructure native plannings, historical preservation, solar energy, lead building design, parks, trees, and open space, and the Rouge River. So the first question that I feel might come up is, don't we already do all that stuff here? And the answer is actually yes, we do. We've got at least 4 large green infrastructure installations across the city. We've got 75 locally designated historic resources. We've got solar panels across our neighborhoods. We've got 5 LEED certified buildings, all of which are really good. And that attention that we have paid to environmental planning over the years, whether it was direct or indirect, seems to have struck a chord with the general public, which actually offered significant support towards Birmingham becoming a regional leader in sustainability, which prompted a lot of attention in the first draft of the Birmingham Plan 2040, and spread it across recommendations in the future city sections, the neighborhood sections, the mixed use section. As Jana mentioned, is actually one of the 9 or one of the overarching themes of the master plan. So with all that, we decided to form this Birmingham Green Strategy to compile and organize the city's various what we call ad hoc environmental planning efforts into one concentrated and ambitious plan for building Birmingham's resiliency and regional competitiveness. We broke this strategy into 6 corresponding goals, corresponding as in to the 6 environmental planning practices declared earlier. The goals, and I'll paraphrase here, is to increase the use of green infrastructure, increase the commitment to historic preservation, simplify and highlight solar across the city, expand lead requirements, keep on improving those parks, and establish a no-nonsense commitment to the Rouge River. So each of those goals we broke down into several sub-strategies to try and reach those goals. The strategies themselves, they're based on a combination of data, previous master plans, the aforementioned first draft of the 2040 plan, and all of those existing policy/action items that were kind of broken down in more detail in the report that I gave you. The strategies are somewhat weighted towards the topics that we feel need, or I should say need, or the city has ample room for a little more representation. So green infrastructure and native plantings, I've got 4. For example, one of them is to build an interactive demonstration rain garden at City Hall Shane Park. Historic preservation, there's also 4. One of the big strategies there is to preserve 30 buildings by 2030. 30 by 30, cool little marketable strategy there. Solar energy has a little bit less because we do it pretty well already, but there are some things I see that we can improve upon. Lead building design, also something we do already, but seems to be a simple improvement. Parks, trees, and open space, what I would consider a strength of the city. Again, it's a pretty simple single strategy option there. And the Rouge River, just a couple strategies to build, again, our existing commitment to quite a precious natural resource. So we recognize that this isn't only a planning division topic, nor do we want it to be. DPS, the Birmingham Museum, the communications department, engineering are all going to have valuable roles in this. Importantly, to kind of provide a united front throughout all the city departments and leadership towards this type of strategy. And lastly, I just wanted to highlight something that we've been doing since long range planning in 2020, which is the Birmingham Green newsletter column. It's just something we've done to kind of talk a little more candidly, more like blog style, about environmental planning topics and how they relate to the city of Birmingham. You see we've done solar panels, leaves, historic preservation tax credits, all those types of things. That's it for me, Mayor Boutros. I understand there may be some questions. I know there's several presentations, so I'll wait and see.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. And with that, we have pretty much all through planning item A, B, C, and D. Questions, and please specify who you're referring to. And actually, anyone would like to answer, raise your hand. Commissioner Hoff.
Yes, I have a few comments. First of all, the lot combination policy, I would like to see that move forward. We had a very unpleasant situation not too long ago where there were differences of opinion on, well, there wasn't a difference of opinion that we need revisions to the lot combination policy. It was the application of that policy. And so I would like to see that move forward. I think that's important. As far as the Birmingham Green Plan, I think that's excellent. I think we do a lot. Greenwood Cemetery was not mentioned at all. And it seems to me that in the historical focus, that Greenwood should be included because that certainly is historical and has potential for the green planning strategy. And then there was a comment here that there have been some missed opportunities for green stormwater infrastructure. And I'd like an explanation on that. And it said missed opportunities in projects such as the South Old Woodward reconstruction, Maple Road Diet, and the Cranbrook Road non-motorized improvement plan. What opportunities were missed?
So, and these are my opinions. I think to start with the South Old Woodward project, I think the landscaping beds would have been some like what I would consider low-hanging fruit in terms of making some sort of bioswale. You see them around, let's say like Little Caesars Arena downtown. that style of landscaping bed that's still green, still beautiful, but has an added infrastructure benefit as well. The Cranbrook Road non-motorized improvement plan, there is a lot of space specifically on the west side of the street, south of Lincoln, that there's a lot of room for stormwater infrastructure that can kind of take the load off of some of that runoff from the street. Rain gardens, swales, what have you, just to kind of, again, improve that infrastructure service. And lastly, the Maple Road diet. Again, whenever you add things like bump outs or mid-block crossings, especially ones that are landscaped, I think those are also opportunities to add things like bioswales.
Okay, I just want to mention that on Cranbrook Road, the west side, that's the township, that's Bloomfield Township. So, you know, you may have some good ideas there, but that's not for us to decide. On the,
Well,
but on the
south
east,
of Lincoln, it's Birmingham.
possibility.
South of Lincoln.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple comments quickly on a couple of the items. One is, I guess, corresponding to the green discussion. I think it's good that we have policies that encourage sustainable design, sustainable thinking. I agree with those comments about South Woodward or Woodward and the opportunity for bioswales. I mean, you may recall there wasn't a plan initially in our South Woodward plan, our downtown South Woodward plan, or Old Woodward plan. There wasn't even medians in the original plan. So we've added green there. We've diminished the amount of landscape, or the amount of hardscape and added landscape, but we didn't really get to the point of bioswales and things like that. And I encourage that. I think that's a good approach. And I agree with that thinking going south when we get into surely Old Woodward South and then wherever else. So that's good. I would caution on the LEED. You know, incentivizing LEED, I think is fine. LEED buildings, LEED projects, but I would definitely caution on making certain mandatory items in that or requirements. I see in one of the items on your report here, it says develop incentives and requirements, and I would just be cautious on the requirements. LEED is a good idea in theory. Frankly, I think there are a lot of holes in the LEED approach, and I think more general sustainability approaches are actually far more valuable than simply putting a LEED certification on something. There are a lot of flaws to that thinking. So I think we need to be very thoughtful about how we go about that and make sure we don't hinder the intent. And with that, I would say that one of the examples is adaptive reuse buildings, I think, are significant in terms of green infrastructure. And there wasn't a lot of discussion. I guess there's points about adding or encouraging historic properties, which is great. But I think we also need to encourage adaptive reuse of existing properties. I like to say the greenest building is the one that's already built. So it's far greener to take an old building from 1950 that's not historic, make it into a new project, which I've done many times in my work, and it's not necessarily historic, but ultimately that building is far greener than any LEED certified building that you would build ground up. So that's where I get into this idea of LEED isn't all really, you know, doesn't encompass the. So I would advocate in the report the adaptive reuse idea as a direct way to increase our sustainability and our development. So I think that needs to be emphasized. It's really not much in the report, and I would add that in there as well. Relative to one quick comment on lot combos. The one comment that I think Nick made about some of the elements that are a little bit more gray and more you see it, you know it when you see it kind of thing. I think most of those, as I think the consultant for the master plan is looking at, are ideas that can be definitive and can be incorporated and can be included definitively as part of our zoning. So I think we just need to work a little harder to make sure that we identify what that means when we talk about the character of a neighborhood, the rhythm, the pattern, and these things. Those are definable and they can be incorporated into zoning. specifically. You just have to kind of work it through. And the last comment I would say to Jana, and a terrific work on informing our very, very critical committee, which is our non-motorized committee, is incredible. It's very important, and it's one of the most important committees in our groups in our city for enhancing our public realm and everything. I think it's great that you're educating all of the members as they come in as to new principles, ideas, updates. It's very, very critical, and not everybody has that background and when they come in. So I think that's terrific. I would add, it's one thing to talk about it up front when you bring them in, but it's another to have something on the docket every single week and then having to figure out, how the principles apply. So one thing I would suggest, and this has been done in committees in the past, is to actually provide something that they can use on a consistent basis. And my thought is, I know that you're using, I just happen to have these because I use them every day. They're sitting on my desk in my studio here. The NACDO guide is a critical guide. I know you had some images in there. The ITE manual on urban thoroughfares is critical. And then the street design book. My suggestion would be that we actually consider budgeting the possibility of providing these physical books to our committee so that they actually have them at their desk every week when they're looking at projects, because these kinds of books, whether it's these or others, they're incredible references that can be used every day, and this is a critical component of our city building here, and we need our committee to be as informed as possible, and these, I think, would help on a daily basis to them. So that's a suggestion to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita, with your comments. Any other comments, commissioners, questions? Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah, on the lot combos, I totally support doing the housekeeping necessary to make that work better. But I wanted to commend Mr. Dupuy on the sustainability report. I was very impressed with it. I think we ought to some way get together, maybe in a workshop, and formally, discuss these things and give you the go ahead on a lot of them. Because I think it really shows leadership. Shows your leadership here on staff, and it gives us an opportunity as a community to lead. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Baller. Any other?
One more thing, Mayor. I think we might consider taking 50% more time for lunch, maybe 15 minutes instead of 10.
Less, you should say. We should eat as we go, but let's see how this goes. Any more questions from commissioners or comments? Public? I see none. I probably have a comment myself on, I actually echo several commissioners on the lot combo, how important it is to proceed. And I believe it is very important to proceed for certain more clarification. Mr. Cohen, you've done a wonderful job explaining as the gray area. And I believe this is up to the commissioners. It's up to us, the leaders, to create policy. And when you create a policy and you put a resident through an application, and if they meet every criteria with a policy that we created, I don't believe there should be any gray area. It should be crystal clear. If there's 7, 8, 6, 5, whatever the standard or the criteria that we had put in place, I don't believe there should be any gray area then. So therefore, I really support that we take a very serious look at this. And we should not have a gray area in our policy, number one. But also, it's either, that's my personal recommendation, no resident should go through this whole application process, costing them money, time, and then they come in front of us, and for us to judge what is the characteristic of the street, or whether me as a commissioner, I like it or not, or my fellow other commissioners don't like it. I don't believe this is a fair process for any residents that go through. It's either we don't want a lot combination, and I'm not here to support by any means what I'm saying and suggesting that, first of all, 3 lots is just we're done with that. And that's what created the whole policy to begin with. Two lot combinations, whether the lot is being combined, there's two different types of combination. Is it being combined to build a larger home to suit the needs of the family in living in our city? Or is it the lot being combined by a developer? Actually, three things to maximize their profit. Or is the lot being developed or the lot being combined maybe to have more landscape area? And this is another area that we looked at that we need to be very clear on the directions we're given to our planning board and to our policy by creating policies and put criterias. If you do combine a lot, not to build a larger home, and what would that entitle? And what structure can you put on that empty lot next to you? And what can you and cannot do? And we've discussed that in the past. Back to my point. It's either have a policy, and when a resident meet every criteria in that policy, I don't believe they should come in front of a commissioners for me to judge if meets characteristic of the neighbor or not. That's up. It's already measured by the planning board, by the building officials. They've met every criteria. I suggest if they don't meet the criteria, either one of them or maybe two, and there's a hardship they created, that's up to the city commissioner to see, does it meet the characteristic of the street? Is it an exception to do so? That's when you bring it in front of a commission, not when somebody meet every criteria. And then for me as a commissioner to decide, well, I'm not sure. I don't like that house on that street. Well, it's not for me to decide that. That's why we decide what the policy is. So again, I am big supportive or either strengthening, making sure there's no gray area in our policy and combining the lot. And I'm really big advocate myself. It's my personal opinion. If they meet every criteria after we already finalize this and there's no more gray area, they should not come in front of a commission. This should go back to really administrative work. They should just come to us if there's an issue again, or if they don't meet the criteria, and maybe we'll look at the exception. But that's again my opinion, and I hope other commission can see how this can facilitate things moving forward and not put through a resident through a very long process, timing and finance some burden on them, and come into a commission for us to decide yes or no on something they already been through, and the planning board told them yes they can. And that's my comment on that. And I hope we can come to a very clear understanding what the subjective measurement, and hopefully it won't be any gray area. And then we don't have an argument of whether a commissioner decide it meets a characteristic of an area or not. It is not for a city commissioner to decide that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, all planning department, assistant, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Dupuy. We appreciate you. You're lucky enough you came before lunch, as everybody's out of energy and we need some fuel. We will break for literally 10 minutes, guys, so we can proceed and finish on time. As we know, there's a lot of people on this Zoom that have plans after 2 o'clock. So hopefully 10 minutes, we'll be back. And then we'll continue our planning meeting. Thank you again.
And at this point, I think we're good. I have the captioner, the new captioner online, so we should be good for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Sabran. With that, good afternoon again, and we continuing our long-range planning meeting. And next item on our agenda is our Birmingham Shopping District, the Downtown Retail Attraction Program. And I do believe I see Mr. Hockman, Jeff Hockman, with us. Are you doing the presentation for us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
How are you, Mr. Hockman?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Hey, thank you. I'm going to be doing the presentation for the shopping district today. First of all, I want to appreciate the opportunity to have the opportunity to speak to the commission in your long-range planning session. And also, I want to thank the commission over the last period of the COVID emergency, the support that you've given to the downtown businesses. It's recognized and appreciated, and we appreciate the efforts that you have made to help accommodate the businesses as they deal with a very stressful time in their business. As everyone knows, the shopping district has 4 committees. We have marketing and advertising, we have special events, we have maintenance and capital improvements, and business development. What we want to talk to you today about is the business development, what we've been doing, how we maintain and help improve the business of the district and continue to improve the viability of the business district on a long-term basis and meet the goals and aspirations of the community. This is the first time I've done a share screen, so I'm going to give it a go and see if it comes up. Yes, it is. Can everybody see that?
Not yet, Mr. Hockman.
Okay. Anybody yet?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. This is a new one for me, so if you don't see it, let me know. What we wanted to talk about, just to give you a quick update, is that we're currently, fortunately, I would say, we have a retail occupancy of 96%. Now, that is a number that what we have and what we show on our data, we do have turnover, and what we're very concerned about is the next 6 to 9 months and the stress that retail will be going under and the change that we'll be doing. But right now, we're operating on a fairly good basis compared to other communities. Our office occupancy is 88%. Historically, that is in the ballpark of where we've been, so that's been consistent too. The other thing that we've been doing and helping is the measures with the COVID-19 and the regulations that have been in place, and we anticipate those will be in place for another 3, 6, 9 months, depending. But we have to be very nimble, and we have to be capable to operate as things change and do that. As I indicated, we're very concerned about what the next 6 months are going to be about, and that's what I'd like to talk to you about today on our business retention and attraction. Otherwise, the retail landscape is changing, as we all know, and it's been advanced by the COVID with the whole idea of people using the social media platforms and using the internet to purchase goods. You know, Somerset is a mall that's close by and continues to be very aggressive, and we're in direct competition for tenants with them. Detroit is up and coming, and we're starting to see business attractions. And when we talk to potential tenants, Detroit is now starting to be a also location. And as I mentioned, the COVID-19 challenges that are facing all our retailers, and it's been a very stressful time, and it was a very difficult holiday season for them. What I'd like to talk about here is what we're doing to optimize our advantage as an open air portfolio and deliver the support, programming, and distinct customer service. And the business development has divided itself in, and I want to really emphasize this. We have been working over the years from its inception to attract new tenants and to out market Birmingham, have a very aggressive process to reach out both to local, regional, and national tenants. And we continue to have success in that area. But we're continuing to look at the process we use, and we're recruiting, a prospective group of tenants. We have some active activity going on, and we've had some tenants even sign during this difficult period. Johnny Wise was one of the most recent national tenants that we had, which you're aware of. The environment is continuing to be one of looking for growth, and we want to cultivate that. And we think after the pandemic is over, that this will be a very viable thing. What Birmingham has to offer and how it positions itself, we're finding is very attractive to tenants, and we're finding some productive discussions. And we could still, the most important though, is to develop the relationships with landlords and brokers. We can help recruit tenants, we can work with those, but at the end of the day, it's necessary to have the landlords accept the tenants, accept what the terms and conditions are, and be able to ultimately get them in the buildings and open for business, because that's the ultimate measurement. So we still have to work with landlords. The front is the landlord area is changing. As we see now, is what would be expected. Tenants are now willing to maybe pay the asking rent, but they're also looking for more concessions from the landlord and the tenant improvements and improvements to the space rather than the tenant taking those on. So that's been a change that we've seen in the last 6 months. And it's very difficult for the landlords because that's a cash outlay for them also. So we're trying to help bridge that gap and put those in perspective and serve kind of a mediator between the different parties to make that happen. The other thing which I mentioned, which we've really been emphasizing, is really the retention of what we have. It's one thing to attract, but it's the other thing is once you have someone here, we want to do everything we can to make them have a successful experience and they're willing to stay. What we have here is, we're working with engagements with them with social commerce, analyticals. We're doing all kinds of different social media programs to help promote the local businesses. The other thing we've done, which you're probably aware of, is the COVID-19 relief with PPE. We're going to start our third round of that in the next couple of weeks. And we organized ourselves in conjunction with some help from Oakland County to provide the various kinds of needs they need, the masks, the sanitizers, those types of things that they need in their stores as another help them out. And we want to continue to, help connect to the available resources beyond our community. The CARES Act, Oakland County did some special grants in the first round. There may be something more coming from the CARES Act in this recent thing. So we're working with all areas that we can find and putting that communication, putting that information out to the businesses so they're available and they can take advantage of those programs. The other thing that we want to talk about is what we call sense of place in our planning. And that's really to utilize all the channels to achieve the positive connection with the PSD. We want to expand the programming, campaigns, physical assets, and everything to make the environment and what we do in this community something as if the atmosphere, which is part of the attraction and retention of not only the businesses, but also we have to have that environment and that brand to bring in the customers for those businesses. And we want to, look at this as we meet shoppers' needs on a regional basis and make sure we're doing that as it is. So those are the slides. I'm trying to be a little sensitive to your time. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hockman. A wonderful, short, precise, and right to the point presentation. I'll leave it up to the commissioners on any comments and questions for Mr. Hockman. Commissioner Host.
Jeff, you do a great job. Thank you. You said how you're the liaison between the landlords and the tenants. And in keeping with that, I saw a graph of the Detroit area commercial space, and the only one that's raised their rates since COVID hit, according to this graph, was the city of Birmingham. And I'm wondering what you can say about that as, in a sense, the mediator. Have rents gone up? And I'm asking.
The short answer is a mixed bag. Some people have been aggressive. Some landlords have been aggressive on their rents or not willing to ratchet them down. But part of that is supply and demand. Because when you're running fairly full, you're less reluctant to lower your price in that situation. But what's changing is what I talked about is the extra cash incentives coming from the landlords. And that's been an education process that is, we just need to continue to explain the environment, because at the end of the day, the last thing a landlord wants is empty space. So yes, maybe if you can get that rent or that rate that you like, what we're trying to do is it's more of an education and an explanation and talk about what's happening on an overall basis, and particularly on a regional and national basis, so they know how to make that decision. Sometimes we're successful, other times we continue to have those conversations. But we're trying, it's really an education thing, Commissioner Host, and trying to get people to understand the importance of the continuing to keep the spaces occupied with the right tenants.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoff, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Hoff. Unmute yourself, please.
Jeff, I don't know if you want to feel free to say anything about this, but I'm wondering, is the BSD board involved in replacing the executive director?
Yeah, look, I can give you the status of that. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we're involved, and really where we stand on the process, as we know, Ingrid Tai left effective Jan 1. The notice and the recruitment notice has gone out through the various sites. The city HR department takes the point on that and does it. Those close on January 29th. At that point, then there will be a process of reviewing the resumes and determining who meets the qualifications, because sometimes you get people that don't meet the advertised qualification. Once we do that, then there'll be a process to narrow that down to 10 approximately, it could be 11 or 12, but to get it down to, our goal is 10, then we do phone interviews. Once the phone interviews have been concluded, we'll then narrow the list to 5. And once we have a Zoom type of interview with those 5, we'll then narrow it down to 2 to 3, then bring that to the PSD board for final selection. We anticipate from Jan 1, that's probably a 90-day process. Normally, and the last time we went through this 4 years ago, however, with COVID and maybe some of the delays, it could be a 120-day process. In the interim, we have reorganized the office and we have put out duties and assignments, and I'm meeting with the staff weekly to kind of keep things moving and make sure we're meeting all our needs and aspirations. So yes, we're involved, and it's a very defined process, and we're very hopeful that we'll be having somebody to announce early April.
Are you getting resumes?
Yes, we are. I haven't checked with HR to know the number, so I can't give you the number, but yes, we are.
Thank you.
Well done. Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please, with your comment or question.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
What is your total budget, and has COVID changed significantly how you're spending that money?
Okay, let me answer that, Commissioner. Our total budget's $1.1 million is roughly what it is. And of that number, just big picture, about $900,000 is the special assessments, and about $200,000 comes from event sponsorships and other ancillary funds. What we have done to do that is essentially where our budget is off is on the sponsorships for events, because we haven't held them. So the other thing that we've done is we reprogrammed the budget this year, and we put much more money or allocation of funds within that defined budget into the marketing and advertising. There was it was about a 50% greater effort that we did in the December, November lead up during the holidays, and we have reserved another $50,000 to $100,000 for programs associated with the first quarter, and then we'll see where it goes. Part of those funds, to answer the question, came from our reserves. We had some reserves in our funds for special situations such as this, and so we spent those reserves down and to help support these initiatives. So the other thing, one thing that I just mentioned that everybody might be aware of, the Birmingham Bucks program has been successful. We're trying to do unique things and out of the ordinary things to attract people to town, to give them some incentives to come and shop, but then come back. So it's important to get that repeat business. And then Restaurant Week starts, coming up this week, and we've done a very aggressive Birmingham Bucks program where if you spend 50, you get 25. If you up to 100, you get 50. So that's what we're trying to do, is to do those kinds of things. But yes, we have had to reprogram our budget, and we tried to address on an entrepreneurial basis where the needs are right now, and then maybe cut back on some of the other programs and redeploy the funds from normal years.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Any other comments? Seeing none from the public. Jeff, thank you for all you do. We appreciate you. We appreciate the whole Birmingham Shopping District Board and all the work that you've done in our city. It's a very important factor for us. Very important section. Our city is as great as our downtown, and I believe we're doing great. And let's hope we keep it great. Good luck, and hopefully we'll find a good replacement that suit our need.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. But one thing I'd like to emphasize based on the comments, it's a relationship and a partnership between what the merchants and what we're trying to do, but we would not be able to do this without the support of the commission, and we recognize that and we appreciate it. But also, it's important we have the respect and the contributions from the community at large. And we are fortunate, as you look around our community, our region, and other areas in the country, we have a very great relationships, and we continue to help each other, and we need to continue to do that. Remember that we're in this together, and we really like everybody's support, and thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
We go on to the next item in our agenda. That would be our fire department, the ISO review and enhancement, and I believe we have our fire chief, Mr. Paul Wells, with us.
Yes, can you hear me? Good afternoon, commissioners and mayor.
Good afternoon.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, Eric, my computer is not sharing the screen, but go ahead, Paul. Do not stop. Go ahead with it.
Okay, today we're doing an update on ISO. Back in 2018, we brought this to the commission, and we thought it would be a good time to show us our updates we've made since then. The ISO rating for Birmingham Fire Department is a 3. And what this rating is, it's what the insurance companies use for your premiums for for insurance for residential and commercial. Some of the insurance companies do not use this, but most of them do, especially in a commercial setting. They use a guidebook to determine each aspect of how your grade is as a fire department. The 4 main areas that ISO looks at are emergency communications, fire department, which is 50% of the rating, water supply, and community risk reduction. And as I said before, the lower the rating that you are, so if you're a 1 or a 2 or a 3 compared to a 10, the cheaper your rates would be for your fire, for your fire insurance. So in 2018, out of 10 possible points, we got 8.5 in emergency communications. So meeting with ISO a few months ago, we targeted where we needed to improve that. The tablets we've installed in the fire trucks with the computer aided dispatch, which comes from Birmingham Police Dispatch in Oakland County, will help us get to the scenes quicker, showing us live traffic conditions, construction projects. Also, the fact that our fire officers can pull up the data on the houses, or especially the commercial occupancies, will help us get some points with ISO. Being able to find the target areas where the power is, the gas supply for a commercial occupancy. And then if we have a fire, when we do have fires, there's a lot going on. You've got police dispatch working with us, working with our neighboring communities, and also with the police department. So if there is a possibility of a mistake made with dispatch times, we can go through and pull it's called like a rapid recall, and correct the times in our report. So again, we can show our real times, looking back at the data to show to ISO that we can get to the scene very quickly in our city. The fire department, and this part here, we earned almost 32 points out of 50. This is where we can make our biggest improvement. It's nothing that we did wrong. It's just ISO looks at different things than we were tracking previously. One of those things is we need to improve our training in ISO looked at categories. For instance, medical training doesn't count towards ISO. This is strictly for firefighting. So what we've done is change our training program, our annual program, to have more ISO topics so we can get credit for those in the future. We also will give out homework assignments, I call it. If the firefighter's like injured or on vacation and they missed a critical ISO training, we can assign them the homework assignment when they come back on duty. So we can show that all of our firefighters have done the training that they were required to do for the year. Another area that we lost a lot of points on is just obviously the more firefighters you have, the better for a structure fire, especially with our big business district we have downtown and our very large houses in some parts of our city. We lost out on 10 points of 15 in manpower With the addition of Rescue 2 at Station 2, that's going to help us in the future. And with the automatic aid agreement we did with Bloomfield Township, we get some credit for having that automatic agreement where they come to the fire scene immediately without having to be told by one of our officers. Our dispatch will automatically call them for any confirmed structure fire. So in these couple areas right here, we can make up a lot of points. Between the 3 and 2, we only missed out on 6.5 points to get to that 2. So by making just these corrections here, we're hoping to break that field and then perhaps even do better. Another thing that we did that we can make up a couple points is when we got the squad 2 years ago now already, we did not get rid of our yellow fire truck that you see every once in a while, our reserve truck. It's a 1995, it's in good shape. And having that resource as a backup will give us an additional point or 2 for a reserve apparatus. Water supply, this is another large area of improvement. Again, by meeting with ISO, we were able to find some ways to improve. The biggest thing that I think everyone's gonna like is we are no longer going to flow half the hydrants every year in the city and have lots of rusty water and have more potential to break water mains. Starting this spring, we're going to test only 20 hydrants. They have to be within 1,000 feet of commercial occupancies. And the best part about doing this too, we can do it at night when people are not washing their clothes or eating dinner, making dinner. We can do this at night. So we're going to coordinate that with engineering DPS this spring. And this will actually give us more credit towards ISO and help bring this score of 33.5 up to 40, closer to 40. What we will still do though is exercise all of our hydrants, which is required by the National Fire Protection Agency. And by exercising it, we will just keep the caps closed, open the valve up and down a couple times, and report any problems and go from there. Working with engineering the last couple months with Jim Surhai has been great. He is seeing our view, which he always has, but seeing where we lack in fire water flow areas. So we're looking to work with him with like the unimproved streets, some areas that would need water remains replaced possibly more than others, especially where you have maybe a larger concentration of larger homes. So that's something we're going to continue to work on in the future to improve our score with water supply. Another thing they look at too with fire protection is we have to have the ability to pump in our commercial areas a certain amount of gallons per minute, over 3,000 gallons per minute. So that's another important part of water supply and how many apparatus, how many fire pumps we have on a scene. And then this area, community risk reduction, is like a bonus area. We did pretty well here, but we're looking to increase this more because this ultimately, this is a newer area to ISO in the last 20 years. We've added more of our fire safety education. Obviously COVID has hampered some of that, but we've done some Zoom meetings and whatnot. Every time our firefighters are on scene, they ask, they get it in as appropriate. We ask to check the fire smoke detectors and CO detectors. We started that program a couple years ago, replacing them. If we see a need or if there was a fire, small fire, we want to replace those before we leave the scene. And then we've added 3 additional shift fire inspectors to do the pre-incident planning and inspections. What the pre-incident planning is we get into the schools, the larger occupancies, churches, buildings, and we get to lay out all the hazards so we know in the middle of the night where the gas shut off is, electrical rooms are, that kind of thing. So you know what you're doing when there's some smoke and flames, and every firefighter gets a chance to hopefully see that at some point. So in conclusion, our goal is they come out automatically every 5 years. Our goal is to have them out in the spring of 2022. They need a 1 year of data to look at. Our goal is to be awarded a 2. Fingers crossed to be better. There's only 17 departments in the whole state of Michigan that are a 2. And there's only 1 department in the state of Michigan that is a 1, that's Grand Rapids. So our ultimate goal is to show, the country that we're the best department around and get that 1, but we're hoping for at least with what we found that we can get to a 2. And I think that would just help overall keep the businesses coming to Birmingham. This helps with the advertising for that. And it just overall shows the commitment we have and then the support we have from the commission and community too, to have a great fire department. So thank you for your time. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Walls. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? See none. Any from the public?
Yep.
Oh, Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Yeah. Chief, is there any effect on homeowner insurance by our rating?
It depends on your provider. Some of them will just look at how close you are to a fire hydrant and fire station. If you're a career full-time department like we are compared to a part-time or a volunteer like Troy, that makes a difference. And then if you go from a 4 to a 1, you would see a huge difference. But mainly you'd see it, and unfortunately you can't get a dollar amount. You would see it more in the commercial places, the larger buildings. And it all really depends on your home size and your insurance provider for residential.
So the better we're rated, the lower our premiums, right? I wonder if that's a message we ought to get out to our community, because there are things probably the community can do to assist you in getting a better rating. Is that fair to say?
I think you can't bank. The residential is a very small part, and you can't put a dollar amount on it. Like I said, it's what I can say is this: is we build more up and we do mixed use, and we're building our city out more. The more buildings we have over like 35 feet, it puts it. We get looked at higher. We have to show that we have a ladder truck staffing to do that. If you're a city that has you're a rural community, or that you're a township with no businesses over 1 story, 2 story, you get looked at differently. We have higher expectations because we have a downtown. But you can't put a dollar amount on it. I think the support we have been getting from the community, I don't want to give a promise that your rates are going to drop, 10%. You just can't put a hard dollar. And ISO will not give us that, because they don't want to stand behind either, because it does depend on each insurance company.
But it affects commercial more than residential?
Yes.
No, so getting cooperation from our commercial landowners, property owners, would seem to be something that might make sense. And my only suggestion is to engage with those who would benefit from a better rating. And if there's anything they can do to assist in getting us a better rating, they ought to be doing it, because it's in their best interest.
Absolutely. And having more inspectors and getting out there, a lot of departments struggle and get behind. That's why we've added more, and that just having them doing what they're supposed to with code enforcement helps us a lot, because I get to go out more. My inspectors get more inspections done if they're going to more places per day and not going back to the same place. So that's the message we try to tell all of our commercial occupancies is, please get these things. These are what you're supposed to do. Follow this. We don't have to keep coming back and writing tickets. We don't want to do that. That helps us alone. So yeah, any kind of support would help.
That's right. Thank you, our chief. Commissioner Host, go ahead, please, with your comment.
Yeah, I just want to commend Chief Wells on what I would call being so proactive on so many fronts. It really, what you did on the COVID thing alone was outstanding. But by having these 3 additional inspectors and the new ambulance and everything you're doing, we'll be a 1 someday, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Public? Miss Cindy Rose with us. Do you want to comment on? Go ahead. Cindy, your hand is raised. Do you want to speak? Do you have any comment? You're muted. Here we go. Now you can speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Rose, how are you, Cindy?
I'm actually going to echo what has been said already, but while I had the opportunity to say to Chief Wells that I thought that the offer to make Birmingham Fire Department administrator of a COVID site was absolutely brilliant. I hope it comes to fruition. And just anecdotally, I've been trying to help a lot of people in their 90s figure out how to get vaccinated, and it's been extremely difficult. So well done coming up with at least a plan to make it happen. That was it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Bloom, go ahead with your comment, please.
Yes, I'd like to thank Chief Wells for all the work he's doing. And Am I correct that historically or more recently, we had a better rating than a 3? I guess is the first question. And the second question is, could we get the chief to come back to the city twice or quarterly to let us know where he is on the progress of getting us a higher ISO rating to make sure that we can get a better rating next year? Thank you.
The rating 12 years ago was a 4, so we have never been better than a 3. 4 was worse than a 3. Lower you are, the better you are. So
that's good news. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. With that, concludes your presentation. We appreciate you and your time. Have a wonderful afternoon. Next, we go to our police department. We have several items, A, B, C, D, E, and I suggest the chief, if you are going to do so, go ahead with finish the whole presentation. We hold our questions and comments till the end. Go ahead, chief. Or commanders, Gruey, good afternoon.
Eric, is my camera not on?
No, I cannot see you. I can hear you though. Here we go. Unmute yourself, chief.
And Eric, can you give me permission to screen share?
You're all set, Scott.
You know, before I get started, I wanted to say I was having dinner last night with my 86-year-old father, and he was asking me I was telling him I had to work today, and he said, well, what are you going to talk about? So I went through my whole thing with my father, and he was looking down at his food, and he looked up and he said, without changing his expression, said, I told you should have been a fireman. So, so with that, we're going to do a couple of projects for the police department's working on. The first one I'm going to talk about is a mental health co-responder unit. And obviously, 2020 was a very interesting year for law enforcement with the COVID-19 situation complicating things. And we obviously had executive orders from the governor. We had public orders from the health department to work on. And obviously, we had a great deal of social unrest throughout the nation that obviously took note here in Birmingham. We had 8 different marches here in Birmingham related to that. So I think it kind of looked at law enforcement from a broader perspective, and I think society came to realize that really police officers, well, in addition to our law enforcement duties and our caretaking duties, we also had basically a community caretaker responsibility that, we're the first person that usually people come in contact with when they need help. And obviously we address senior issues. We work with juvenile issues, behavioral issues. We deal with people suffering from mental illness in a crisis. We talk about drug abuse and addiction. We talk about how the police department liaisons with the schools, with local businesses and communities and churches. So beyond just our law enforcement function, we have a great deal of other things that we've been tasked with that make us become more of a jack of all trades. So with that in mind, and with the related to the social anxiety about the police and our efficacy in terms of how we do our job, I took a hard look at a social aspect of what we're doing here at the police department, with the service part of what we do. And I think in looking at that we can improve our social part of things. And this next slide here, the article is an example of something that we looked at. Detroit News published an article that, opinion police should partner with social workers. And I have a great deal of respect for this article. I think it opens up a lot. So going on to the next screen, Scott. So I took a dive into starting in last June on my own and spent about 3 months researching mental health response, how we can deal with people who are suffering from mental health crises, how we can do a better job of following up on people that are cases that are non-law enforcement related, but that we are tasked with on a daily basis. So I looked at all our records management system is called Clemis, and I looked through those things and I got our numbers. And I also looked at, like I said, researched it and looked at what other communities across the nation are doing, and obviously outside of the nation. Toronto, Canada, Quebec, Indianapolis, Indiana, Battle Creek, Michigan are all departments that have some form of a social work collaboration with police departments. But in each one of those cases, it was either right now, if we have a social work case, the police officers go out there, we try and solve it as best we can. I think we do a good job with the law enforcement part of things. It's the follow-up where I think that we could do a lot better job. And some programs I saw just tried to do a better job of networking with their local mental health illness resource partners. And some actually brought on full-time social workers right from the ground floor up to try and increase their ability to handle that. So when I looked at the county resources through Oakland County Health Network, a lot of resources that we already have that already are in existence that I feel that we're not availing ourselves to, or we're not connecting well with them. So after I looked at our numbers, it is, you'll see on the category Scott here, Scott, if you look at Birmingham all the way to the left, I could only look at, with our current records management system, 5 categories, and you'll see those there. Actual mental health calls where it's classified, attempt suicides, suicides, drug overdoses, and when we use our Narcan cases. And what's troubling to me, or what's troubling from our data management perspective, is so many more of our calls, from arrest to calls that we take do have a mental health aspect, but under our current record management system, we have no way to track that. We have no system in place to give that mental health aspect to the call. So if anyone knows me, you know I'm a huge fan of interlocal agreements, and I'm a huge fan of working with other law enforcement agencies that have a like-minded thought process that I have here similar in Birmingham. So I approached Auburn Hills and Bloomfield Township, and I met with them and said, look, this is what I want to do. This is what I think it would be beneficial to your community and certainly to our communities, is that I think if we contract with Oakland County Health Network, an employee full-time that will be exclusively just to Birmingham, Auburn Hills, and Bloomfield Township, that we can then start addressing some of these issues that right now go unfollowed up upon. I'll give you a couple of examples. If we go on a suicide or attempt suicide, we handle it as best we can. We get the person the medical treatment that they need as soon as possible. We network with the families at the time to make sure they understand what's going to go on, where their loved one's going to go. Same with drug overdose, for example. But once that's over, we may give them, hey, look, we have a sheet that we give them. This is a card. These are some county resources. This is some things if you need some help, a crisis hotline, and then that's it. We do follow up from an investigatory standpoint if there's a possible crime or criminal nature involved in the case, but not from the why did the person do it to begin with? What's the underlying problems that are behind that? So my thought process is I think if we use a person who's already in the system, already familiar with what Oakland County Health Network can do, they have they're funded by the state of Michigan and the county and through private grants. They currently served about 23,000 people last year. They have a sobriety unit. They have they fund Common Ground. They have contacts to both private and public resources for mental health treatment and substance abuse issues. They have a jail diversion program or branch that we can look at for nonviolent misdemeanors. So to me, the resources are already there. We just got to do a better job of utilizing those resources. And by having someone exclusively assigned to just our 3 communities, I think that could go a long way in helping us do the proper follow-up that's necessary. So if you look at the screen here, what we did is we then looked at all 3 communities, and we did kind of a deep dive into, when is this mostly happening? It's amazing how all 3 communities paralleled one another. You'll find, looking at the chart here, that Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays are the 3 greatest days from people suffering from a mental health crisis. And the next screen will show you that the time of day between 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. are the times for all of our communities where the time is most needed for mental health assistance. So what we decided to do is we reached out to Oakland County Health Network and we said, hey, look, this is the pilot program we're proposing, that you exclusively assign us a full-time worker just to our communities. And we've said that we would give that person a car, a computer, a phone. We're going to give them office space in each one of our police departments, in our detective bureau. They're going to work an afternoon schedule, certainly on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays when the demand is highest. And then they'll have a flex the other 2 days of the week that they want to work. They'll be on call 24/7 if we should need them. It's my hope that person will spend time in Birmingham, spend time in Bloomfield Township and Auburn Hills, ride with the police officers while on duty in the appropriate safe environment. And then we'll actually go out with them when they go on follow-ups to former cases, because obviously as a police chief, I think one of the things that from a national perspective is something that's concerning is when you send people with the social services aspect out without any protection. I worry about that because obviously situations when you're dealing with people who have mental illness can turn, very quickly. So the excuse me, Auburn Hills and Bloomfield Township discussed it with their respective city manager and township supervisor. They were on board with it, and they're also going to approach their commissions and township board for an approval down the road here. Also, Oakland County Health Network is very excited about the program. They explained to us that it's the first time that anyone has ever tried a program where they're actually contracting one of their employees. So there's a built-in funding mechanism for that, and they're very excited that, like our other multi-jurisdictional, we have MCAT, our Major Case Assistance Team, which started out with 4 departments and now it has 9. We had our SACA team, our South Oakland County Crash Investigation Team. It started out with 2, it's now 5. So it has the ability to build, if we can show through its efficacy that it's worth it, we have the ability to add to that program if the need, and if we can show that it's doing some good in the community. So with that, also the other thing is, if the program is successful, if it has efficacy, then we can expand that. So I'd like to meet quarterly with the 3 departments and also have a public meeting where people who have an interest in this kind of thing can come in to the meeting, weigh in, offer their services if need be, or if they want to, and have a kind of a community-based approach. So we would, at these meetings, that we would discuss through a data records management system, which will be greatly improved upon. And then we'll be able to discuss with the community what we're doing and whether or not the program is working.
Thank you, Chief. Keep going with the presentation, whether you or Mr. Gruey.
Okay, yeah, the next thing is, and this kind of goes part and parcel to the first one, is crisis intervention training, which is CIT for short. It's basically one of the premier programs in the country right now for teaching officers how to deal with people who are suffering from mental illness or in a mental illness crisis. It teaches officers basic communication skills, how to talk to people who are experiencing this crisis. It has a it teaches also de-escalation techniques, so the officers can understand how regular de-escalation or de-escalation techniques may be offensive to them, or maybe a different approach, so that can be avoided. And it's a comprehensive 40-hour class. So the only negative to it is that it's only offered once a year at the county level because it's very labor intensive. They actually bring in people suffering from mental illness for the officers to talk to them, get used to them, and actually do role play scenarios with people suffering from mental illness. And it brings in all the different partners in the social work field and the mental health field to try and gain the officers a much greater, broader understanding of how best to serve those suffering in a mental illness situation. If you go to the next screen, Scott. Here's a couple of things. I just put this in here. This comes from the National Alliance on Mental Illness. The top 3 in the corner here, just in Michigan alone, there are 1.3 million adults that have a mental health condition. And right below it, of those, only 4 in 10 are actually receiving any kind of treatment. And then down below, you have 4 million people in the state that live without live in a mental health professional shortage here, where they don't even have access to any kind of resources. So next screen, Scott. And then on a national level, I think this is really something where I think it goes both to the co-responder mental health team and the this program, is that 1 in 5 Americans has some form of a mental health condition. And then 1 in 10 Americans has a serious mental health condition, which often comes in play when dealing with law enforcement. So I think the program, next screen, Scott. So my goal is, as chief, I would like to see 20% of our police officers trained in CIT over the course of the next 2 years. As I indicated earlier, there is a difficulty in getting this class scheduled, but I'm hoping Oakland County Health Network has told us that there's a good chance that because we're making this pilot program, we're trying to try this out, that we'll be able to schedule our own CIT course for Bloomfield Hill or Bloomfield Township, Auburn Hills, and Birmingham, and hopefully we'll be able to get as many officers through that 1-week program as possible to get us on the right way. And the idea is that if we can get the officers to buy into the program, if we can get them, find those that are really interested in it, that they can then become trainers, that as new officers come on board, we can self-train between the 3 departments. So again, because we have such good working relationships with those other 2 departments, we can maybe come up with our own CIT instructor team from a combination of Birmingham, Bloomfield Township, and Auburn Hills to get that training necessary for all the officers. So, okay. And then lastly, last year we talked about the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police accreditation program. I want to just basically update that a little bit. So far we have, in the state of Michigan, there's currently the almost 600 departments in the state, only 29 are accredited, or less than 5%. So we're trying to get into a pretty elite category here. We've already completed the thorough research of all our departmental policies to bring them up to standards or create ones that we didn't have. That's all ready to go. It's all in electronic form now. We have got, one of the things that this program requires us to have is what's called proofs. So not only do we have a policy, but we also have to show or prove how we use that policy. So we've defined and come up with all our different proofs. So right now we're ready to schedule for what's called a mock assessment. And Commander Gruey, Lieutenant Greg Wald, Officer Gina Moody, and our Community Resource Officer Casey Peterson have been working very diligently on this part of it. It's scheduled for the second week of February, hopefully. Once we go through our mock assessment, we'll schedule our final assessment, and hopefully we will go before the Chiefs of Police Accreditation Board in June of 2021 for our final accreditation. If that's approved in June, we'll be about 8 months ahead of schedule from where we were. So with that, I'll turn it over to Scott to talk about parking.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. Just an update on the parking system. I'm sure you're all well aware, back in the spring, early summer of 2020, there were some initial parking assessment reports, condition assessment reports that were done of the 5 parking structures by WJE, who has a contract with the city to do this work for us. That initial assessment was limited in nature and basically just identified some immediate repair recommendations, as well as identified some areas that needed some more inspection to determine the overall safety and maintenance that needed to be done in the structures over the next several years. Of those immediate repairs, there was some work done early this summer. Most of that was removing some loose overhead concrete that was starting to break up. Some of it was starting to fall. So they went in and knocked that down as a safety hazard. And also they went in and did some work on a lot of the stair areas, as well as the landings, where some of the faces on the front of the steps were starting to break off and crack and were causing some safeties and trip hazards. This is just kind of a picture of some of those areas in the ceilings that we would have seen around the structure. A lot of this was done in North Woodward structure, where we're starting to deteriorate and starting to break up and fall. That was all knocked down and taken off as a safety precaution. Part of the assessment that they're doing right now is to really help us develop a 5-year plan as far as what maintenance needs to be done in our structures, and prioritize that list based on need, on which structure is most important, or which repair is most important, and which one we can target first, and really give us a plan that we can identify and lay out over the next 5 years to get back into making sure the maintenance is completed on these structures. There are some other projects that we've been looking at for the structures. Unfortunately, a lot of those are on hold because of this study here. For example, lighting and amenity bays and different things we want to do in the structures. We're waiting for this plan to come out. We don't want to go in and install an amenity bay or replace lighting, only to have WJ come out and tell us that that area is unsound or needs to be repaired or replaced. So we're hoping to get this report end of March, early April, and then we can hopefully lay out a plan and start moving on some of the stuff. As far as some of the other updates we want to make you aware of is the ADA updates that are ongoing in the city. Currently, we have 79 on-street metered ADA parking locations, and there's 86 spaces within the parking structures. Of those, there is 51 of the on-street that needed some form of change, and 37 within the structures. Just to review what some of those changes are, this picture here is of a new ADA parking space that's on Old Woodward. And I just wanted to identify some of the things in this space that we looked for that need to happen in other locations. The space has to have this accessible area that you see next to the parking spot. That has to be a quote-unquote level landing pad, meaning it can have no more than a 2% grade slope in any direction. Also, we're looking for access to the sidewalks, ramps from the sidewalks. Those ramps can have no more than a 2% cross slope and no more than 8% rise in grade coming up that. That ramp also has to lead to another level landing pad that the person can then travel in any direction. To show some examples of areas that we found that needed repair, this is on Brown Street. We have this condition on Brown as well as on Chester, where we have our meters in a grass easement in between the sidewalk and the cement. This creates problems for anybody that's mobility challenged, whether it be a wheelchair or a cane. Accessing this meter, traversing the grass can be difficult. The fix to this is we're installing cement pads in these locations, and those meter posts will be moved within that pad. That will be level, no more than 2% in any direction, so that someone can access that. Additionally, we're looking at adding ramps to the rear of some of these spaces if there's not one close by. This is a simple fix here, but something that we noted around town with some of our meters were installed in tree wells. Again, this is a mobility challenge issue here, so those are moved into a flat area. This location is just kind of a good picture to show on several different things that we're able to do. This is an existing ADA spot, and as you can see, there is no accessible area identified on this side of this vehicle. Every spot has to have an accessible area. It can be on the passenger and or on the driver's side. In this location here, we were able to paint an accessible area to the passenger side of the vehicle where we have this area that's painted out. We're also adding curb ramps where the yellow curb is. And in this location, this bike rack is going to be relocated to make room for that ramp to access here. The reason we're adding these ramps here is when we review these spots, for a person who's mobility challenged to have to traverse the roadway to access a crosswalk ramp. Sometimes, as in this case, it's quite a distance to travel. It makes the spot much more accessible, having it close within the ramp and right next to an accessible area. So again, when we looked at these ramps, this is just kind of a sheet that we were looking at that we used when we measured all the different ramps within the downtown area. When we look at that ramp, again, it can have no more than a 2% cross slope. This would be your level landing pad on top here, identified between A and B. That can be no more than 2% in any direction. So as we reviewed some of the ramps in town, you can see as in this location, there really is no level landing pad. As you traverse this area here, there's nowhere to stop in the middle that would be level. This is not level here. And as you're traveling straight in this direction here, the cross slope is far greater than 2%. So this would be one that we identified that had to be replaced. This is another location here where just there's no level landing pad that's being redesigned. And the last one here to show you is just an area where we have a crosswalk that dead ends into partly a driveway and partly a curb here. So that has to be relocated. What we did here is we actually moved this ADA parking location 2 spots to the south, and this crosswalk is going to move to the south of their outdoor dining here. That way we can combine the ramp for the crosswalk. Will be right next to the accessible area to the new parking space to give that person room to get in and out of the vehicle, as well as an accessible area to get out and access the sidewalk. This past summer, we did all the areas around Shane Park. We just recently handed all the measurements for the next phase to engineering to have those plans be designed. Once that work is complete, that will be roughly about 60% of the downtown area will be completed with these upgrades and review. We do have a 5-year time period to complete all this process, and that'll be 2 years into the process. So I believe that we're doing pretty good here and we're ahead of the game. And with that, if you have any questions, we have to answer them.
Commander Gruey, let's continue the presentation all before we take any questions. Thank you so much, Commander Gruey. Let's go to the next item, if we have any on the police department now. Or is it done?
That's done.
Awesome. With that, then I will open it to questions or comments. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comment or question.
Well, my question is, did we hear about the accreditation program?
Yep, that was when I said we're on track. We're about 8 months, hopefully 8 months ahead of schedule to be considered certified, and hopefully we've scheduled a mock assessment, then we have a regular assessment, and then we'll go before the board hopefully in June to get accredited.
Okay. My question has to do with the first two, the mental health co-responder response program, which I think sounds good. But it is my understanding that Common Ground is the community mental health organization for Oakland County, and they provide many of these services like a crisis line, a residential treatment center, emergency housing, and we support them through our, we make a contribution every year. It's probably not very much, but I know that the police department comes to us every year to support Common Ground. So in creating this new position, can you comment on that? We are supporting Common Ground, and then creating this new position. I don't know if you said it's someone from Common Ground, but it will be the same set of skills, or pretty much.
Well, my understanding is Common Ground works under the Oakland County Health Network. They're part of that organization. So when I'm actually dealing with Oakland County, the network, which includes Common Ground. So where I think the disconnect is, what's happening in Birmingham is not unique to this. I think we have all these great services like Common Ground. The problem is there's a disconnect between us being able to refer them to those services and getting some efficacy with that. In other words, we can tell people, we just give them a phone number, we give them a sheet that we give, a crime victims' rights sheet that has numbers, or if there's someone suffering from a mental health crisis, we give them the information, but that's pretty much it. And so they have those services, and we kind of rely on that person to follow up on their own to get those services.
Right.
So the idea behind this is, I think we need to do more. I think we need to follow up with a person who's familiar with who's actually works for that organization, who can directly contact that person with our assistance to actually see if they can offer some form of assistance that's available that currently is not being used. So my big thing is, we have all these great, there's nonprofits or organizations that offer their services. They've got sobriety assistance up there. They got substance abuse court issues that they can offer these services. But currently, there's this disconnect in communication of actually connecting these people to the services that were offered already. So that's why I think this person would be instrumental in accomplishing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to commend Chief Clements on his proactive stance in this area. In my professional life, I spent a great deal of time looking at behavioral health and mental health issues, and I think that his data and his direction is spot on, and I think it will be a really valuable test to see how we can improve services for our residents. Many of these residents are not single calls, they're multiple calls in a year, so anything we can do to improve services and reduce ongoing issues for these individuals and families, I think will benefit our department.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Host, you have something?
Yeah, for Chief Clements, do you want money for this pilot program, or have you already put it into your budget, sir?
Both. Right now, we've applied for several grants, and Dr. Lawson, who runs the Oakland County Health Network, believes that we have a good chance of getting securing some funding through grants. But I have had a discussion with Mr. Marcus about the fact that the program gets off to a start early before any funding comes in, that we'd have to fund that. And obviously, I will come before you at a later date with the cost. Right now, it would only be about the first year cost would be about $45,000 for each community, and then a reoccurring cost of about $35,000 a year to have that one person shared between the three communities, which I kind of think is a great deal.
Thank you, Chief.
Second question. Chief, do you need money on the CIT training program? You mentioned 20%. Hopefully we'll go through it. I mean, I assume you're hoping to eventually do 100%. Do is this in your budget, or?
Yes, yeah, we've absolutely, because obviously the new fiscal year is going to start July 1st, and yes, we're going to budget for that, and then hopefully, because of our new partnership, OCHN is going to give us kind of a break on the cost of the secondary program, and hopefully that will be at a reduced rate. But again, hopefully the idea is to get through about 20% of the department, and then hopefully find those people that are interested in it and really gravitate towards it, and then begin teaching ourselves or having trainers amongst the three communities that can then do it at a much lower cost.
Last question, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Actually, it's not a question, it's a statement.
Go ahead.
You're being very proactive, Chief and Commander. Thank you very much on all fronts. This is the downtime for the noise problem that is primarily Woodward and our main thoroughfares. I would hope we might be talking about solutions to take the noise level down during this downtime, because after all, it didn't start until last week of March last year. Just a comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. All right, I think that would wrap it up with the police department. Chief, thank you. Both chiefs, fire and chief, thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for all you do. Have a great afternoon. With that, we go to building department, and I see Mr. Bruce Johnson anxiously waiting to give us his 2 minutes presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, can everybody hear me and see the shared screen?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, I'm here today to talk about how the building department has been expanding its online services. This has been a 3-step process. Started with online inspection scheduling, moved on to online trade permit acceptance, and we're now moving into online building permit applications and electronic plan review. I'm going to give you a brief update on step 1 and 2, and then move into the online building permit applications. So phase 1, we started this in 2018, and then it allows online inspection scheduling. So you can schedule inspections on your smartphone, your computer, or any smart device, could be a tablet. And so contractors and residents can schedule inspections 24 hours a day on their projects, and they can even schedule same-day inspections. You can schedule up to 6 a.m. that morning, and we will be out there that day to do that inspection. Another thing, you get real-time inspection results, meaning when the inspector's out there and then they either approve or deny the inspection, they enter the results on the job on their iPad. You'll get notified. So if it's approved, it'll say it's approved. If it was denied, you'll get a listing of the deficiencies of the things that need to be corrected. It was a little slow to start. We had to get all of the contractors registered for accounts. So the first year was a little slow getting them up and running, but today I'd say 90% of all of our inspections are scheduled online, and the other 10% are typically homeowner permits or contractors that for various reasons are not scheduling them online, but that's been very successful to date. Phase 2, I talked about this a year ago at the long range planning meeting. They were moving forward with the online trade permits. And online trade permits are the simple permits that don't require construction documents to be submitted. It could be an AC replacement like you see here, plumbing, electrical, mechanical permits on various jobs, and some right-of-way permits. They don't require construction documents, so they were kind of simple to implement and for staff and the public to get used to. So we started that in June 15th, 2020, which was in timing for the COVID pandemic, because it's a contactless service. Applicants are adapting to that quickly, and then to date, so we've been live with that for 7 months now, and more than 1,700 permits have been processed to date entirely online. So we're averaging about 300 permits a month that are processed online. Moving on to phase 3, online building permits. These are the type of permits like new house construction, commercial buildings, tenant renovations, additions that require construction documents to be submitted, whether it's the building plans, specifications, site plan, and civil drawings. Those are going to be able to be submitted all electronically online. So over the past several months, we've been updating our systems, revising our processes, and reconfiguring our database to make this possible. Every project is specific. So a new house is a specific project, and a new commercial building is a specific project, and they all have their own requirements. And now what we've been doing is putting all of the review steps inside of those projects too. So if it's a new house, it has all of the requirements for the new house for the plan submittals. If it's a new commercial building, it has those too. And for the commercial projects, they all now start at the planning process. So that would be the site plan review process. We put those into the projects. We've improved the review processes because now we can have steps that are in there. So when it goes to plan review, they will start that review project specific. It'll know which staff from which department needs to review that. And as soon as we start it, an email goes out. So we're not sending paper plans around for various reviews anymore. They'll just get an email. they can log in and all the documents are right there electronically, so they can be being reviewed concurrently all at the same time. As part of this, we've installed Bluebeam review software, which is a plan review software that we added, and that facilitates the electronic submittals. We'll be able to view, share, and mark up the drawings all electronically in the computers and review comments from various departments. It's nice because it's going to track the review submittals to where we get the first submittal in, we go through the plan review process, either the drawings are marked up, there's some deficiencies that need to be corrected. The applicants will get an email or a plan review report, and then they can then make corrections to those drawings and then resubmit electronically, and we start the first revision. And if there's still issues, it'll go on to the second revision. So it's going to be an accurate tracking system as we work through the review process. We're going to start with, we'll be able to review the drawings like we typically do. It'll just be electronic. Instead of looking at the paper, we're going to be looking at the computer drawings, but there'll be a lot of things we'll be able to implement as we move forward and staff gets used to using the software and the system, and we further develop the processes. We'll be able to mark up the drawings themselves, send them back to the applicants, and then they can make the corrections there. I kind of envision a lot of the corrections being real time, where we could have plan review staff working with the applicant. They could be looking at the same drawing, making the corrections and the resubmittals almost instantaneous. It'll take a little while to get there, but that is the hope. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Well done. Any comments, questions for Mr. Johnson? See none. Oh, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Just make a brief comment that I actually went through this process. I'm one of the 1,700 people that over the last few months went through the process of replacing my heating and cooling system in my home, and I did it completely online. A little bit of a discussion with Bruce along the way, and it was very, very helpful. And I think this whole system is a great approach, and it'll help in the future with efficiency, as well as obviously with some of these current issues with COVID. So I congratulate Bruce and the team to put this in place and to carry it forward, and I think it's working well so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any other comments? I echo Commissioner Nikita. I salute you, Mr. Johnson, and the leadership you had. I similarly experienced that myself as a resident 2 weeks ago, as one of the vendors had called me directly while they're on the phone, and it happened to be also, like Commissioner Nikita, HVAC company. While was on the phone, they're on their computer say, when are you available to schedule a city inspection? And I said Wednesday morning, and in less than a minute, they schedule it, and it was such a pleasant experience. Again, kudos to you and your team, and hopefully we'll have a full phase 3 in place and make everybody happy, not just the residents, also the contractors and the builders in our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
With that, we'll go to library, and I do believe, as usual, probably is the biggest attendee crowd, and most of the boards will be online with us, but maybe I'm not sure who is going to be presenting. Is it our library director, Rebecca Kraft, maybe?
Yes.
Awesome. And with that, I'll give the floor to Ms. Kraft. The floor is yours.
Hello. I am not able to share my screen right now. Eric, can you give me that capability?
You should have it now.
Thank you so much. As Mayor Boutros said, my name is Rebecca, and as of Monday, I'm the new library director at Baldwin. I'm happy to be here to share with you some news about the library's upcoming building plan. As you know, we've been embarking on a 3-phase building plan that started in 2016. And our goal all along has been to increase the value that the library delivers to residents, businesses, and visitors of all ages. to respond to public input, to balance community needs given limited resources, and to ensure that Birmingham remains competitive with other communities, and also to strengthen Birmingham's Civic Center. We started our 3-phase plan with the adult services renovation in 2017, and that was completed on time and under budget. And our second phase was just finished last year in July with the youth service room expansion and renovation. And if you haven't had a chance to see it yet, here's a few photos of the project. There was a 2,000 square foot addition, an expanded discovery room, formerly the story room, and a play area, and more seating, full ADA compliance, a children's terrace and garden, renovated restrooms with more capacity, and continuation of our architect's themes, Let There Be Light, and honor the 1927 building. The library completed the final phase of our building plan is phase 3, and that will take care of the entryway of the building. And this space has been largely untouched for the last 40 years, and it will help us to maintain amenities that are competitive with other local libraries, including having a street level entrance and a cafe and collaboration space. Today, I'm going to be sharing current budget estimations for the project and showing features of the project that are included in our initial conceptual plan. The library's request is that the City Commission adds this construction project to the city's 5-year financial plan by continuing to collect the library's full millage rate for the next several years. And along with this, the library is also fully committed to maintaining and upgrading other areas of the building out of its operating budget and trust. And this year in 2021, we will be painting the Grand Hall for the first time in 20 years and painting, carpeting, and refurbishing the second floor of the library for the first time in 30 years, which includes upgrading 2 public meeting rooms and staff offices. And then if this project is approved, we would submit an RFP for an architect this summer in July 2021 and begin to gather input from citizens, commissioners, and stakeholders. And then we proceed with refining our concept and completing the initial schematic designs and move on to design development and construction drawing phases. In January 2023, we would submit an RFP for a general contractor, and then we hope to begin the project in the summer of 2023 during the 23-24 fiscal year. The library is committed to remaining fiscally responsible for this final phase of the project, and the budget numbers that I'm going to share with you today are calculated from input from Lukenbach, Ziegelman, Gardner Architects, and the Daily Company, and then we projected them forward to 2023. And we also obtained our revenue projections from the city's finance department. And this phase is really tailored to be able to fit available funding and obtain a high value for our money. And we also want to make sure that we're balancing community needs for library services with other city projects. The area of coverage for this project is the purple and green area that you see here, the circulation area in the center of the library, and then the front entrance, you see that in pink, and then also the exterior plaza. And the highlights of the project include the following improvements. The most pressing matter is the addition of a street level entrance with an elevator and a renovated handicap ramp. Our entrance is one of the most mentioned shortcomings of the library that citizens have asked us to address. And then the new entrance would provide improved accessibility for seniors, handicap patrons, and people using strollers. Another off-cited request is that the library add a cafe and collaboration space where people can meet up together and talk and study. And based on feedback from the City Commission at last year's long-range planning meeting, this cafe would be staffed through an agreement with a third-party provider as opposed to having a vending machine cafe. The next part of the project would add energy-efficient floor-to-ceiling glass windows along the Burkert's curve of the front entrance that would infuse the front entrance with light, and the entryway is currently dark. And then it would also integrate the library's front entrance with the Shane Park, the community house, and the entire community. Poor lighting is one of the most negative features about Baldwin mentioned by survey participants. And then finally, a skylight would be added over the front entrance that would allow visitors to see the peak of the original 1927 building as they enter. And this continues with the architect's theme of honoring the 1927 building. The circulation area is situated in the middle of the library, and this final phase of the project will help to connect the 3 different parts of the building: the 1927 Grand Hall, the youth room, and the adult services wing. We would raise the ceiling to the original 1927 ceiling height, reduce the size of the circulation desk to create a wider space for easier access, and also add a dedicated shopping area for the Friends of the Library to sell their used materials. Everyone who visits the library and wants to check out an item uses this space, and it's important that we update the layout, functionality, and aesthetics of this area. Baldwin's Idea Lab debuted in 2017 and has been extremely popular ever since. We offer 3D printing, laser cutting and engraving, embroidery, die cutting, takeaway kits, and format conversion, which is a new thing, where you can bring in your video cassettes, audio cassettes, records, reel-to-reel audio tape, film slides, negatives, and 8mm and Super 8mm film, and we will convert that into a digital file for you. In 2020, the Idea Lab manufactured 54,000 plastic face shields as PPE after receiving $30,000 in donations from the public. And we were able to distribute these face shields to local hospitals, doctors' offices, and police and fire stations at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And needless to say, the space is in high demand, it's well loved and used by patrons, and it's currently occupying a tiny space. This is a wide angle photo of the space, and it's much smaller than it appears. We'd like to increase the lab footprint to allow for this library service to grow. The final part of the project would include the creation of an exterior plaza outside of the front entrance, which would help to integrate the library better with Shane Park, the community house, and the rest of the Civic Center. During warm weather, the plaza would offer tables and chairs, which would mirror the seating options in Shane Park. And at last year's long-range planning session, city commissioners indicated that it gave a high priority to an upgraded plaza, so we've included it in this plan. It's not an add-on anymore. And the cost of this plaza is approximately $500,000. In the last year, we've also identified 3 additional add-ons to enhance this final phase. They include an upgraded plaza to include granite trim, and that would match the granite trim that's in Shane Park. Movable glass walls in the cafe area so that the entryway can be opened up in good weather, and then adding solar panels to the flat roof to reduce the library's carbon footprint. I was happy to hear that the planning committee or the planning department is very interested in green energy options like this. So we're happy to be also interested in that and adding that to the library. And if we choose to add solar panels, we'll look to find grants to fund a large portion of the expense. Many of these grants are available for libraries and municipalities. The cost estimates that you see here were developed in early 2020. We have estimated the 2023 cost of the project by figuring in a 4% cost increase each year. And as you can see, we have estimated the total cost to be $3 million. And this includes our conservative owner's contingency of 6%. Here are the library's millage projections for the next 5 fiscal years. We will continue to use the 1.1 mils operating millage for maintaining the library's operating expenses, and we would like to continue saving the additional millage up to the voter-approved maximum Headley millage cap for building improvements. Baldwin has been collecting its Headley maximum millage since fiscal year 2016-17, and we've applied the money faithfully to phases 1 and 2. And this fiscal year 2021-22 budget request, the library will ask for a total of 1.329 mils, of which 0.229 mils will be set aside for phase 3. Details of the project as well as final cost estimates will be determined over the next 2 years as we move through the project phases. I'd like to show how the library is committed to paying for a portion of this project. Here are the budget projections for phase 3. The base cost in 2023 is $3 million, plus we have 2 optional add-ons, which would bring the total project cost to $3.256 million. The millage revenue would pay for $2.8 million of the total project cost, and the library is committed to paying for the remainder of the project from its savings and fundraising efforts. We anticipate this amount to be around $450,000, and we are grateful to have received donations from community members and will continue to use those donations to fully fund the project. I now welcome your questions and comments about this project. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kraft, I want to take the opportunity again and congratulate you on your position as a library director. And as I see, I'm not surprised to see Mr. Kochik on the phone with us. Once you're a librarian, you're always a librarian, I think.
That's right.
I want to also take the opportunity, as I do have an announcement on Monday, to congratulate you, Mr. Kochek, on your retirement. Since you're here with us now, I'm going to do so, and I will do it again on our commission meeting on Monday. Congratulations to you. Hopefully you enjoy your retirement. And on behalf of the commission, I'd like to thank you for your 30 years of service. And we wish you best of luck. With that, please, commissioners, any questions, any comments for Ms. Kraft? I lost everybody. I see everybody, but let me see. Oh, here we go. Commissioner Host, go ahead.
Rebecca, this is a lovely presentation, and as the concluding phase, it's very architecturally nice, and I share with you that I spent a lot of time in Shane Park at night, and looking over at the library with this kind of finish really integrates it into the center of our city and accentuates the 1927 building. So, and I applaud your profit and loss ideas of how to do this. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comment or question.
Yes, I just want to also compliment Ms. Kraft and Mr. Koshik and the library board and everyone who had input into the renovations, because I think some people were skeptical in the beginning when you started putting in the glass. And I think that it has really, all of your renovations have really enhanced the library and made it much more utilitarian, and people enjoy going there. I think phase 3 is the same thing. It looks very, very nice to me and very practical. But I have a question. Is the cafe, and I think I know the answer, is the cafe to be used year round?
Yes, it would be used year round. In the summertime and during nice weather, we could open up the doors to it. But yes, it's a full-time cafe year round.
But it will be heated in the winter?
Yes, and it will be air conditioned in the summer also.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. I think that conclude the questions from the commissioners and comments. Mr. Bloom, go ahead. Public comments on or questions on the library.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca, that was a really nice presentation, and it was your first time, so congratulations for both. I want to thank Doug Koshik for joining the conversation. I wanted to say that the library has been an outstanding steward of our tax dollars of late through these phases, and so I'm looking forward for it to continue and for being able to work on phase 3 with the library. I'd like to suggest that the city look at, we do have a large Parks and Rec bond, and that outside space outside the library that's got $450,000 budgeted for really does integrate the library with the city, and it's next to Shane Park. So I'd like to encourage some discussion on getting some Parks and Rec money or some money out of the city's general fund for working on that, because it's really a transitional space between the library and the rest of our downtown. And then the last thing I'll say is those glass doors for $70,000 will really add and make the utility of enclosing the current entrance. It'll allow it to be open during nice weather. It'll allow air circulation if God forbid we have another COVID situation come up or something like that, and it'll really provide a lot more utility for the community. So I encourage that for that little extra cost, it's going to be a really good investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Again, thank you, Rebecca. Wonderful presentation. Thank you to all the library board members for all the effort and the hard work to get us here. Thanks again. Congratulations to you, Rebecca. Congratulations, Mr. Kochik, on your retirement again. Best of luck. We'll see you guys. Have a great afternoon. With that, we'll go to Birmingham Museum, and we have the museum director, Ms. Leslie Pilak. The floor is yours. Go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and
I want to just highlight the priority areas that the museum will be focusing on this year. They derive directly from our recently revised strategic plan. So this presentation will take you through the highlights of that. There are three priority areas, really. They include site improvements, expanded virtual access, and community engagement and outreach. Within the site improvements, there are certain elements I want to just mention. One is the implementation of the first phase of the Heritage Zone landscape restoration. This would take place right around the proximity of the Allen House and the Hunter House along Maple Road. Part of what that will include involves the restoration of historically appropriate disease-resistant elms. So I'm showing you a historic photo that you can see the elegant and large elms in the photo in front of the Allen House some years back. And the inset is the substitute trees that we will be reintroducing. Other site improvements are actually of a minor nature, but they're designed to kind of separate visually the Hunter House from the Allen House using some minor improvements to the fencing, which are actually also historically appropriate. And we will be adding gates to the fencing at the entrance to the Hunter House, which is currently open. We will also be installing our primary signage in the open area in front of the bell. And we will be working toward engaging the community in developing a perennial garden, which would involve hopefully community donations of plant materials so that we can continue to work with the community to restore some of the original plantings that would have been on site during the Allen period. Other site improvements will involve coordinating the planning with the Parks Department and the Park Bond process and the planning for stairway access to the Rouge Corridor and ADA pathway improvements between the Allen House lawn area and viewing areas which would be integrated down into the Rouge Trailway. We also are going to be focusing on additional expanded virtual access. We've been working on this for some time now. And one of the big projects involves the GIS database project at the cemetery. So we will be integrating with the clerk's department and the planning department so that we can upload data to help add to the existing information about our historic Greenwood Cemetery. We also will be coordinating with the Greenwood Cemetery Board, surveying and documenting the historic areas of the cemetery. Another focus of our expanded access this year is that we'd like to make components of our collection available online. In particular, we have a lot of interest in our cream collection, and although we can't actually put the cream magazine covers online due to copyright issues, we can share some of the aspects of our cream collection for general public and researchers. And another popular area are our school yearbooks. And in addition to this, we have a significant online audience that we continue to interact with on a regular basis. And we have been expanding our offerings through video as well as ongoing historic content on Facebook, Twitter, and excuse me, Instagram. One other major effort this year will be to engage the community further through the Taylor Monument Project. The Taylors are formerly enslaved people that we recently discovered are buried in Greenwood and have no markers. So we have been working toward
involving community donations to erect markers for them, but also to expand the story of Birmingham's Black history. And last, we have some ideas about doing some fundraising efforts that will work within either before or after COVID. Either way, we will be able to do some more walking and strolling tours. We did a little bit of that during the last year, even under COVID, and there seems to be a lot of interest in that. And outdoor themed events are going to be popular, whether it's during COVID or not, and so we're going to work in that direction as well. And that concludes my presentation. So if I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Palak. With that, we'll open it to questions. Commissioner Host, go ahead.
Leslie, I have two questions. One is on your Greenwood Cemetery talk, the GIS data project. Would that include any form of, you know, the ground GTR thing, or is this separate from trying to figure out how many plots are really there? I'm asking.
Right, those really are separate. The ground penetrating radar is a process where outside contractor would come onto the site and investigate using various kinds of equipment about what might be going on under the surface. It's possible that if that does happen, we can integrate that information into the mapping project. The mapping project, though, is one that is done through a GIS that would actually create a database available not just to the city, but also to residents online, where they would be able to go to a website and utilizing the mapping software would be able to zero in on certain sites and learn more about the people buried there. And at some point, the available sites would be able to be identified as well. But it's not really the same as the GPR.
Thank you, Ms. Pollack.
Thank you, Leslie. My second question is on your site improvements. You know, you mentioned community outreach and a perennial garden, and then you concluded with something similar about engaging the community. Can you give us any ideas as to how you'd like to engage, hopefully, private donations for these enhancements?
Well, what we have been finding is that we have kind of components of our audience vary. Some of our online audience are interested in the museum for different reasons, but we have a lot of local connections to some businesses, some of our residents in the neighborhood, and we have membership contacts. So how we would envision doing that in terms of the on-site fundraising would be to actually structure an event and do a broad communication and invitation, possibly an open house. The actual form of event hasn't been determined quite yet, but in that way we can invite people to physically come to the site and interact with them in such a way to kind of take it to the next step. Sometimes that's very easily done. Sometimes it's a little more involved in terms of planning and carrying that off. But most of the time we have opportunities to engage with our audience on a regular basis. And I think that might work best for this project too.
Great. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comment or question.
Yes, I think the plans for the museum look beautiful. But as I've expressed many times before, I'm very concerned about the cemetery. And I just want to state that what I hear and what I see, we're going to be asked again at the next commission meeting to approve the usage of plots in a historic area. And what I see as the biggest problem with the cemetery is the availability of grave sites, or more importantly, the knowledge of what is available. Years ago, Mr. Marcus might have been here then, when reclamation was being considered to determine where grave sites are available in sections D until whatever the end is, M, because many of those graves were sold years ago and families have moved and children aren't even aware of it. And so to me, reclamation and ground penetrating radar should be the two priorities to determine where graves are available. Otherwise, we will be asked to continue to put grave sites in between the others in the historic areas, because there's a demand for grave sites at Greenwood. And we don't know much about areas D through M. We do know A, B, and C are the historic areas, and any graves that have been sold in the past 5 years have been in those areas in the aisleways between the existing historic graves. So I strongly urge that we proceed in looking for what other grave sites are available, and whether it be through checking on what has been sold and who has claims to them, or ground penetrating radar. I would strongly urge that we do that. Now, at the last time we discussed this and our contractor was on the phone, she said that ground penetrating radar had been done. Well, I don't know in what sections. We never received a report on that. And that is something important. I think that Greenwood Cemetery is a unique aspect of Birmingham, and I certainly would want to protect it. Okay, enough about the cemetery. Secondly, I want to ask Ms. Pilak, I noticed that you're using a new logo for the Birmingham Museum, both in front in the signage and throughout your materials. Could you tell us a little about that?
Sure. That logo is has kind of gone along with the attempts for us to update the museum and reach new audiences. The logo that you see in the packet was developed to sort of accentuate with a little bit of a modern color scheme, but also the actual symbols in the logo reference things that we think are important about our site. One being the historic Hill School bell, which is represented, as well as the outline of the door to the Hunter House, which is architecturally, and very old and the oldest in Oakland County. And then the third component is the landscape through the stylized tree.
Well, I think it's very nice, but as you'll recall, the city had worked on a project for a city logo. Now, we haven't done it lately. I mean, it's been a couple of years since we've talked about it. But how would this fit in with that?
Well, in essence, because we have some specific goals and a specific strategic plan, we wanted to communicate that through our logo. The sense that we are connected to the city of Birmingham is, I think, something that is important, but we really were de-emphasizing that when we were looking at our logo, so we could help people understand what we were all about.
Thank you.
Any other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Just a quick thought that I wanted to pass along. With all the emphasis, and this is a great overview, and I appreciate that. And the museum's looking better and better. And we're trying, obviously, as we've talked about this year after year, trying to get more people to come to the museum, come to the park, come to the overall grounds, and use it as much as possible. Now, I've been walking through there quite a bit lately on walks through the trail. And I use the museum as sort of the trailhead entrance down into the Rouge Valley. And it's always quite, quiet, and yet the scene there is you know, the environment is quite nice, especially in the rear by the back porch, overlooking the valley and all that. And I just wondered if there was some consideration or discussion about possibly enhancing the seating opportunities in that area. We've been doing that in parts of the city all around. We've done that at Booth Park, obviously Shane Park. There's been discussion of, there's been some enhancement in Barnum Park and others. And now on the street in some of the public spaces, we've been adding the bistro chairs and putting them out, especially during the last few months with COVID, where we've been spreading our bistro chairs and tables and kind of spreading them all around. And I'm finding people, of course, as so many people are eating out, you know, people getting food and then going to these places to sit all over the city. And my thought was, you know, have we considered really making the museum park area, the public space, more inviting and usable for some of these people who want to look for an alternative than simply Shane Park to go sit and walk and possibly have a different overlook, and it would activate the ground. So I would bring that up as a consideration, and maybe think about how you may want to add some seating options, maybe add some bistro chairs to the park and allow that to be more used, you know, in a more often basis by the public.
Great comment. Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any other comments? Seeing none. I see none from the public also. All right. Have a wonderful afternoon, Ms. Pilek. Thank you for a great presentation and a good job you're doing on the museum. Thanks a lot. With that, we go to our last item, and not least important though, from our manager's office, and we have our communication director, Ms. Marianne Gamboa with us. Good afternoon, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Marianne.
Okay. So today I will be talking to you about just a couple of our many communications goals with the city. The first of which is our citywide email system. So this system kicked off last year, and we have about 3,000 subscribers currently. So it is going up each month, and we're pleased to see that. But we'd really like to boost up the system going forward. So what the system is, it allows us to send geo-targeted messages to residents. So this is information specific to their neighborhood and specific to their street. So we can let people know important information such as if there's a missing person in the area, or city work being conducted on their street, or a gas leak. We actually used this tool just in the last couple weeks. We had a water main break in a couple areas, and we were able to send geo-targeted messages to those neighborhoods to let them know what was going on and when they could expect their water to come back on. So it really is a great tool. Last summer, the fire department was conducting training in a neighborhood. So we let that neighborhood know that this was experimental training and not to be worried if they saw the fake smoke coming out of the windows or firefighters on the roof. So in order to boost our subscribers, we have a few things in mind, one of which is mailing a postcard to all of our residents, letting them know what the service is, how to sign up, including a QR code so they can easily do that. We've talked about having sign-up cards at city offices so that once we reopen to the public, those will be available. Also passing those cards out to places like Next, the library, the museum, at the farmer's market. An instructional video. We've been really boosting up our videos here at the city, and we plan to create one to explain what the service is, show people how to sign up, and then we'll boost the video on Facebook and on Instagram. And then reaching out to neighborhood associations, providing them with that sign-up card, explaining the service, and asking them to share that information with their residents. The next project that we're very excited about that I want to share with you is a new website. So right now our site, bhamgov.org, it was designed in 2013, and there's area for improvement. We have been working hard as a web team to come up with a plan and kind of a timeline for this. We've created a survey that will be sent to residents and to staff. And commissioners, I'll be sure to send you the link to the survey as well. And we definitely want your feedback. And basically, we want to know, what do you like about our site? What do you not like? What features work well? What would you like to see in the new site? So that feedback will be very important. We'll go out to bid late February. We'll recommend a company to the commission late April. And we hope to launch the new site in late summer or early fall. So what are we looking for in a new website? First and foremost, we want to hear that people are finding what they're looking for and they're finding it easily. We want an improved subscription-based notification system. What that is, right now you can subscribe to different web pages on our site and it'll send you a notification when the page has been updated. It's a great service when it works. Unfortunately, it's been glitchy lately, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Our current web hosting company is not really sure why that is. So we're looking for a more reliable system there. We want the citizen request feature to really jump out at you on the homepage. So if residents want to submit a question or a concern to us or a photo, they can easily do that. We want to be sure that we don't have old PDF documents on our site. Right now, we're finding that once a PDF is updated, sometimes the old PDF can still be accessed in the search function. So we want a more reliable system to be sure those old documents are removed from the site. And then responsive design, we have that now. We'll continue to have that in our next site. And what that is it kind of formats what you're looking at on the screen. So it moves around the text and the photos to meet the size of your screen. So right now, about 50% of our website users are using a mobile device or a tablet, and 50% are using a desktop. So that's an important feature. So we'll continue to have that, but we'll look for enhanced video capabilities, not only to have video on the homepage, but also all throughout the site and images, just to show and display that Birmingham is a beautiful place to live, work, and play. A couple other features that we're talking about would be enhanced calendar features, so that if you wanted to search specifically for a board that you're looking for and only see those meetings, you could do so. We also would like to see the calendar, the ability to export it into Gmail or Outlook. And we'd like to have one location on the site where all board and committee agendas and minutes could be located, so that if somebody's looking for that, they can find it all in one place. So those are some of our goals for the new website, just kind of a high level overview. Does anyone have any questions for me about the citywide email system or about the new website?
You're done with your presentation, Marianne?
I am.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Commissioners, any feedback, comments, questions for Marianne? Commissioner Baller, unmute yourself, please, and go ahead with your comment.
I just want to say thank you, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
That's a great comment. Keep it short,
I
Commissioner
consider
Baller.
your role extremely important here, and I'm disappointed I didn't meet you until now, but I hope that we can have a good working relationship, and I have a lot of faith that we're going to improve what we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Marianne, thank you. I think this is a great step. It is indeed needed. We don't want to be behind, and I thank you for what you're doing. I think it's a good thing to keep the community engaged, and our website also, it's a great tool to do so, and the way you're doing it. Good luck. I want to thank you, and thank all the commissioners for their time today. Thank all the board members, the staff members, every city department that was included today, our public, and our city attorneys. Thank you so much. I want to wish you a good rest of the day. It's beautiful, sunny out. Go take advantage of. And with that, have a wonderful afternoon, and meeting adjourned.